Guys, let's get 1,000 likes, and also if you want to support me with a coin, the link will be in the description. A source of unprecedented energy, a figure descends. Two guys are waiting at the bottom of it, but they don't have time to react to the movement. A guy with brown hair, deep yellow eyes, and aristocratic features takes out his opponents in an instant. He curses under his breath, noting that his wound has reopened. On the neck of the hero is a decoration of emerald color. He recalls that he recently read a letter saying that if he didn't show up between noon tomorrow, then he should wait for the corpse of his student. The blonde man grabs the amulet, remembering the events of the past. He once sat on a throne and held on to this ornament as well. It was given to him by a disciple, but the hero did not understand the etiquette of worldly life, so he asked to take it back. The disciple, on her knees and clasping her hands in a prayer gesture, only noted that she was extremely lucky to become a personal disciple of the Celestial. She also explained that this is an offering for the invitation of the mentor, which expresses all the wishes of the student. The hero, after such words, got up from his throne and approached the girl, saying that she only needed to diligently learn from him the art of becoming a celestial, and the reward for her was to become a god. It will eventually become immortal. Events are returned in real time. The student is chained to a tall black pillar, along which scarlet cracks radiate in a chaotic manner. She has thick chains on her hands, and she quietly calls out to her mentor for help. There are many creatures at the bottom of this object. The hero lands on a rock nearby. He assesses the situation and does not rush into battle headlong. Downstairs, two people are talking to each other. One asks if Luo Wuji really will appear. The interlocutor only emphasizes that if the goal does not come, then in any case they will have a beautiful student on their hands with whom they can have a good time. The white-haired man realizes that he can't let his student die. He rushes into the crowd of enemies, shouting that they have wounded his student. Everyone present is shocked by Luo Wuji's unexpected appearance. They reach for their weapons, but it's too late. The hero gets rid of everyone at an incredible speed. The disciple continues to call for help, and the celestial asks her to hold on. He takes a careless step forward, and then a strange string of symbols radiates from his foot, which turns into a circle. Luo Wuji realizes that these are most likely the 10 violent arrays. A drop of water runs down his face, cold sweat, and in the next instant, a sinister energy pierces through him, causing him to spit out a blood clot. He falls to his knees, leaning on his sword, and the student's face changes. From a poor rabbit that needed to be saved, she turns into a creature that laughs hysterically. The chains that bound her all this time disappear. Luo Wuji holds onto his heart, already understanding what happened. The girl suggests that the mentor give his mantle to her. She points out that he has a cold personality, and he never valued the friendship between them, so he has driven himself into this trap that can only be used by others. It would be nice to see through it. The representative of the fair sex admits that she expected that for the sake of saving the student, he would fight despite severe injuries and show such extreme inattention. It really touched her. Luo Wuji decides to find out what she's up to after all. A golden bundle of energy forms at the tips of the interlocutor's fingers. In a split second, it appears at the forehead of a hero who can't move. The student asks to give her the heavenly cannon. In this case, it will give the mentor an easy death. The girl grabs a jet of blue energy, which shackles the guy's actions. She points out that otherwise, he shouldn't blame his student for not caring about the feelings between mentor and student. A red trickle trails from the boy's lips, and memories of how he spent time with a student are etched into his memory. This is what motivates him to take action. With a confident movement, he splits the gift of jewelry on his chest. The veins on his body are bulging. I am, and my eyes light up with rage. He tells her not to dream about it, and then Luo Wuji gets to his feet, releasing his power. This repels the girl, who falls to the 5th point in surprise. To herself, a representative of the fair sex notices that her affairs are bad, because even if the mentor is seriously injured, but he still has unsurpassed strength. Suddenly, a purple ball appears in the sky. Several rays of energy fly out of it, which are directed to the blonde. The guy does not have time to do anything, because the attack was from the back. The attack catches up with him, causing blood to come out of his mouth again. The hero still does not fall to the ground, remaining on his knees only thanks to his sword. He's panting and coughing, trying to get his bearings. A voice from behind asks him not to fight so hard. Luo Wuji looks around, noticing 2 male figures behind him. He's obviously familiar with them, so he's a little surprised that they would also betray him for the sake of the heavenly cannon. One of the unknown notes that under such circumstances, the hero does not need to persist in the desire to die. It is better to pass on the heavenly cannon with dignity, and they still remember the feelings of the old days, so they will leave the corpse undivided. The second one claims that they and his female students will take good care of him, so he doesn't have to worry. Luo Wuji coughs up blood and clutches at his heart. His whole body is shaking, but he tries to get to his feet. The student scoffs at the mentor's attempts to get up. She thinks he's going to get down on his knees and beg for her forgiveness. Seeing that her words did not hurt her mentor in the least, the girl draws her sword, declaring that she is not as merciful as he is. She points the weapon towards the hero, releasing her aura and saying that since he doesn't agree to hand over the heavenly cannon, then all she has to do is slice off his flesh bit by bit and search for him on her own. A grin appears on Luo Wuji's face. Energy flows are directed towards it, starting to close it in the likeness of a red ball. This puts traders in a stupor. The guys jump out of their seats, realizing that this is some kind of secret technique to protect the heavenly cannon. They rush to suppress the hero's power, feeling that the situation is getting worse by the second. Luo Wuji notices that since the disciple is so eager to receive the heavenly cannon, she will have to take it from the underworld. With that, he folds a one-handed seal. The girl also realizes that it's bad. A representative of the fair sex shouts that the mentor wants to self-destruct, but it's too late. No one present has time to react to the explosion, which destroys the entire environment within a radius of several hundred kilometers, and a powerful beam of energy rushes into space. From Earth, you can clearly see a bright flash somewhere behind Jupiter, but it is not clear what this phenomenon is. The hero opens his eyes. Everything is floating in front of him. He hears a voice that appeals to all passengers, asking them not to forget their belongings. The same voice says that the next station is Tongzhou City. After blinking a few times, the guy comes to his senses. He looks down at his left hand, realizing that he is not dead at all, but reborn. He looks out the window, marveling at the endless sea. Chapter 1-2. Inwardly, he notes that the inner cultivation has completely dissipated, but the heavenly cannon has been preserved. He realizes that these are not hallucinations. Luo Wuji admits that he did not expect to be able to return to Earth again, and even at the age of 20. The hero quickly understands what he needs to do next. All he has to do is restore his internal organs, lay a solid foundation, and find some amazing magic seeds hidden in different parts of the world, and then there will be no one in the whole world who can compare with him. Luo Wuji reminisces about his students, noting that he is very much looking forward to their meeting. Then something starts vibrating, distracting him from his thoughts. The brunette pulls out his phone, which is being called by an unknown number. He picks up the phone. He gets a call from a girl named Zhang Xiaoman. The girl says that she took the phone of her Amma because it's discharged. She calls the guy by his first name. His name is now Luo Chen. It is clear that the girl's mother is dissatisfied with this behavior of her daughter. The woman coughs nervously into her fist, as if hinting to her daughter that the conversation needs to end. The girl also informs the hero that he should write a message when he will drive up, so that his mother and she come to the station and pick him up. After that, Luo Chen hangs up the phone. He remembers the girl's name, noting that he still has a score to settle with her. A grin appears on his face, and to avoid attracting the attention of the other passengers, he coughs into his fist. This action attracts the attention of a girl from the next row. She storms off, loudly asking him what he means. The dark-haired man inquiringly he looks at her, not understanding what she's talking about. Then the representative of the fair sex, folding her hands on her chest, declares that the guy is a real rude and that he should not pretend because she saw how he stared at their picture and then grinned. The girl's neighbor is a man with gray hair and a neat beard and mustache. He wears a black robe and looks a bit like a priest. The interlocutor continues to stand on her own. She wants to know what the guy understands, since he dares to grin. The girl hurries to explain that this is a rare piece of painting and calligraphy of the highest quality. Level up, so it's unlikely he's seen anything like this. The man asks his companion not to be so rude. He calls her by her first name. Her name is Schuinger. A representative of the fair sex bites her tongue, drilling a hole in the guy with her eyes. She waits for an answer, even though she's seething with anger. Then the old man decides to clarify the opinion of the brunette about this picture. Luo Chen makes a mental note that this girl seems to have a delusion of persecution. The hero exhales heavily, claiming that this is a fake. This makes Shaner will get even angrier. The old man gets up from his seat, noting that you can eat anything, but you can't say anything at all. He explains that the authenticity of this scroll has been established by several great professionals in this field. These words only cause a grin from the hero, who declares that if he says that this is a fake, then it must be true. The girl nods even harder in anger. She doesn't know who the guy thinks he is if he thinks everything he's said is absolutely true. She attacks the hero in anger, trying to throw a punch, but the attack does not catch up with Luo Chen. An invisible yellow barrier stops the opponent's fist even before it reaches the hero. This confuses the fairer sex, and the old man notices to himself that the inner strength has manifested itself from the outside. The white-haired man steps forward, asking for Schuinger stop quickly. These actions make the girl think. The man bows his head, asking for forgiveness for showing his bad manners. He notes that a high-ranking person forgives the mistakes of people below him, so the guy should not attach importance to what happened. This puts the girl in a stupor, who does not understand why her grandfather apologizes to him. The old man understands that a person who can outwardly show inner strength among warriors, he is at least a great master. He also realizes that if this man harbored a desire to kill, he would kill both him and his granddaughter in an instant. An old man hits his granddaughter on the head, forcing her to bowing her head and saying that it was enough idle chatter and she should quickly apologize to the master. Liu Chen notices in his mind that this elderly gentleman is quite interesting. Xiuinger apologizes. The guy accepts them, noticing that in the future this will not happen. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. She is outraged by what is happening, because from her birth to this moment, no one could force her grandfather to show such respect. Her discontent makes her wonder who this scoundrel is. The old man thanks the master for showing leniency. After that, he carefully asks for the guy's name. Hero P. Red is represented by the name Luo Chen. The gray-haired man is in no hurry to fall behind. He hands the scroll to the hero, apologizing in advance for the rudeness and asking him to provide proof that this drawing is a fake. The dark-haired man takes the scroll, unfolds it, declaring that he will now prove everything to them. Luo Chen puts his hand on the scroll, after which the last one is torn apart. This causes confusion in the granddaughter and grandfather. They watch in surprise as the guy catches a few pieces of paper and puts them on the table. The old man hurries to find out what it is. The brunette also asks the interlocutors what is the difference between these three ink signs. The granddaughter and grandfather bend over them, beginning to study them carefully. After a few moments, the older man claims that there is no difference between these three signs, so he asks Mr. Luo to explain them in more detail. Luo Chen explains that there are two ink strokes, one of which has been overlapped by others, but the man can see that the ink mark is still the same, so he specifies what kind of drawing it is. Grandpa understands that this is a high-precision inkjet printer. The man was fooled. He gives the scroll to his bodyguard, asking him to take it away. Privately, he notices that this kind of high-precision seal, if it wasn't torn apart and placed in front of his eyes, even the best experts wouldn't be able to notice it. The old man understands that Mr. Luo was able to see this seal at a glance and provided proof. This only shows that he is definitely not an ordinary master. Luo Chen intercepts one of the bodyguards who is carrying a wooden box. The old man immediately understands that the guy liked this box. Grandpa is so ready to stand out in the eyes of the interlocutor that he is going to give the contents of the box to him just like that. This is a little surprising to the hero, who notes to himself that the interlocutor most likely does not know that inside this wooden box there is an object that can improve the quality of magic seeds. Luo Chen understands that the old man should clearly know that this thing is one of a kind. The guy quickly comes to the conclusion that the other person wants to get his favor. The brunette admits that inside this wooden box is an object that he needs, but he is not a person who likes to stay in debt, so he is ready to perform any service of the old man. The older man decides to be blunt. He pushes his daughter forward, asking Mr. Luo to take her as a disciple. The girl is at a loss. She doesn't understand why Grandpa does this, because she doesn't want to become his disciple. The guy also remembers the image of his student, looking at this representative of the fair sex. Luo Chen releases his sinister aura. He does not want to repeat his mistakes at all, so he asks the interlocutor to choose someone else, because if it is her, then he will not be able to fulfill his request. The older man immediately recalls the words of the brunette that he just promised him. The hero's words turn against him, falling on his head. Luo Chen wonders if it's possible for him, a reborn saint, to return his promise. Deciding not to take any chances, he decides to get out of the situation differently. It puts a condition that they should never refer to it as master, enough she will call him teacher. The old man slaps his granddaughter on the back, demanding that she quickly pay her respects to her teacher. A member of the fair sex seethes with rage, but still pays tribute to the teacher. Luo Chen realizes that he is just digging a grave for himself. The voice alerts all train passengers that they have arrived at Tongju Station. The hero gets off the train, and the old man waves him goodbye, asking him to stay in touch. This irritates my granddaughter. Xiuinger speaks loudly to her grandfather, who abruptly grabs her wrist, saying that he has already told her many times that a girl should not behave like this in public. The girl is in a hurry to find out why her grandfather behaved like this. She doesn't understand why he suggested it. He accepted her as a disciple of the guy, because before that, there are countless masters who did not stop begging him to become their disciple, but he refused them all. An elderly man gently hits his granddaughter on the head, calling her a stupid child who did not understand anything. He explains that they are now establishing ties. Then the gray-haired man becomes serious. He stresses that he will not blame her for anything, because it is normal that she does not understand some things yet. The old man decides to ask if the girl remembers the Lin Hulong he was talking about earlier. Xiunger asks if we are talking about the same person who was listed on the Tianlong list and called a mad beast. The interlocutor confirms that it is about him. This person was the one who, on the battlefield abroad, single-handedly destroyed the entire group of the enemy's armed forces, which included hundreds of people. Since then, he has become very famous as a great martial artist. The girl decides to ask if she understood her grandfather correctly, that this scoundrel may become as famous a figure as Lin Huolong in the future. An old man beats his granddaughter for instructive purposes, noting that she should not speak so much about her teacher. It turns out that he was trying to convey to her the idea that Mr. Luo's strength already surpasses Lin Huolong's. These words make a representative of the fair sex swallow nervously. Grandpa asks her to make sure that she doesn't make any more mistakes by winning his favor during his stay in Tongzhou. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaomin is waiting with the hero's mother. The mother is annoyed that they are already waiting for about 5 minutes. She notes that she recently underwent a course of treatment, so she should not sunbathe again. The girl says that the guy will come soon, so there is no need to be nervous. A dark-haired man walks along a crowded Tongzhou street. Unpleasant memories of being beaten up in this city come back to him. He was lying on the asphalt, asking for help, and unknown people kicked him. Their leader also said that an apple doesn't fall far from an apple tree, but compared to him, it was much more fun to play with his father until his death. These unpleasant memories make the guy's heart beat faster. He involuntarily clenches his fingers into fists, trying to come to his senses. The hero finally finds Zhao Xiaomin and her mother. The girl quietly asks to greet her mother first, but the guy ignores this. The woman is dissatisfied with what is happening. She is mentally amazed that such a poor man would want to become her son-in-law. She does not understand what her daughter sees in him, because in appearance and qualifications, the son of the Chen family with Tor is much better than him. Luo Chen finally greets the woman, who pointedly turns away, saying that the young people of their time really have no manners. After all, she was patiently waiting for him, burning under the sun, and he didn't even bother to greet her senior in the first place. The daughter grabs the woman's hand, trying to understand why she is acting like this, but the woman only asks her to get in the car quickly so that they can go home. Sitting in the car, the fairer woman gets the impression that Luo Chen has changed a lot. A conversation ensues between the daughter and the mother. The woman pays attention to beautiful houses by the sea, noting that she wants to enjoy a quiet life, but she will not demand much from her daughter, so it will be enough for her to buy a townhouse. She dreams about it. The girl also understands that the cost of 1 square meter there for 70,000 yuan. The woman draws attention to the fact that this is really a large amount. But the daughter should not worry about this, because it will be taken on her shoulders by a young man in whom she believes. She emphasizes that if they take the townhouse on a mortgage, then the girls should not tell anyone that she is her daughter. These words hurt Zhao Xiaomin a lot. Her phone beeps. She takes it and reads a message from a dark-haired man who refuses to do anything like that. After a while, the trio gets home. The girl immediately informs her father that Luo Chen has returned. The man comes out to the guy and greets him, noting that he has become taller. The brunette is also happy to meet, although he does not show it, but the woman does not let them talk. She demands to stop talking in vain. The woman urges her husband to hurry up and cook something, because he is like a woman in this apron all day. The man doesn't know what to say to that, and Luo Chen puts a hand on his back, pushing him forward and telling him that he will help. While the man starts cooking, the woman decides to scold my daughter. She encourages Xiaomin to raise her standards for the opposite sex. She demands it because she believes that she herself has married a man who is good for nothing. The woman draws a parallel with Luo Chen, who, as soon as he returned, immediately went to the kitchen. It seems to her that he will be just as useless as her father. It hurts a little, but she's used to it. In addition, she is saved from answering the doorbell. Xiaomin goes to open the door, wondering who could have come at such a time. The guest turns out to be a young man in formal clothes and black glasses. He is happy that he found Xiaomin at home. The unknown person immediately asks why she did not answer the phone. It looks like a formal question, but then he says he's got a date at the movie theater, so they can go now. Xiaomin is shocked that this person showed up at such an inopportune moment. The girl tries to nervously close the door and gently kick the guy out, saying that she will have to refuse his offer because she is very busy today. The guest gets stuck in the doorway, asking to wait 1 minute. My mother intervenes in the case, who opens the door for little Chen. She is amazed that he has come, so she immediately asks what brings him here, and immediately after that, she suggests that he go inside so as not to stand on the threshold. Xiaomin tries to do something to stop her mother, whispering in her ear that they already have Luo Chen at home. Little Chen hands the gift to the woman. This is a perfume set that a friend brought him from France. The guy is always ready to bring such sets if she likes it. My mother claims that she likes it, although she is ready to accept anything if it is from him. Abruptly, little Chen's gaze becomes irritable. The two guys lock eyes. Luo Chen is completely calm, but the guest is very annoyed by the arrival of another guy next to the girl. The latter nervously asks who is standing in front of him. In his mind's eye, he's struck by the guy's strong aura. The mother claims that this is a friend of Sai-amon's from college. According to her, their fathers are friends, and the hero himself came to Tongju from the village to find a job. Little Chen exhales calmly, starting to think of the guy as an ordinary unemployed loser. He holds out his hand, wanting to meet him, but the hero looks back at Uncle Zhang, who asked him for help. Liu Chen immediately says that she'll help him now. Even Sai-aman resents this kind of ignoring of the guest, so she hints to the guy that they are actually talking to him. Little Chen is shaking with suppressed anger, because he knows very well that he is being forced to lose face in front of everyone. The hero goes to help the man without speaking to the guest. Then the rich man notices an important detail, that if he wants to succeed in Tongju, then he should start by finding friends so they can help each other. Noticing that the other person has stopped, he corrects his words, saying that even though Tongju City is quite large, he will help him if he suddenly has any problems. All of this Little Chen says with a carefree smile to get his face back in front of the others. Liu Chen notes that this is his promise. The guy understands that he was outplayed, so he turns to the girl. He believes that the hero should get a job in his company, because currently things are going well, although they just do not have enough employees. Sai-aman doesn't know what's on. This is the reason why my mother intervenes in the conversation. She is amazed that the guy has already started a company at such a young age, and still works as a teacher at an elite school while taking care of her daughter in every possible way. The woman then turns to Liu Chen, saying that he has a lot to learn from Little Chen. A grin appears on the hero's face at these words. Energy passes through his hand without anyone noticing. Everyone sits down at the table, but the girl notices the strange behavior of her boyfriend, who goes somewhere. Liu Chen hides in the room while the rich man grins, thinking that the trash left so quickly because he couldn't keep his face anymore. At this time, a strange scarlet energy passes through the guy's collar, which the hero released before. Chapter 1-6. The hero goes outside. He takes out a cigarette and lights it with a lighter. Sai-aman goes after him. What she's trying to say is that this is all a misunderstanding, and that she and Chen Kao are just good friends. The guy only gives a short answer of consent. There's a look of indifference on his face that strikes her as odd. She notices in her mind that Liu Chen doesn't usually talk to her like this. A representative of the fair sex decides to lay out the whole situation on him. She emphasizes that she perfectly understands the sincerity of her boyfriend's feelings. But in their world this is not enough. It turns out that Chen's father Kao is a deputy chief executive of Tongju, who is also a major shareholder in the listed company. Sai-aman admits that he doesn't expect the same heights from the other person, but he should be able to at least buy a house in Tongju so that they can have a place to stay with the whole family. A representative of the fair sex abruptly snuggles up to the hero's hand. It turns out that she was encouraged by her mother, who told her that if Liu Chen sold his father's factory for $300,000, he would have enough money for a mortgage loan for the house. Looking at the girl, Liu Chen remembers what will happen in this scenario. He had signed a commercial lease agreement with Zhang Sai-aman. He was so in love with her that he was willing to do something like that back then. But when he got home, he found his girlfriend with Little Chen. He was severely beaten, and then he realized that the girl had deceived him, and he was a fool who had spent all the money that his father had saved all his life. Sai-aman's voice snaps him out of his memories. The girl invites the interlocutor to discuss this event with his father. The brunette also notices that they have nowhere to hurry, so he thinks that they should wait a little longer. With that, he pulls his hand out of the girl's grasp. Meanwhile, the girl's mother is very angry that Liu Chen has no manners, because he ran away before eating, and her daughter followed him. Little Chen tries to calm the woman down. He invites her to look at his gift so that she can smell the perfume. He gives her his word that she will definitely like them. His mother immediately begins to praise him, considering him kind, generous, and with a very meticulous way of thinking. She also scolds Liu Chen's gift for only giving her 2 tea bags. The rich man only agrees to this, calling the hero a very stingy person since he gave only some 2 bags. Then something dawns on Little Chen. His stomach starts to rumble sharply. The woman had already taken out a bottle of perfume. Noting that she had never used a high-end perfume in her life, she points out that if her friends saw them, they would probably die of envy. The guy is twisting so hard that he can't hold back anymore. Mom inhales the perfume, wanting to savor it, but instead he can smell the stink of Little Chen's fart. The woman vomits right on the floor, then loses consciousness. Sai-aman notices strange noises coming from the next room. She assumes that something must have happened, because they were walking out of the kitchen. The door opens and a rich man enters the room, who reeks of a terrible stench. The girl covers her mouth and nose with her hands. She doesn't understand what that awful smell is or why it stinks so much, but she hurries to leave. Leave the room, because I'm ready to empty right now. The hero also asks with a grin how the victim's own smell is, because even a rotten egg stinks less than it does now. Little Chen realizes that it's all the fault of his rival in Xiamen heart. He wants to say something, but his whole body is shaking. He somehow restrains the urges of his body. The rich man begins to go to the hero, but the latter forces the pebble to come out of the asphalt, which is why the victim falls to the floor, starting to vomit. Little Chen gets the impression that someone has cursed him. Realizing that in the current state he gets nowhere, the rich man flees from the place of his shame, and Luo Chen only notes that this is a small percentage of what the guy owes him. After a while, the hero is going to leave the house to go to the hotel. Xiamen wants to give him a ride to the hotel, since it's only his first day here, and they can also discuss buying a house on the way. Her mother spoils everything. She is still in a bad way, so she encourages her daughter to take care of her, because she is in a terrible state. The girl tries to stop this conversation, but the brunette only finds an excuse under which he can go himself. She wants to object, but she doesn't have any arguments. Outside, Luo Chen receives a message. A student writes to him and wants to know where he is now. She also informs him that his grandfather has already booked a hotel for him, and she will pick him up right now. Chapter 1-7. The hero walks through the crowded streets of the city at night. He is stopped by a man smoking a cigarette. He immediately notices that the guy is a stranger, so he offers to drop him off. Luo Chen says that he is not interested, but the man stands his ground, noting that it is difficult to find a taxi at such a time, and his original fare is 20, almost like a taxi driver. As he does so, he puts a friendly hand on the brunette's shoulder. The hero throws off the taxi driver's hand from his shoulder, repeating his refusal in a more rude form. The man spits on the asphalt, calling Luo Chen a beggar. Then an expensive car pulls up to him, in which a beautiful girl is sitting. This is Shuinger. He apologizes for being late. The hero says it's okay and just gets in the car. The taxi driver begins to seethe with anger, calling the boy a show-off. The girl clarifies whether to teach that person a lesson, but the brunette assures that this is not necessary, because he has more serious problems, so they do not need to interfere. The taxi driver lights another cigarette, swearing at the fucking rich. At that moment, a hand falls on his back. A beautiful girl with pink hair and purple eyes can make any man fall in love with her. She wants a taxi driver to give her a ride. He agrees nervously, drooling. Shuinger, on the other hand, looks closely at the driver, not understanding who he is talking to, because there is definitely no one next to him. The hero also reports that the man will soon die. This causes a stupor in the student. At the same time, a taxi driver goes to Panlong Bay under the guidance of a girl who changes her face. Luo Chen says that this is a big world and there are many things in it that are difficult for an ordinary person to understand. But one day, she will be able to see them for herself. Shuinger listens carefully and doesn't interrupt the teacher. After a while, they find themselves at the Tongju Grand Hotel. The hero appears on the couch in the lobby. The girl puts on the table a key card from the presidential suite with a 1-month rental period, as well as keys and a contract for the car they arrived in. She happily asks the teacher to take a look at it. Luo Chen picks up the documents and starts studying them. One of them is a pledge of shares, so he immediately specifies whether they want to give him the company. The girl says that the Yi family has a lot of property in Tongju. Although this company is not big, but its profit is excellent. Her grandfather said it was her tuition fee, so the guy shouldn't say no. Luo Chen reads the document on Tongju Media carefully. He remembers that Zhang Xiamen works for this company. The brunette realizes that the Yi family has prepared well before giving him gifts. Realizing that this is a good opportunity, the hero decides to accept this gift. Shuinger is happy that she managed to please the teacher. After that, he doesn't want to interfere with his master's rest anymore. She runs away, saying that if he needs anything, he can call at any time. Luo Chen goes in search of his phone number. After a while, he comes to number 7007. Voices are coming from inside and the girl asks Director Wang to stop because she can't do it. The hero puts the keycard to the door, intending to enter. Inside, a plump man is unbuckling his belt. He claims that no one has it forcing him, because he's slept with more than 10 others like her, so she shouldn't be making a circus out of it. A beautiful girl with blue eyes and long hair of this color tries to say that the termination of contracts with all groups will not lead to anything good, but the interlocutor does not care. Then the representative of the fair sex with tears in her eyes says that under no circumstances will she obey him. Then the man admits that he really underestimated the girl's pride. He's only asking for your company today as a sign of respect. The man notices that there is a huge queue of people waiting to meet him. But before he can finish speaking, the door opens and Luo Chen walks in. Chapter 1-8. Director Wang immediately lashes out rudely at the intruder with questions. He doesn't believe that anyone would dare to ruin his good mood. He zips up his fly and pretentiously looks into the boy's eyes, wanting to know who he is and who let him in here. The brunette calmly passes by, sits down in a chair and takes out a cigarette. The man is amazed by the boy's courage. He doesn't try to figure out what's going on, just hints that he's a big shot. Director Wang gives the hero one last chance to leave, otherwise his people will cripple him and throw him in the trash. The girl assumes that the guy is deaf, so in sign language asks him to run faster. Luo Chen brazenly lights a cigarette, blowing smoke right in the face of the enraged rich man. A representative of the fair sex is perplexed by what is happening. The man becomes enraged. He believes that the boy really wants to die, so he is ready to help him in this. Director Wang grabs the bottle by the neck, intending to stab the guest. The girl intervenes. She grabs the boss's arm, forcing him to let go of the bottle, which shatters on the floor. She's begging the guy to get out of here faster. The man throws the beauty away from him. She hits her head on the nightstand and loses consciousness. At the same time, he calls her a nasty creature. The hero abruptly finds himself in front of a rich man. He lifts it off the floor with one hand, holding it only by the front of his shirt. Director Wang nervously demands that he let him go. Otherwise he will be crippled for the rest of his life. This doesn't affect Luo Chen in the slightest. It releases its sinister aura, causing the man to shake in fear. The man understands that the case smells fried, so he continues to threaten the guy, saying that if he dares to do anything to him, he will be dead tomorrow. This doesn't stop the hero, who burns Director Wang's body with his power in the next instant, noting that tomorrow will never come for him. In Luo Chen's mind, he notes that fortunately, he can control his power, otherwise the entire room would be burned to the ground. The brunette pays attention to the unconscious girl, realizing that all this is very troublesome. The girl wakes up in the bathroom with her clothes on. The hero at this time smokes at the door. A representative of the fair sex sharply shouts from a lack of understanding of the situation, and the guy demands that she be silent. When she hears the guy's voice and sees him, she immediately tries to figure out what he's doing here and what's wrong with Wang Fu. The brunette says that this does not concern her, so when the drug ends, she will immediately leave this place. This causes even more bewilderment in the interlocutor because she does not know. See, what kind of drug we are talking about. Luo Chen says that she is under the influence of a certain drug, the effect of which will disappear in about 15 minutes. This causes the girl to start shaking with fear. Noticing the strange reaction of the interlocutor, the hero notes that he will not repeat it twice. The girl burns with shame, mentally horrified by this attitude to herself. Chapter 1-9. The girl comes out of the shower, covering her body only with a towel. She looks at the chair where her rescuer is sitting. It's hard for her to believe that this guy could handle Wang Fu, since he looks like an ordinary student. She wonders what methods he used. Luo Chen also reports that the girl's time is up. She remembers what he said about the drug, and then she notices that it was so good in the shower that she completely forgot about it. She says it's late and her clothes are in tatters. A representative of the fair sex thinks that he is not, so he was too cruel to send her away. And in general, when you see such a beautiful girl like her, basically everyone starts shouting and jumping for joy. Then she realizes that she wants to stay here, but the fear that the guy will start harassing her stops her. The girl turns her head nervously in different directions, trying to push such thoughts away. She comes to the conclusion that she needs to find clothes immediately, so she wants to borrow the guy's phone to call her assistant. The hero also wants the girl to lock herself in another room before that, so that they do not interfere with each other. This behavior causes her confusion. The hero throws her his phone, emphasizing that he does not like to tell her twice. The girl is surprised that the other person didn't even look at her. She realizes that he has an amazing character, as well as a strength of spirit that is very difficult to resist. She thinks that it is innate, because this aura is not inferior to the aura of great figures. A representative of the fair sex dials the number of the assistant, wanting to call him right in front of the guy, but he asks her not to disturb him. She notices this ugly attitude, and then goes into the next room, saying good night. In Luo Chen's hands, a new image appears, a wooden box that he received as a gift on the train. When he opens it, he only notices that there was indeed a seed hidden in it. The dark-haired man realizes that because of Emperor Jin's response, he can't miss this opportunity today. These seeds are the imprints of souls left after the end of the last era. They are very rare. For some people, even the lowest quality goods are enough to awaken the divine spirit. What can we say about this seed, which has supernatural powers? If it can be refined, it will not only be possible to awaken the divine spirit, but also to obtain the eye of heaven. Currently, he has completely lost his cultivation, so he can rely on the remnants of Emperor Wukazin's strength, so he can use the power of a martial artist. But it won't last forever, because there will come a day when his strength will run out. Chapter 1-9. If the hero wants to restore his cultivation, then he needs to reawaken a magic seed, like coal sent in during a snowfall. The only thing that causes Luo Chen's only pity is his safety. The guy understands that at the moment there is no need. Use it. Then the brunette's thoughts are interrupted by a knock from the next room. The girl looks out, from behind the door, apologizing that her assistant wouldn't be able to move in. She wants to switch places, claiming that sleeping outside is a bit scary. She is willing to double the amount paid for the service. The room, although in reality she can't be calm in the second bedroom, because Wang Fu can send assassins to her, and so it turns out that to get to the main bedroom, Wang Fu will have to go through the second one, so if you switch places, it will have a safety net. Luo Chen clarifies whether this is her wish or not, and then notices that she has everything written on her face. A representative of the fair sex turns away, realizing that she was found out. She coughs in the fist pumping, calling the guy to account. The brunette gives a firm and decisive refusal, which beats right on the girl's heart. She exhales, not believing that her beauty isn't enough to make her feel better. Seduce a teenager like him. The blue-haired girl is sure that none of the guys of his age will not resist it. She throws the towel aside and crawls across the bed towards the hero, stating that maybe she won't be able to sleep tonight. At the same time, she is in a very luxurious dress, accentuating her charms. Chapter 1-10. The girl runs her fingers over the guy's chest, stating that if he does not agree to go to the second, then all she has to do is sleep with him. The hero is because of such defiant. He reacts like a teenager. The seductress notices that the guy, even if creates the impression of being indifferent to everything, is still that of a timid student. Luo Chen realizes that the mortal shell brings him extra trouble, because of which he is not yet able to control some emotions. Seeing that the brunette is ripe for an answer, a representative of the fair sex, she grins, knowing that if he wants to refuse her request, he'll have to leave. Guy nervously asks if the other person is afraid that he might do something to her. Such a reaction, the girl likes it, so she confidently declares that she is not afraid. Inside, she realizes that this situation will be very strange, especially if, by pure chance, people find out about the current situation. It's hard for her to imagine what the consequences will be. Her name is Lambert, and she is a superstar. A representative of the fair sex also notices to herself that if you didn't take into account his absolute equanimity, he didn't even take advantage of it. The moment when she was unconscious, but she's still not entirely sure. Luo Chen is finally here, gives a positive answer. He gets up from the bed, and the superstar starts cheering, thinking that he will go to the other bedroom, so she thanks him. The hero goes to the next bedroom, and then returns a minute later to the main bedroom. Fallow dear. Bear looks back at him blankly, and the dark-haired man has brought her a hairdryer, demanding that I dried my hair and didn't wet the bed. The girl blushes as she accepts the gift. She thought to herself, I'm amazed at how attentive he is. As she flies around in her thoughts, Luo Chen climbs under blankets, declaring that he was sleeping, and that she would not disturb him. After a while, the superstar and go to bed yourself. She wakes up at 3 in the morning, not understanding why things have turned out this way. Exactly. The girl clearly did not want such a result, so she is very nervous and twitches in the dark beds. The hero wakes up only in the morning. He takes a sitting position, noting that his head is splitting. Luo Chen looking around, noting that after a bad dream, he simply has unbearable sensations. He's not. He finds the girl next to him, but notices several business cards left under the pillow. The hero picks them up and reads the contents. Lambert asks for forgiveness because she has on her hands only 800 in cash. This may not be enough for the room fee, but it will be enough for the initial payment. After the final payment, the balance will be forwarded to him. She left her contact number on the business cards. This girl arouses some interest in the hero. He gets out of bed and gets dressed, then takes the documents for the Tongju Media Company. The guy decides to go there first today. Luo Chen is sitting at the table. A young man brings the documents to him. He says that's all. Transfer documents to the company, so you just need to put the last signature. Hero. It does this immediately and returns the documents to the subordinate. At this point, the phone starts ringing. It's Sai Amin, who is in a hurry to find out if he's up. The guy gives a positive response and then clarifies what is the matter. The student asks where he is, because already it was almost 9 o'clock and there is no way he could be late. It turns out that she recommended it. Send your resume to their company, and if something goes wrong, it will be them who will be in an awkward position. The brunette says he'll be there in 10 minutes. Then a representative of the fair sex asks him to call first when he comes up, and not to come right in. Sai Amin approaches from behind. Colleague. She pokes her in the shoulder, then asks if her boyfriend will come to them today for an interview. The student gives a positive answer by hanging up the phone. Interviewee. A little surprised, because the person who took a fancy to their Sai Amin should at least to have personal property worth 10 million, so she clarifies why it is necessary. Gets a job in their company. Another girl intervenes in the conversation. who is clearly, "I'm more knowledgeable than my colleague." She says it's about $10 million. He's a poor boy from a county town who used to study at the University of St. Petersburg. Go to university with them. Then the first girl doesn't understand how Xiaomin is with such beautiful external data could choose such a person. The girls start a conversation next to Xiaomin. One of them notices that she has already recommended it for a long time, a friend to break up, because she is from completely different social circles. The other one says that during the university, the difference in their status was not so much affected, but now it is. It's getting bigger and bigger. At this point, the hero enters the room. He greets a girl. The other one jumps up, not understanding why he just walked in. One of my colleagues clarifies whether the person in front of them is a young man named Zhang Xiaomin. The hero gives a calm positive response. The girl looks down on Luo Chen, noticing to herself that he's very shabbily dressed. This convinces her that Xingxin's words about poverty were true. The latter also suggests that the hero brazenly relies on Xiaomin's help and connections to find out. Then she asks if she's sure it's right for her. Luo Chen notices that this is personal business and it has nothing to do with them. These words infuriate Xingxin. She sees it as an affectation, coolness that is not backed up by anything, so it focuses on the fact that if not Xiaomin, even if he came to work as a toilet cleaner, Tongju Media Company, I wouldn't have hired him. Another person intervenes in the conversation. It turns out to be the director. The company. The girls bow their heads, and Xingxin runs up to him, wondering what he did yesterday. The man says he was at the car dealership to make an advance on what she asked for from him. The result of this was the purchase of a car worth more than $1 million without any restrictions. Preferential terms. He hands her the keys to a brand new car. Everyone is happy for her friend, but Xiaomin is darker than a cloud. She feels bad about what happened. Director decides to throw a party in a big company. He wants the entire department to be there. Here it is. Notices the hero standing quietly behind Xiaomin. Xingxin speaks quickly and briefly about the guy. After that, the man introduces himself. He is Zhang's sales manager. Hi. He was in the HR department, and from now on, he works in their department. He calls the guy boldly. Contact them if you don't understand something. Luo Chen gives a short answer. A man doesn't. He understands how such a poor man could attract the attention of the beautiful Zhang Xiaomin. He decides, teach him a lesson. The manager notices that even though he is only working for their company for the first day, he is still working for them. Still, I have prepared one task for him that will allow him to get acquainted with their profession. He has one big client, and their company wants to find the person responsible for creating it. A favorable image. Prior to that, she had negotiated with them about several artists, but that was all. They were not successful. Let's hope the new guy can sort this out. Oh, those present are seriously tense because of this. Everyone had problems because of this. A large client, because they have a lot of complaints, and they really like to complain. Considering business, the brunette understands that the price offered by the client is very high, and it would be convenient for him. Get some cash. The guy decides to take this job. Chapter 1-12. The girls in the company who have turned on Luo Chen know that he is still a naive fool. After all, this client has already issued an ultimatum for a long time. If he is dissatisfied with this project, then cancels your order. The headmaster says he likes guys as brave as he is. Man gives him until noon to find a celebrity and provide the client with a project. However, if this project is not signed, the losses will be deducted from his salary. The hero understands why to wait until noon, because he can find the right person right now. The words cause first bewilderment in all those present, and then wild laughter because they think it's a stupid joke. The manager thinks that the guy drank too much yesterday, because he should find a celebrity, not some redneck. He begins to drift, because the man believes that the new employee doesn't even know what the celebrity looks like. One of the girls thinks that he has problems with the head, and another admits that she thought at the university he was just a beggar and not stupid. Girls think that a guy wants to show off in front of his beloved at any cost. Xiaomin is shaking with anger because her boyfriend has put her in an awkward position. Though, Chen calls her friend, saying that he needs her help. He's ready to go to her. The address for her to drive up right now. The girl menacingly asks the hero to stop all this because she is burning with shame. She walks away from the door in anger. The man is exultant, saying that they will wait for the celebrity who called Luo Chen, and then they'll get together again. Director Zhang goes down to the entrance of the building. The guard notices that he is very happy, so he becomes interested in the reason for this behavior of his superiors. The same person tells the subordinate all the stupidity of the situation that just happened. It counts the new kid to the feeble-minded. The guard laughs at this, supporting the opinion that the guy has trouble with his head since he brags so much, although unlike the boss, the guard doesn't. Discards the option that the new guy didn't lie. He understands that there are too many people in society. Different people, so this may be true. The director also notes that if there were such connections, then it would not make sense for him to come to them and work as a farmhand, and if you bring a superstar, he'll stand on his hands and eat shit. An A1234 car pulls up to the barrier. It has a temporary license plate, and the driver asks for permission to enter. The guard approaches the door to check who the car arrived at. The girl takes off her glasses, and everyone recognizes Lambert. She wants tell her that she's with that boy, but quickly realizes that she doesn't know his name. Director Cheng is shocked by what is happening. At the same time, Xiaomin starts a conversation with the hero. She's trying to figure out what it all means. The girl thinks that the guy specifically wants to embarrass her. Luo Chen elaborates on what he is doing to shame her. Then the representative of the fair sex declares that he'd really disappointed her. She thinks that she knows the guy well, so he just has a lot of fun. There can be no such connections to sign a contract with a star. Xiaomin, like everyone else, believes that her boyfriend says such inappropriate things for the sake of his coolness. Then the hero decides to clarify why the girl did nothing when the guy surnamed Zhang. I dug a hole for him. This only infuriates the interlocutor more. Meanwhile, down below, security guard tries to contain the flow of superstar fans who want to get an autograph from your idol or take a picture. The manager still can't believe his eyes, because reality and the words of the subordinate do not converge at all. Xingxin also notices that the superstar, he doesn't even know the name of the person he's looking for, so it doesn't have to be Lo Chen. Let's hope it's just a coincidence. To the office where Xiaomin is trying to tell you off. Her boyfriend, Lambert, enters. The girls make eye contact, and then the superstar notices the hero. Xiaomin recognizes the girl as Lambert. She is in shock from what is happening, not understanding how this is possible. The brunette asks the guest to sit down. He suggests that she look up the requirements of the client, and if it all triples, then tell him the price. The superstar is a little surprised by this. She thought that the other person was just looking for a reason to meet. Or maybe he really called her by her first name. Business. A representative of the fair sex sits down in a chair, noticing that since yesterday, but Wang Fu never looked for her. She assumes that the hero has connections at the top, because otherwise, given Wang Fu's vindictive nature, there was no way he would let it go. The girl confesses that I wished I'd asked for his number this morning. She also understands that once they have business connections, then she doesn't have to worry about getting close to him anymore. Dark hair clarifies how she arrived so quickly. The superstar says that when he called her, she was just, I was not far away, so you can say that this is a kind of fate. Xiaomin watching over, but this conversation, trying to figure out how the two met. It suggests that they can, being from the same city, but she quickly dismisses the idea, because it sounds like something out of place. Unrealistic. Lambert suddenly turns to Xiaomin. She asks her to close the door because that it's too noisy outside. Indeed, there is a crowd of fans at the door who are eager to meet your idols. They are held back by only one guard, who asks them to wait. After all, Lambert is currently discussing a business proposal. A crowd of people gathered at the entrance to the room. Employees begin to discuss what is happening. One of them doesn't understand what's going on, because everyone went crazy after he came back from breakfast. A friend of his tells him that a new employee from the sales department brought Lambert here, and now they sit in the sales department. The first one will immediately recognize one of the most popular stars. The other one is the same. Notices that recently she starred in several films in the main roles, each of which they grossed over $2 billion at the box office. The third guy notices that really, I didn't expect that their sales could become so large. Director Zhang tries to squeeze through the crowd. He encourages his subordinates to stop crowding and start working. Him and himself. It's interesting to see what happens there. Then Xingxin appears from behind and abruptly prescribes to her man in the face. At the same time, Xiaomin notes to herself that Lambert, just an unbearable star. She didn't expect her to be bossing her around right in front of Luo Chen. It hurts her reputation. The superstar agrees to become a representative, so she informs the hero that her agent will contact her in a short time to discuss priority dates. Luo Chen immediately clarifies about the fee. Lambert says that if the guy promises her something, then you won't have to pay. This surprises even the hero, because of what he is doing. He hastens to clarify what he has to promise. The girl wants to invite him to dinner, and he will. I must agree. The brunette agrees to these conditions, and then sees off the superstar. Get in the car and is about to leave. But before that, she says goodbye to the guy, asking not to forget about your promise. The girl already knows that Luo Chen can't escape from her. As soon as she leaves, the hero is approached by a trio of colleagues. Each of them is ready to tear up the other just to help him with the project because they want land buyer's autograph. Director Zhang doesn't understand why the new kid has such a relationship with a superstar because the latter didn't even know his name. Xingxin thinks he did all this on purpose. The man should not be angry because most likely Luo Chen is fooling land buyer. These words, they only make the manager angrier. He suggests that the girl herself tried to deceive such a person. Because fooling people's heads is her skill. The girl offers to search a reason to fire him, and the man notices that this is a stupid idea because today all the work is done. The company found out that he had resolved an issue with a large client. If he shoot him out now, then he would be the one to kill. Your reputation will fall below the baseboard. The man decides to deal with this issue differently because a new employee on the first day of work no longer shows respect to his manager, so he can't let him get away with it. He wants Lai Ru to call Kai to teach the boy lesson. The evening comes, and all the employees head to the party, which will be held in the largest entertainment center in Tongju is Villa Hayes. The hero keeps his own equanimity even at such a moment. Two girls behind him are discussing the master's act. Zhang, after all, this corporate event is clearly going to cost several $100,000. My friend admits that. Before, all she could do was glance sideways in the direction of this building, but she'd never been able to see it. I dared to enter. Luo Chen is curious about what's going on. He wants to get to know you better. Employees of the company to see if there are any people who can be used. The manager is approached by a pumped-up man together with a girl. This is the same Kai. They exchange a couple of phrases. It turns out that the jock works for the bio. This is the boss of the underground world. Tongju, Director Zhang admits that the other person is very cool. Kai wants to meet you, an interesting person who joined their department today. The interlocutor points to the hero, saying that this is the boyfriend of their company's beauty Zhang Xiaoman. Kai goes to get acquainted with a closer brunette. Luo Chen notices Wang Kai. He doesn't understand what this madman is doing here. The last one, she approaches him, asking if he is Luo Chen. The hero attentively looks at it, after which, asks if they know each other, taking silence for a negative answer. He asks the interlocutor, don't block his path. After that, he pretentiously passes by it. Kai also notes that the kid was pretty brave. He wonders if he'll be just as cool. A little bit later, Xingxin notices that Luo Chen has already provoked Kai. Director Zhang notes that it will be very interesting. The celebration begins. Kai congratulates his friend on the purchase, a new car. Xiaoman still decides to ask how her boyfriend met land buyer. The brunette claims that it does not concern her. This makes the girl more angry. By noticing, since most people are already full and drunk, Kai suggests that we go upstairs and have a little fun. Have some fun. Zhang doubts this, but the other person points out that this room belongs to the owner, Bio, so he knows everything there. All the manager has to do is bring Luo Chen to him, and he'll take care of the rest. They go up to the top floor, where a huge bunch of people are gambling. Kai says that in the outer zone, the upper limit for open chips is only 1,000, so there are not many people playing here. But in the inner zone there are no restrictions on chips. That's why it's so much more interesting. Xingxin notices that Kai is well versed in this. The latter's companion claims that they go to play every weekend. But this is their first time together. Enter the inner zone. Director Zhang hands his companion a map with 50 points on it, by the thousands, offering to play. After that, he asks if Luo Chen wants to go with Xiaoman, play around. The hero notices that in this casino, 9 out of 10 games are losses. Kai, tell me, what if the guy doesn't have any money? Then let him say so, otherwise his beautiful words don't make any sense. Meaning, Xingxin also says that if he does not play, then he should not spoil the mood. To others, Xiaoman struggles out of Luo Chen's arms, saying that she will go. The guy warns her not to go there. However, the girl claims that it is not her business. She's fuming, but still, he approaches his friends, wanting to spend time with them. The man grins, understanding that the fish was hooked. Xiaoman sits down at the game table with her friends. The dealer deals the cards. As soon as when she sees her cards, she doubles her bets. Xingxin raises the bet. 2 guys in. Kai's girlfriend is passed. That leaves only Xiaoman, who hesitates to give an answer right away. Girlfriend advises her to discard her cards if they are bad for her. Xiaoman decides to increase it. The dealer asks for everyone open their cards. Xiaoman reveals the cards, and it turns out that she has a royal flush. She wins the first con and takes all the money for himself. This makes the girl very happy. At the same time, the guys behind her talk to each other. It turns out that Xiaoman is very lucky, because she is over 5. I raised 20 rounds from a mere 3,000. The other guy asks her how much money she has. There were already straight flushes. Here they turn to the hero, urging him to pay attention to Xiaoman. Another even offers to try it. A friend pulls him down, reminding him that Mr. Zhang wants to deal with Luo Chen, and if they get involved, they might get hurt. The first one, it is claimed that there is nothing to be afraid of, and he likes people like the hero who keep up with him with dignity. He also reminds a colleague that Luo Chen is familiar with land buyer, so that there may be large connections. The hero at the same time notes that gambling is fun, to which it is better not to touch, because it is impossible to beat avid card players, and the fact that losing that money is just a trick. One of the guys at the table can hear them perfectly. Words, mentally noting that the hero is not so bad, since he understands such things. This player does note that not all people in the sales department are sycophants. The interlocutors of the hero still decide to try to play, because they believe that they can win once and leave immediately without getting involved in this fight. They bid farewell to Luo Chen, who is now in the middle of the night. He remains unconvinced about gambling. The dealer deals out cards for a new game. After receiving the cards, one of the players decides to bet all the chips. This surprises everyone. Those present. Kai is a little tense about it. He approaches the player from the back, deciding to ask him what he was doing, because they had teamed up with him to destroy Xiamen, and in the end, they had been forced to do it. The pro decided to beat them, too. Lao Lai, that's the player's name, talks about his principle. One is he. If you want to sit down at the game table, you need to be equally nice to everyone, because someone's money is not worth it. It will always be their money. Kai begins to believe that his friend is bullying him. Jock, he tries to cheat, but someone sends him away, saying that if he doesn't play, then he should get out of here. Kai decides to get even with the impudent man. He asks his girlfriend to leave so he can sit down at the playing table. He also asks her to take another 200,000. In this, two guys that were confident in their abilities, nervously trembling at the table with horror. Luo Chen urges them to stop. After all, there is no chance of winning. In addition, they are already on the verge of bankruptcy, and if they remain without money, the company will not help them in any way. One of the guys says it won't work that way, but he is playing with money from a credit card. And if he returns without winning, then next month he will be able to pay for it. You will have to eat only the earth. The second young man is no better, because he plays on borrowed money. He believes that he was just lucky a few rounds, but Feng Shui constantly changes its own course, because of which it is simply impossible to always lose. Director Zhang decides to ask Kai about the situation. He clarifies how things are going with his local employees. Friends, the man reminds that they wanted to use Shang Xiamen to dig a hole under Luo Chen, and in the end, it just so happened that most of them lost a lot of money here. Kai, it also requires you not to talk nonsense. It goes through several rounds. The jock flies up from the spot, putting all the money is on the line. He just doesn't believe that he can lose with such cards. His girlfriend, she tries to calm him down, because they don't have much money left. The pros are revealed at him. It turns out to be a square, which is why he wins again. The dealer asks Kai to go to the exchange office to close the debt, because the monetary amount of his bet is greater than the number of chips. Then Kai accuses the player of cheating. Those present support this opinion. After all, he wins more than 10 rounds in a row, and this is no longer like ordinary luck. Two security guards in black glasses appear behind the pitching. They're a head taller than he is. Men asked for. Don't make a fuss with Kai by saying that if he likes to play, then he should also like to play. Lose. The jock takes off, claiming that the guards don't care what he's doing. The opponent cheats. He tries to say that he is not a simple person because he works for the bio. At this moment, another man appears from behind the two thugs. It looks more formidable and confident. This person is Dao, who is Bio's main bodyguard. He encourages the young person who said something like that to come forward. Kai starts to tremble nervously. Out of fear, Kai asks his brother to stop, but Tao prescribes him a delicious bream, forcing him to fall on the ground. He reminds me that Kai doesn't have any right to call him brother. Chief bodyguard. Bio leans over the arrogant upstart, claiming that he has considerable courage since he dared to use the name Bio. Kai apologizes, admitting his mistake, but Tao, he turns his gaze to the two guys who were protesting with Kai. It specifies whether they are. There was a lot of talk about someone cheating here. The two of them look away nervously, afraid to give a chance. Answer. Kai, on the other hand, momentarily forgets his fear and points a finger at the player at the table. The Dao hits him on the foot, saying he didn't ask him. The man explains his behavior. It is considered that this gambling hall is the most honest in all of Tongzhou, so what to say? The fact that someone is cheating here will lead to a deterioration in the reputation of the bio. Director Zhang, he says it's just a misunderstanding. Dao sits down at the counter, saying it's not up to them to decide. He takes a seat at the counter, claiming that he will be watching Lao Lai to ensure that he doesn't dare to play dishonestly. If they are sure of their words and prove them in practice, they will be returned. The entire amount lost and the case can be considered closed. Two guys who got up to their ears in debts notice that they have lost every penny. The bandit's eyes sparkle. Anticipation. He is ready to lend them money, but they will have to return it 3 times more. Two guys realize that it is almost impossible to win 3 times as much, and Dao wants to make sure that they dug their own grave. The man also specifies whether they want to play or not. At the same time, he crunches his fists threateningly. These actions give them the creeps. Come forward, Liu Chen, asking, lend him 100 grand. Zai Aman thinks that her young man is crazy. Two guys trying it out to dissuade, and the hero only says that you just need to recoup. Cao clarifies whether you understand the interlocutor that he will have to return 300,000 to him instead of the 100 borrowed. Liu Chen requires you to start the distribution. Having received the cards, but not even looking at them, the hero puts everything on the line. Money. Zai Aman is horrified, because the guy didn't even look at the cards. Director Zhang and Kai. They are on the same page, because they know that if Liu Chen loses, he will pull them along. Also, they will surely disgrace themselves. Dao is also amazed that a boy with such abilities would dare stand up for others. The player is revealed first. He has 3 queens on his hand. The hero asks for forgiveness. At him, it turns out to be a jack and a king. And along with the cards on the table, it is a straight. He takes the first con. Nobody. He doesn't understand how Liu Chen did it, and Kai's girlfriend thinks he was just lucky. The opponent demands to continue the game. After a few rounds, the hero will have a huge pile. Chips. He won 1,400,000. This is all the money that his colleagues lost. Dao is amazed at what is happening, because the kid has won every blind. It tries to figure out how to do this. The man knows Lao Lai and his gambling skills very well. Besides, he's known as heartless. There's no way he could have intentionally leaked the game. The cards were handed out by a man, Dao, so the hero didn't have the chance to cheat. Liu Chen approaches Dao, informing him that gives him the agreed 300,000. He's about to leave, but he comes out of the next room. The person who says that the others can go, but they will have to stay. By this, the person turns out to be Bio. The audience recognizes the young man as Hong Bio, the king of the Tongzhou underground world. The latter orders his bodyguard to vacate the hall. The Tao orders everyone to leave the hall, with the exception of Liu Chen. Director Zhang nervously thanks for the opportunity. Kai is the same. Grabs his girlfriend, realizing that this is their chance to leave. All that remains are the guys for whom the hero also intervened, and Zai Aman. They are hesitant, so Dao them to hurry up, because if they stay here, it's certain death. The hero also notices that if they stay here, then they will. There's nothing they can do to help, so they can go. The first person who decides to go is the girl who leads away. Follow the guys. They descend to the first level of the Villa Hayes underground car park. Guys, I don't like what they did. They can't be considered loyal friends after this, after all. Liu Chen stood up for them. Zai Aman also says that they had no other choice, because against them. Still, Hong Bio made a speech. Guys take this into consideration, realizing that they can only hope that the hero will be alright. The hero decides to find out if the other person really wants him to stay here. Bio lights a cigar from the hands of a subordinate, after which he asks the guy not to worry, because he is just interested. His card skills, which is why he wants to chat with him. Liu Chen says he has nothing to worry about. Talk to him. Tao is blown up, not believing that anyone dares to talk to him like that. His boss, Bio, stops him with a hand gesture. He notices that since the interlocutor is so, if it is straightforward, then it will also speak directly. They give the hero a choice. Either he works for him, or he'll leave him with nothing. The last words make Liu Chen laugh, and then he notes that there is no one here who can do such a thing. The words sting Bio, but he doesn't mind. Decides to specify whether the other person will work for them or not. The hero is surprised. After all, not. He understands who Bio thinks he is to demand this. The king of the underground world is blown up from his place, noting that the interlocutor does not appreciate him at all. Good attitude. In a word, he unleashes on the hero of the Tao, which has long been impatient. Liu Chen, on the other hand, sees through the attacker's soul. He tells us that Tao is covered in blood and other people's souls, and his hands had taken many lives. Before these words, the criminal moves, confident, but he has some hesitation. The hero notices that Tom finally became afraid. The dark-haired man is behind the enemy's back in an instant, declaring that he should be remembered in the next one. I know that in this world, not everyone can be contacted. The Tao assures us that in this world there is no one who would dare contact him. He notices that Liu Chen is behind him. Bandit, prepare to stab him with a knife, but the hero turns out to be the first. He decides to return it to Tom. The same words, so with a swipe of his finger he drives it into the playing table. Mentally, a former immortal notices that Emperor Wuji's breathing has weakened a bit again. he understands that before he will find suitable seeds, he will have to use it sparingly. Other security guards, they fall into a stupor because the guy dealt with their leader in one blow. Another man, he notices that Luo Chen is definitely a top-level martial artist. Bio same, he orders his subordinates not to panic, because even the master has his own limit and they have a lot people, so they'll just take it in numbers. Bio, on the other hand, nervously searches for a contact on his phone while he's waiting for it. People attack the hero in a crowd. Mentally, the king of the Tongju underground world understands that they had stumbled upon the master in a very inappropriate place. So they should call immediately reinforcements, because if everyone found out about today's events, he wouldn't have any more opportunities to do business in this city. Bio puts the phone to his ear, listening to the phone calls. Beeps. He bites his finger, knowing that his men won't last long. After a moment, he realizes that for some reason it became very quiet. He looks up and sees the hero, who clarifies whether he got through. All of Bio's people are already passed out. The phone is finally picked up. Someone asks what's the problem. Case, the king of the underworld is sweating, not knowing what to do. Then the hero gives him permission to answer. It turns out that Bio is calling the hero's student, the same one called the master. Noticing that the colleagues got into trouble, she drops the phone, asking them to get the car ready so they can get out of here. Let's go. The girl also notes that they need to hurry. Bio with a satisfied face, he turns to Luo Chen, admitting that he underestimated him today and that he definitely has a problem. There are abilities, but he should not assume that relying on his dexterity he will be able to. Being headstrong in Tongju, the king of the underworld declares that soon there will be people here, the ones he called, so even if there were 10 of them like him, he still wouldn't know. I won. The hero shows no interest, only asking them to hurry up so that they can speed up. Mentally, the interlocutor is indignant. He wants to recruit someone else, but tells the hero to wait. People are very bored. Luo Chen abruptly leans over the guy, causing him to drop the phone and offering to play something before they show up. The brunette clarifies whether the interlocutor knows what about the game 1000-7. Meanwhile, too, a student arrives at the gambling building along with Master Yu. The latter asks why. Security guards, what is happening in the casino and why they are not inside. The same ones say that half an hour. Lai Bio ordered them to clear the hall, so they went out. Master Yu slaps him in the face, calling him master, a blockhead. They take the elevator to the desired floor. As soon as the doors open, you will see they are presented with an unpleasant picture. Several dozen guards are lying unconscious. The man wonders who Bio has offended this time. At this time, a distant voice is heard, a cry of pain. Bio threatens the hero with violence, receiving blows to the face. He is sure that the guy today, he'll definitely die. Luo Chen is amazed that he is still snapping at him in this position. For him, this is a signal that this is still not enough. Then the king of the underground world hears the girl's voice behind him. Tears welled up in his eyes as his sister came to his rescue. Bio is happy that the master, Yu, is also here. He asks them to save him faster, and the girl recognizes the attacker as her own. Teachers, Bio already believes that the hero will die today. He points out that Luo Chen is not as special as the other one. Same Master Yu. The guy wants to say something else, but the girl prescribes him a strong bream, does not, knowing how he dared. This is baffling to Bio, a representative of the fair sex. The same asks for forgiveness because they failed to properly track their dog and thus insulted the teacher. At the same time, she bows her head in a respectful bow. Then it comes to Bio that this young guy is my sister's teacher. The girl orders a subordinate, open your eyes and listen carefully. She introduces her teacher and dear family guest. The student also notes that the teacher personally saw her grandfather, so the Bio should go to him, address him as Mr. Luo. Bio falls to her knees, begging for forgiveness. He admits he didn't know who I was dealing with and insulted him. The guy also asks Mr. Luo for leniency. Luo Chen passes by, shooting a piercing glance at Bio, who is already beginning to behave. Bury it. The student wants to intervene in this case, but the hero stops him with a hand gesture, saying that since it was her man, then he would leave it to her. The brunette also notices that he doesn't. Be sure to ask their opinion. A representative of the fair sex rejoices, demanding for the subordinate to thank Mr. Luo for showing mercy. Bio bows down. Thanks to. The girl asks the teacher to wait. She catches up with him on the way out of the building. It turns out that she was supposed to give him an invitation letter on behalf of her grandfather to the Tongju auction. The interlocutor hands the guy a beautiful envelope. The hero doesn't understand. Why does he need it? The girl asks if the teacher remembers the small wooden box from paintings. Luo Chen assumes that this is a box of spiritualized seed, so he says. She asks what's wrong with her. The student explains that her grandfather noticed that he was interested in her, and I wanted to invite him to this auction because that wooden box was originally wanted. Put it on it. The hero notices that the E family is going out of their way to attract him to their side. It may cause a lot of trouble. He informs the student that he accepts the invitation letter. He also asks her to pass on his gratitude to her grandfather. The student declares that he will pick him up in the morning, but Luo Chen insists that it is not necessary, because he will get there on his own. The guy jumps into a taxi and drives away. At the same time, subordinates treat Bio's wounds. The Dao clarifies whether the young man they ran into is definitely their sister's teacher. Bio also notes that today they were disgraced and defeated. It also requires that the next time they met the guy, they were respectful. He also wants to cook expensive gifts so that one day you can personally go to him and ask for forgiveness. Bio realizes that even if they do not have the opportunity to make friends with people of this status, they should not. You can't remain enemies. Events are transferred to the living room of the Yamaha Hotel. Luo Chen puts it on, the suit, and comes in it. He gives the guy at the reception desk his invitation and then passes forward. In the spacious hall, the rich chat about their own business. Chao communicates with an acquaintance who he says that he just saw a new face in this place. The fat man had heard that the new guy had very large connections, so he asks the interlocutor to find out more about him. Then baby Chen asks to see this person, noting that usually people of the same age come here and they almost all know each other here, so he doesn't understand how a stranger could appear here. Then he notices Luo Chen, who is wearing a suit. His appearance angered Ko because he does not know how he got there for such an event. He admits that he knows him. The interlocutor hugs him, stating that Chen is really very cool. The fat man wants to know what family this person belongs to. He wants Ko to introduce him so they can get to know each other. Little Chen also states that this is just nonsense because this guy is just a redneck. The interlocutor reminds us that this is impossible because today there is a private auction, not an open one. This means that a person with no connections would not be able to get here. Ko then claims to have seen the guy for 2 days back. He's willing to give a damn that this guy is just a redneck. The friend decides to accept the words. The guy is for the truth, so he notices that in this case he does not need to talk to him. Get acquainted. The fat man notices that Little Chen's tone has changed, becoming far from normal. Joyful, then Ko says that this puppy dared to recapture the girl from him. These words, they surprise the interlocutor, who believes that the boy was lucky to live since he dared to do such a thing. He steps forward, deciding that he will help his bro deal with Luo Chen. Luo Chen is sitting in the audience reading a book. Ko's friend decides to talk to him. He notices that he hasn't seen him here before, so the fat man asks who he came here with. The hero simply ignores the interlocutor, doing his own thing. Then he decides to step in. Little Chen, he loudly declares that his friend asked Luo Chen a question, and then asks if he is the right person, deaf or dumb. The brunette reports that the wind suddenly blew and raised ripples on the spring waters. The pond. The companions look at the guy with incomprehension, not understanding what he is talking about. They count. What's wrong with his head? Then the girl in the next chair chimes in. She repeats the hero's words, then explains what he wanted to say and what he cares about it. Luo Chen closes the book, stating that dumb people like them need to learn more, otherwise, even to understand that they were cursed, they will be forced to look for an interpreter. Girl, he covers his mouth to keep from laughing, and the two guys start shaking with anger and anger. Friend of Chao. The first one can't stand it. He claims that the guy needs to spend less of his ancient knowledge, phrases, because he can take his life at any second. Then another person approaches the noisy company, who is in a hurry to understand the situation. This, Manager Lee. The fat man puts a hand on his back, claiming that he arrived just in time. After all, an unknown character somehow snuck in here and made a big fuss. The manager is very politely asks the hero to show him the invitation. Luo Chen also clarifies why the interlocutor. She only asks him because there are so many people here. The man explains his actions by saying that he knows all the other people, and of course they don't need to be checked. The two companions nod, with his head behind the man's back, while he stresses that he has never seen Luo Chen here, and if it doesn't show the invitation letter, then it will have to ask it to leave. The hero decides not to be stubborn and show the invitation letter in a red brochure. The Trinity is surprised by this development of events. The fat man immediately calls it a fake, stating that the beggar cannot to be such a thing. Ko joins in, demanding that Luo Chen stop pretending. Manager Lee asks his friends to be patient, because this may not be good, affect their reputation. He suggests that they go up to the upper hall and rest. And here he is. Be sure to deal with everything. The guys decide to leave this matter to the man and leave. Here, the manager begins to speak quite differently. He notices that he has already done enough to preserve his reputation, so today it doesn't matter if he has an invitation card, a letter or not, for he must leave in any case, and if he is thrown out with a scandal, then this is going to be a very ugly situation. At this moment, several people appear behind Luo Chen, thugs. Then a loud voice from behind makes everyone turn around. I decided to attend the event myself. Elder Yi is the last to approach the manager, noticing that he is too bold. Once, I decided to expel the dear guest invited by him. Li turns to look at the hero, not sure what it is. He is this guest. Luo Chen notices to himself that the old man has arrived just in time. Otherwise, he would have to expend the rest of Emperor Wuji's strength in such a place. Mr. Yi with his. The granddaughter decides to find out if everything is in order with the hero. The girl also notes that she was late, that he's asking for forgiveness. Luo Chen, on the other hand, is confident, saying that everything is fine and it's unlikely that he is either. Something might have happened. The manager is aware that esteemed Elder Yi is using politeness in speech in relation to someone. This only finally finishes off the man. Granddaughter in. The grandfather notices that the subordinate showed inattention. The latter admits that, I made some serious mistakes and behaved like a blind dog. He wants to say something else, but Mr. Yi shuts him up. Luo Chen insists that it's all a small matter, so don't get angry. Then, the elder orders Lao Yu to deal with it. Events are moved to the top floor. PRJSC. He communicates with his friend, noting that they were well supported by Manager Li. Interlocutor. He also realizes that some redneck decided to measure up to them. Suitable for friends. Father Ko, who urges you to behave decently, because they say that today the respected. I invited one guest, so he asks me to look him in the eye and promise that they won't show up to anyone. Be rude. Seung says that he's not such a fool, and they all know esteemed Yi, so they can't help it. They can't provoke his people. Also, the kid thinks that given their position, esteemed Yi should also show them some courtesy. Then two men approach the trio. They immediately clarify who they are. At this point, someone from the outside is ordering to throw out Trinity from here. This confuses them. The father, son, and fat girl are forced into a separate room, from which there is only access to the street. The man orders them to get out of here, but the guy's father decides to find out from the head of who in. What's up? The other guy just slams the door in his face without explaining anything. Chow is trying to find out from the father what happened, but the man prescribes a strong beam to his child, sharply, asking who he had insulted. A man has been part of this society for many years, and for the first time, so disgraced. Ko also recalls recent events. He realizes that they don't know anyone. They also insulted Luo Chen. The guy initially thinks that he just has an unrealistic reputation, but then he discards this thought, considering it impossible. The auction is currently underway. In full swing, the host congratulates number 23 on purchasing a pair of hairpins, Dragon and Phoenix, for 170,000 yuan. It warns that soon their employees will be able to. They will sign a contract with them certifying the trade transaction. After that, it goes to the next lot. Luo Chen mentally notes that all the lots here are works of art and antiques. Then Elder Yi asks the hero to wait a little longer, because soon the other one will come. Human. The guy already suspected that the old man invited him for a reason, and now it was revealed. The truth is that he has some business with him. The white-haired man decides to clarify that with the man they're waiting for. He's known for over a decade, and he's never suspected him. And if he hadn't seen the fake on the train then, he would still be in the dark. Here too, a man with glasses approaches them. He apologizes for his tardiness, justifying it by saying that, I was stuck in a traffic jam. Elder Yi looks at the hero expectantly. The expert notices Luo Chen, deciding to clarify what it is. A young man. The old man says that this is his new friend, who has a lot of experience. He has a talent in the field of object identification, and today he has the opportunity to take it to this place. The man grins inwardly, thinking that respected Yi is out of his mind. He's not, especially believes that the young man on the contrary is able to conduct examinations. The expert apologizes by saying that I didn't know they were colleagues. The hero forgives him for this. The same seethes with anger, because with his qualifications and experience, calling this boy a colleague is like flattering him, and the other boy is a co-worker. I didn't even compliment him back, just looked down on him. The expert decides to teach you a lesson. An arrogant youngster. At this time, the host puts up a new lot, calling it one of the main ones. This is a bronze antique sword from the Eastern Zhou era. During this period, the skill of the bronze, the art of antiquity has reached its peak. The man notices that this thing is quite good. He also claims that it will be very difficult to find it on the market in such good condition, and the initial price is not high. The expert offers to buy it. The hero intervenes in the conversation, calling. The new lot is a bit questionable. The man decides to show off his knowledge, stating that he has. There is an experience that is several decades long, and his young colleague hardly even knows how much. The item must pass the verification procedures to get to the auction. Luo Chen ignores these questions, words calling the item a fake. The expert gets word incontinence. He doesn't understand how some kid can carry a gun. Such nonsense in front of him. The man notices that it is impossible to evaluate objects just by taking a look at this. Schuinger, on the other hand, mentally notes that what is happening is very familiar to her. The expert is the same. He claims that one talent in this business is not enough, but there must be skill and such. Many years of experience, like his, because that's what he learned. His name is Tang Zhang. Luo Chen didn't. He understands why this whole pointless argument is happening. He suggests simply buying this lot and take a look, because nothing terrible will happen if the examination is carried out several more times. Organizations. The interlocutor does not understand why they should wait for expertise from other people. He's here. Tang Jun asks Mr. Yi to confirm that he is the best appraiser in the world. All Tanju. The old man confirms this, then asks his granddaughter to announce the price. He asks the hero not to attach any importance to this. But in the field of expertise, old Tang never. I was wrong. The latter does not understand how such a young man dared to measure forces with him in his own country. This fear. In addition, he had spent more time with Esteemed than he had ever lived. The organizer announces a price of 3 million, starting the countdown. Schuinger raises the price to 5 million. The two girls present realize that Respected Yi's place is there, so no one else is there. Don't dare place a bet. Indeed, the lot goes to Mr. Yi. At this time, the man decides. Tell them that all this time, he was just studying historical information about the era. So as of today, this precious sword has become a rarely seen item among the aristocracy. The expert also notes that the Respected Yi has an unusually sharp eye. Otherwise, today, they might make a mistake, because if in the future they would want to buy it at this price, it would be quite difficult. Luo Chen just ignores him, which hits him hard. A man's pride. He breaks down and jumps up, claiming that he was being polite to him. Just because the Esteemed Yi is here. He didn't expect him to be so ignorant, and dare to provoke him again. The man claims that he is several decades old, thoroughly engaged in the examination of antiques, and there was never such a thing that he did not notice. Marriage. But he only has at least 100 issued licenses. At this time, Mr. Yi approaches a subordinate and whispers something in your ear. The expert notes that they do not know his merits at all, and that still dares to question it. Then the old man claps his hands, riveting her to him. Attention. He says it's all well said, but Mr. Tang will have to explain some things. At this time, the subordinate takes out a paper on which a sword is depicted. This paper confirms that this lot is a fake. The expert can't believe this. Development of events. He again reminds us that all items that get here pass through multi-level verification, so that no fakes were ever found here. Intervenes in the conversation. Schuinger. The girl claims that the man always encouraged his grandfather to buy only fakes because he knew that his grandfather trusted him and would not give them up for examination. Expert advisor. But he calls it slander because there was no benefit for him to do so. Schoolgirl. The hero notices that there was a benefit. She just sent people to investigate about the bronze one, an antique sword, as well as a fake painting from last time. It turned out that the person who gave these items to the auction house was actually Tang Zhang. The man is trying to somehow to justify himself, but the girl continues to push, saying that he bribed appraisers on the auction house so that his fakes get on it, and then bred his grandfather to buy them, and from this, I made a profit. Schuinger still decides to clarify whether the man will admit that he'd done it, or she'd need to bring the appraiser he'd conspired with here, too. Expert advisor crashes on the floor. He turns to Mr. Yi, claiming that he can explain everything. A man on the move. He gives me an excuse, telling me that he recently had an accident in his family, and I needed money. Then the girl reminds that the interlocutor has at his disposal 20 shops that his grandfather gave him. They should have been enough to cover expenses for the entire year. Multiple lives. A representative of the fair sex notes that the expert secretly collected huge amounts of money. She clarifies why he did it. The man is trembling with fear. He puts his hands over his mouth, because for some reason he can't say it. Then Mr. Yi, after finding out the truth, he asks Lao Yu to take the deceiver away. Schuinger is indignant. She doesn't understand why. This man, who had been working for my grandfather for several decades, turned out to be like this, ungrateful, even though his grandfather provided for him. The elder notices that it is most likely a case of, it's not about money, because this person risked his life for some other reason. There's probably someone who bribed him in some way. The girl takes these words seriously, so she does not understand who else is within them. Tongju could poach such a person. Mr. Yi assumes that his old friend has returned. The enemy, so at the right moment, he would have to trouble Mr. Luo. The last one. He understands that this is the real reason why the Yi family has been so kind to him. At the same time, an extremely special lot is put up for auction, which is the last one. This, titled to 120 square meters of real estate in the Panlongwan area, square kilometers. Its starting price is 1 million. Schuinger hurries to tell you that a few years ago, real estate in this area was worth more than 10 billion, and now it is. One headache. The hero becomes interested in why this is. The girl explains that before that, everything is fine. 3 developers of the Panlongwan district died under mysterious circumstances on the 7th day after taking office. The construction crew that went there was also killed. Total, within a few years, dozens of human lives were lost. When the dead were found, they all looked extremely terrifying and frightening. However, the body wasn't even covered in blood. Small wounds were also found, and no illnesses were found. Besides, they found more yesterday. One victim in the area. The deceased is a taxi driver. They say that neither by car nor by car. There was no damage to the body. The hero also grabs the taxi driver, remembering something important. No one ever decides to buy. The host understands that if no one makes a bet, then we'll have to deal with the failed auction. 2 girls communicate with each other. One notices that it used to be the most expensive piece of land in Tongju, but today it is being given away, almost for nothing, but no one takes it. The interlocutor claims that only a fool will take this one. Well, after all, this fun is life-threatening. Only those who are tired of living will become. This is to buy. Luo Chen stands up from his seat, announcing that he is buying this item. Chapter 1-23. There is a minute's pause. Everyone is impressed by this statement. 2 girls. We are amazed that someone actually dared to place a bet. One of them is even interesting. Where did this guy come from? Even the host freezes in place. Her boss asks her to hurry. The aristocrat from the next balcony becomes really curious. It notices that if this person can stay there for 7 days, then she won't mind getting to know him. Schuinger is shocked by what Master is doing. She reminds me that everything they've just been talking about. They said it wasn't a joke at all. Even Mr. Yi asks him to think about it seriously. The hero is the same. He straightens his tie, assuring them that he'll be fine and they can rest easy. The girls. There are still doubts, but after looking at her grandfather, she decides to accept it. Here in it, a credit card is flying. Luo Chen reports that there is 1 million on the card. He asks her to settle the transaction formalities and sign everything in his stead. He says goodbye, stating that he has things to do. The student decides to find out where the mentor is going. Hero without. Yudeki replies that he is on his way to Panlongwan. Luo Chen drives his car to Panlongwan. He notes that this place is located very close to the city area, but it is very empty. The hero understands that the news is not. They lied, but he still wants to see for himself how much evil power is hidden there in the end. Evil spirits. He gets out of the car and sees cyclones circling over the completed building. Dark energy. The dark-haired man holds out his hand, telling them to leave. He is still amazed that at the midday hour, when the sun Kai is extremely pure, so much dark energy could be gathered here. Cold evil energy. He moves closer to the unfinished building, realizing that the main thing is that the building is not built. The construction has already been completed, and that a lot of money was spent on it once. The hero is being stalked. The feeling that something is wrong here. He makes the frame with 4 fingers. Luo Chen feels that on a high mountain, the lone wind is raging. It turns out that this is the place from the very beginning. It collected the souls of the dead. A single high-rise building also collided with several bloody deaths, and it's not surprising that there are so many harbingers of trouble here. Apparently, after he gets it, he will have to put a lot of effort into converting it. In that moment, a plump woman runs up to the hero. She asks him not to go to this building because something's going on inside. The woman notes that time will pass, and he will never see her again. He can leave even if he wants to. Luo Chen suggests that the earth is shrouded in spirits. He doesn't feel it. However, Emperor Wuji's power didn't react at all. The interlocutor takes it out of her bag, a blueprint left by her son, who once worked here as a builder during his lifetime. She points out that this is a very large place. So if you don't know how to get out, then you should go to the path specified there. The hero accepts the gift, realizing that it is a master's drawing. Works. After a moment, he looks up, but she's already gone. Luo Chen enters the building. Inside, he feels something unusual. It finds the source of problems. Presumably, the damage to the feng shui flow in these buildings was done intentionally by the designer. The guy tries to understand why this was necessary. Most likely, this is for the sake of creating a large seal that collects spirits. The hero notes that 9 evil spirits are connected and act against the will of heaven. He understands that the evil spirit who did this is really crazy. While Luo Chen is trying to deal with this force, he is ordered to raise his hands from behind. He looks around and sees 3 policemen. The hero realizes that he has an obstacle. The policeman asks who he is, and the girl calls for raising your hands. They notice that the hero, he makes strange movements with his hands, and one of them says it out loud. The girl is the same. She warns him that she's counting to 3, and if he doesn't answer, she'll make a warning call. Shot. And one of the guys starts with 3 at once, making a shot. The bullet passes in several directions, inches from Luo Chen's head. The latter turns in their direction, calling them to himself. A bunch of fools. The girl also shouts at her partner, asking what they would do if I really hit it. The comrade declares that this person dared to resist them orders, so he should have given him a warning. Representative of the beautiful, Paula calls her partner a blockhead, after which they return their attention to the hero. Man, he asks why he came here. The girl also says that in the territory of Panmongwen, there were several murders, so it was sealed off by law enforcement. Though, Chen realizes that Emperor Wuji's remaining strength should be enough to calm them down, but then he won't be strong enough to deal with this thing. They are also aware that entering into conflict with law enforcement agencies is not the smartest choice right now. It remains for him. Only act on the situation. The girl mentally notices that the guy opposite is about. She's her age, but he doesn't panic at gunpoint. She's amazed at that. How well it is developed psychologically. The hero raises his hands, urging the police not to be nervous. It appears to be normal. He was a fan of the supernatural, so he came to this place to shoot some videos. The police officer doesn't believe him, believing that he is a serial killer who is connected to the murders in this city, and that he belongs to the category of criminals who return to the scene. Crimes. The girl has a better shutter speed. It asks you not to use it. Co-worker inertia thinking and pass judgment as you please, because they are serious. Refer to evidence. The girl asks the hero to help her to conduct an investigation. After all, they currently have a specific situation, and if the guy is telling the truth, then after the interrogation, they will release him. Yuo Chen is a little surprised at how they ask him for help. Cooperation. The girl puts him in handcuffs, noticing that this is an order. They decide. Go back to management. They've been walking for half an hour, but they keep coming back to the building. The man thinks that there was a malfunction in navigation. The girl does not believe in it, because they are all the time. They went north and didn't even change direction. Yuo Chen decides to tell them the truth. It turns out that in the territory of Panmongwen there are 9 spirits that spoil feng shui. They cover 9 of the 12 shijin. So, in addition to the intervals from 7 to 9, from 9 to, you can't get out between 11 and 1 o'clock. The girl claims that this is just superstition. She also notices that the young man's head is already full of thoughts about supernatural phenomena at his age. For her, this becomes a wake-up call, so the servant of the law claims that even if there are no problems with him, she will still have to do a good job of his ideological education. The friend notes that education will not help such people, because the guy came from the village and there is a chance that he did not even go to the middle class. At the same time, the man shows the girl the hero's identity card. Representative of the beautiful Paula doesn't share his opinion. She encourages her partner to choose their expressions, because even if they talk about a suspect, they must maintain a minimum of politeness. The sun is sinking below the horizon. The police start to panic. The man nervously says that they came out on a road that could have been completed in half an hour, having spent as much as 4 hours, but they again found themselves in the same place. The policeman clutches his head, emphasizing that they've already tried everything, which makes him ready to believe that this place is really unusual. The girl does not fully believe in this, stating that they definitely made a mistake somewhere. Yuo Chen realizes that this girl was really unyielding, because she stubbornly dragged them here until the evening. The guy understands that it's about 5 or 7 o'clock in the evening, and those guys can appear at any moment. The hero approaches the police and demands to remove the handcuffs. He warns them that if they want to get out, they must do as he says. The girl is ready to agree to this, but the harsh light hits her eyes, attracting attention. A taxi pulls up to them, in which the same missing driver is sitting. A grumpy cop steps forward. He doesn't know how the taxi got here, or why it was so late in the first place. The taxi driver says that he just gave a ride to a neighboring city and thought that it would be unprofitable to go back with an empty transport, and he was just passing this beautiful place, which is why he decided to stop by and see if anyone was there. The third policeman puts a hand on his colleague's shoulder. He notices that it's not a good idea to continue walking around in circles here, so they'd better try going with him. The interviewee admits that this makes sense. After that, he turns to the driver, specifying whether he will give them a ride to the parking lot at the tourist center, otherwise they left their official car there. A colleague calls the girl, offering to get in the car and go. Yuo Chen also warns that if she doesn't want to die, then she shouldn't go, because that driver is already dead. They don't understand why others hesitate. He decides to stop by the salon. There, the guy discovers a taxi driver's license. He becomes familiar with the name Zhang Liu. He recalls that just this morning he was told that a man had found a body in the Longwen district. The policeman shivers, and the dead man turns his head sharply toward him. At this time, the girl chastises the hero, stating that if he once again puts forward his ideas about spirits and interferes with the execution of the law, then, in accordance with the law, she will arrest him. At this moment, a heart-rending scream is heard from the taxi. The cop doesn't understand what's going on. She pulls out her gun, urging Luo Chen to stand still and not move while she goes to take a look. The hero mentally notes that it is difficult to convince a person who is destined to die with good words. A dead taxi driver crawls out of the car window, saying that the passenger should not run away because he will give him a ride. The police officer is in a state of shock. He calls for help. The girl intervenes. She's trying to figure out what's going on. A representative of the fair sex points a weapon at the monster, warning that an attack on the person during the execution. This is a serious crime. The taxi driver turns his head 180 degrees, noticing the beauty. At this moment, a third policeman appears behind the girl, who, apparently, has long been dead. She doesn't know what's going on. At this time, Luo Chen takes off the handcuffs, mentally noting that it is difficult to adapt to the feeling of complete restriction. He decides to think carefully about finding the spirit seeds after he returns. Then the hero feels the appearance of someone behind him. He looks around and sees the woman who gave him the map. Luo Chen realizes that this is a spirit connected to the earth. The guy decides to hurry up the interlocutor, specifying what is the matter. The same one asks him to help those young people, otherwise they will die. The hero turns around, saying that he can't do it. The woman bows her head in despair. Luo Chen also points out that it's not morning after all, so if she doesn't want to be eaten away by the evil aura and become an evil spirit, then she should immediately disappear. The interlocutor also notices that if the guy is able to understand that drawing, then he must have a way to save them. She doesn't want to let people die in this place. Luo Chen, on the other hand, doesn't understand what method he's talking about. He also notes that he has no reason to show his secret trump card here. The woman lets out her aura, trying to get her own way. The hero is not inferior to her. At this time, the police officer pushes the attacker away from her, after which she recognizes him as Lao Lo, her comrade. The second policeman asks his partner to save him. The guy is in a difficult situation. The monster driver was already climbing on top of him, about to sink its sharp teeth into his flesh. A representative of the fair sex makes a shot in the back of evil spirits, because of which the latter falls to the ground. She runs up to her friend, wanting to help him up, but he pushes her away, starting to run away in a panic. The policewoman wakes up in a moment. Both monsters had already taken aim at her. The girl shivers as she sees the monsters moving towards her. She demands that they don't fit. Those who ignore her order continue to move. Then she opens fire. 2 bullets hit a former taxi driver. One caters to the stomach and the other to the left side of the chest. But this does not stop the monster. The police officer doesn't understand how this is possible, because she was hit right in the heart. Even before her death, she believes that somewhere she just made a mistake. Tears trickle down her cheeks. The monster raises its hand to kill her, but Luo Chen intervenes. He cuts down one of the monsters, which then turns to dust. The second evil spirit does not understand who he is. The hero also gives him 3 seconds to thoroughly remember the wonderful time when he was a man. The monster puts his hands out in front of him, asking him to wait, but Luo Chen says that time is up. After that, he dispels the monster with a wave of his hand. The hero orders the girls to go to him. She tries to get to her feet, but she can't do it. Apparently, due to a bad fall, she injured her leg. Luo Chen exhales heavily, but still scoops up the policewoman in his arms. She wants to say something, blushing with embarrassment, but the guy demands that she stop talking. During the journey, she decides to question her savior. She asks the following questions. Who is he? How did he remove the handcuffs? What happened to the other 2? What did he just do with them? Luo Chen doesn't want to answer so many questions, so he says that he will only answer one, so the girls should think carefully. Then a representative of the fair sex asks how they can get out of here. The guy also recalls a recent conversation with the spirit. The place where the 9 evil spirits generate yin is a seal that concentrates the spirits and locks up the souls of the dead. Everyone who was killed here became evil spirits. And when the number of evil spirits reaches 90, the king of evil spirits will be incarnated. If these people are absorbed by the evil aura, then the local master will awaken. By that time, even if the hero's skill level becomes even higher, he should not think that he will be able to get out of this situation in one piece. The hero then realized that the interlocutor wants to force to save people. He admits that he is very sorry, but judging from what he has just encountered, this magic seal is striving to form, and it has very little left. It can be said that even the earth spirit is here. It is necessary to turn into evil spirits, but this will not affect him in any way. Then the woman asks what the hero will do if this magic seal also holds back the dragon veins. Liu Chen runs into the house with the police officer in his arms. He demands that she get off by simply stretching out her arms. The same one asks you to do it easier. When the girl is on her feet, she looks around, realizing that they are in some old house. She decides to clarify why the savior brought her here. The brunette asks her to be quiet, explaining that they won't be able to leave tonight. This surprises the fair sex, and the hero admires the appearance of a powerful stream of scarlet energy that hits the sky. Liu Chen says that the police officer will stay in the house tonight. He instructs her not to leave it a single step until dawn. The guy snaps 2 fingers, creating a defense. The girl ceases to understand anything, so she demands an explanation. The hero says that he has no normal explanations, but only superstitions. This angers the cop, but she accepts the fact that the guy was very vindictive. She recalls recent events, admitting that they are simply incomprehensible to the mind, even though she's experienced it firsthand. She still can't believe that the supernatural forces can actually exist. The girl decides that tomorrow she needs to submit a petition to the General Directorate of Law Enforcement to raise the level of investigation of the Longwen District to the highest. She believes that it is necessary to make everything secret explicit. Then she notices that the guy has opened the door. The girl is in a hurry to find out where he is going. Liu Chen explains that he is going to rescue her partner. The police officer recalls that Commander Zhu ran away from her. She swallows her pride as she asks if the guy will be back. The hero does not give an answer, closing the door behind him. Outside, Liu Chen realizes that the earthbound spirit did not lie, although his divine Kai hasn't been awakened yet, and he can't sense the faint energy of heaven and earth. However, judging from the signs of this spirit seed's rebirth, it's safe to say that there are indeed dragon veins in this place. If originally each of the evil spirits and the 9 evil spirits focusing seal needed to be corrupted by at least 10 evil spirits to activate the seal, now, due to the influence of the dragon veins, they would only need half of the original amount to complete the ritual. The hero is attacked by one of the monsters. He easily dodges its attack, and then deals with it with a single swipe of his finger. After that, other monsters run to the sounds of battle. He recalls Xia Jingjing's words, according to which, to date, there are only 40 cases in the Panlongwen District case 3 victims. If you add poor Liu, there are 44 law enforcement officers. Thus, the last evil spirit is missing to form the 9 evil spirits connection. If at least one more person is damaged by the evil aura and turns into evil spirits, then everything will get out of control. He's glad the girl hid in that wooden hut. Emperor Wuji's remaining strength is enough to make it impossible for these vermin to even come close to him. The biggest problem right now is the missing guy. Liu Chen provokes a mob of evil spirits to attack him. At the same time, the police officer gets to a strange pole in the building, which is shrouded in a strange energy, and on it there are several seals in the form of pieces of paper. The guy doesn't understand what it is. In fact, this is the king of evil spirits. At this time of night, someone calls. Her father is very worried about her, so he doesn't understand where she ran off to again at 11:30 in the morning. She tries to explain that she has already sent him a text message saying that she is on an overtime shift at the department, which is why she will not return home this evening. The man also emphasizes that right now he is in their control. He focuses on the fact that the girl is getting bolder and bolder since she dared to arbitrarily exceed her authority and lead the group. Her father gives her 30 minutes to get home, or he'll have them all suspended. The boss is no exception. The girl wants her father to listen to her, but he hangs up. She kicks the furniture in anger, then notices that her leg doesn't hurt anymore. She thinks about what she should do. A representative of the fair sex is aware that the man said that you cannot go out until dawn. But if she continues to hang around here, then her professional career will end there. She recalls Confucius saying that he didn't talk about supernatural things. She decides to leave the house. Here the girl is not allowed to leave the spirit of the earth, which pushes her away, closing the exit. The woman declares to herself that you cannot go outside, because it is very dangerous. No matter how, they need to wait out this evening. The spirit realizes that this girl is a good person. In addition, she has a celestial with her, so she must be protected. The policeman decides to find out who is in front of her. The spirit is a little surprised that the interlocutor can see it. The woman realizes that she has not seen her before, which leads to the conclusion that the boy did something to her. The woman recognizes the girl as Miss Xia, and the latter is shocked, not understanding how the woman opposite can be alive. At the same time, a police officer runs away from one monster, asking for help from at least someone. He tries to hide around the corner, but there's another thing waiting for him. He shouts that they don't respect military morals at all. Realizing that he is cornered and has nothing left to lose, he decides to fight to the end. A man with fists and tears in his eyes pounces on one of the monsters. He strikes the body with his eyes closed. Nothing happens for a few moments, and then he opens his eyes. The monster turns to dust before our eyes. The guy thinks that his opponents are very weak, or he is very strong. At this point, someone reaches back by the scruff of the neck of the policeman. The hero reacts in time, leading the person away from the blow of the next monster. Luo Cheng calls the guy an idiot, and then kills the second monster. The hero approaches the post. The hidden dragon is coiled up in a pool. Evil spirits are hiding behind a mountain range, relying on immature dragon veins that have been accumulating for 100 years. Now only one sacrifice is missing, and then it will be possible to combine the accumulated souls into flesh and return to life, violating the laws of nature. It's just a pity that he made a mistake in choosing the location, since this piece of land belongs to Luo Chen, who wouldn't be allowed to leave a pest like him behind. And these dragon veins would be the first nutrient to awaken his inner divine Kai. The hero is going to finish what he started. At the same time, a police squad enters the territory of this area. The head of the department orders everyone to search separately so that they will definitely find them today. The two guys start a conversation among themselves. It turns out that Xia Jingjing is the eldest daughter of a famous family. One of the guys doesn't understand why she should risk herself so much by pointing out that she doesn't have any connection. A colleague suggests that the girl wanted to prove that she herself is capable of something. A friend notices that this is a very unwise approach with her position, because it would be better for her to find a groom early. A colleague asks a friend if he has any chances. The interlocutor turns around, stating that if only in his distant dreams. At this moment, an ominous figure appears in front of the policeman. The guy wants to warn his partner, but doesn't have time. The monster touches it, activating the seal. At this point, a dark hand is directed towards the hero. Events go back a week. It turns out that the woman came to the police about the loss of her son. His name was Zhao Jiasheng. He was 29 years old. He graduated from the University of Architecture and worked as a chief design engineer for a hotel in the Panlongwen district. She said that her son disappeared a week ago and did not respond to calls and messages. Her husband passed away early, and her son had to share all the hardships and losses with her since childhood. But he was always very reasonable and never gave any reason to worry. Previously, when he was busy at work, it was still through I've been calling for 2 days, and now I haven't been in touch for several days. The police officer also asked her mother not to worry, because as soon as they registered all the data and confirmed that there were no errors, they would be able to request video monitoring throughout the city, so they would find it very quickly. The woman is about to leave, but the policeman stops her. She had just looked at the data on her son, from which she concluded that the living conditions for their family should be quite good. The woman explains that she cannot spend the money that her son earned without sparing his life. After a while, the girl comes to his supervisor, who has no authority to investigate without any reason, even though the surveillance system has shown that the person disappeared near the Panlongwen area. The man asks that the subordinate not get excited. It's all about the Panlongwen area itself, which is considered a strange place. The authorities have long sealed it, and it is not known when this ban will be lifted. Plus, it's been 10 days and the person hasn't returned. The boss says it doesn't bode well. These words make the girl angry. She doesn't want to be left out because there was only a mother and son in that family. They were each other's mainstay, and now they are the only hope. The representative of the fair sex notes that people disappear without a trace in the territory under their jurisdiction, so they simply have to find them. The man decides to go all in. If the girl now calls her father, and he agrees, he will immediately apply for a temporary lifting of the ban and allocate her their investigators. The girl doesn't understand why she has to call her father for this. She focuses on the fact that people are disappearing there, so it really doesn't bode well. The boss turns away, saying that she will have to find a way to do it herself, because he will not dare to take on such a responsibility. The police officer turns around, claiming that she herself will go to the main department to ask for authority to investigate. The man decides to say that the day before yesterday that woman came again, and he sent her out, so she will not come again, so the subordinate may not bear this psychological burden. The girl sees 2 colleagues carrying the body for examination. Commander Zhu says that this is the body of a deceased woman, which was discovered by fishermen on the beach this morning. According to preliminary reports, the place of death should be in the Panlongwen area, but it is not known what the woman was doing there. A colleague shows a photo of the deceased police officer. Commander Zhu asks that the girl then search the system for information about the deceased. The photo shows the same woman who came to her a few days ago about the loss of her son. The policewoman's hands are shaking. She vows that she will conduct a thorough investigation into the case. At the same time, the hero blocks the strike of a new enemy. This causes him to fly back a couple of meters, dropping to one knee. The unknown man says that his flesh and blood were separated, imprisoned in a grave, and he was a rotting corpse for more than 600 years. He asks 2 guys if they know what kind of flower it is. A policeman intervenes in the conversation. He believes his ears and eyes. The awakened dead person takes this as a gesture of arrogance. He also heard the hero trying to take over his powers that he had been saving up for 100 years. This crime deserves the highest punishment. Liu Chen takes the King of Evil's blow on himself. The latter is amazed that the enemy was able to avoid hitting a vulnerable spot twice in a row. But in spite of with Liu Chen's strength, it's still being driven into the wall. The entity acknowledges that if the opponent had appeared a couple of days earlier, they would have been considered a worthy opponent. The hero's glasses fall off his face. He admits that he is really a little sorry, because initially he wanted to wait until the spiritual seed is fully restored, and then gradually direct his spiritual forces to awakening. He climbs out of the wall, stretching his arms and declaring that he rarely gets the chance to meet a good target, so it's time to test his abilities after waking up. A golden circle of energy appears under the guy. The enemy initially assumes that the guy has awakened his divine Kai right now, but then begins to consider all this nonsense, because it took him more than 30 years to use the great power of Yin to awaken divine Kai. Liu Chen folds the seal of concentration. It is enveloped in streams of golden energy, which is becoming more and more every second. The King of Evil Spirits realizes that the opponent wasn't joking about the awakening at all. He takes off, intending to kill the impudent man before his awakening is over. Chapter 1-30. The undead king attacks the hero, trying to pierce him with his sharp claws in a jump. Liu Chen picks the perfect moment to attack. He forms a magic circle in his hand, from which a ray of golden energy shoots out. The enemy doesn't believe this is possible. The hero's attack tore off the arm of the opponent, who believes that Liu Chen is just a mortal shell of an ordinary person, and even if he had magic devices, it would still be impossible to awaken in an instant. As the undead king talks about this, his lost limb grows back. The guy also suggests that the opponent try again after such words. Columns of blue energy burst out of the enemy, which take on human faces. He thinks that the hero is trying to bluff, so he repeats his attack. Liu Chen doesn't move from his seat. This time, he concentrates more energy in his attack, and then attacks the undead king again, who realizes that the true essence of Yang. This makes him wonder just who his enemy is. The hero comes forward. Noticing that the opponent still believed that he really woke up, he only points out that this is not so surprising, because he completed the Divine Kai awakening 1,000 years ago, and it was easy to repeat it again, although even then, it only took him a minute to awaken. The evil spirit also says that the guy should not be arrogant, because he just woke up, because of which he will be able to use True Kai only a few times. So if he does not manage to defeat the undead king in 3 strikes, then at least he will do everything to make the hero he died with it. Liu Chen considers the opponent naive, and then parries his attack with his punch, but the enemy simply evaporates. The Celestial realizes that it was an illusion made out of a corpse puppet. At the same time, his enemy had already left the building. It turns out that he can't recklessly risk his life for a certain person. After all, for 600 years he endured inhuman torment in order to finally find a new life. The undead king decides to devour all the people who got here, so that later he can return to the person and get even with him. The police who went in search of the girl are the first to fall under the distribution. At the same time, the police officer can't believe her eyes, because then she saw the body of a woman who is now standing in front of her. The interlocutor asks her not to be afraid, because even though she is already dead, she is still different from the unintelligent evil spirits. The girl decides to ask for forgiveness, considering that they were too carefree about this investigation. The aunt explains that going to Panlongwen was her own decision, which she had nothing to do with. The woman emphasizes that the police officer treated this case in good faith, because otherwise she simply would not have been here. The girl decides to ask if her aunt knows the reason for what is happening in the area. The interlocutor wants to tell us who really was the instigator of everything, but she is interrupted by the voice of police officers from the street. Several of them are heading towards the house. Xia Jingjing, he doesn't understand why the police are here. One of the guys starts knocking on the window, asking to open it. He looks inside. The guy recognizes the girl, and then says that he is from the law enforcement agencies of the Amping district. It turns out that he had come looking for them by arrangement with their Zhu department superiors. The policewoman looks at her aunt, who nods approvingly. She remembers perfectly well that she was told not to open the door before, but she decides to do it because the woman approved. A member of the fair sex lets a guy into the hut, but before he can be happy, the undead king grabs him by the head, who immediately turns the boy into his pawn. He thanks them for opening the door. Auntie 1 realizes that it was a trap, but they don't have time to do anything. The undead leader grabs Xia Jingjing by the throat. The monster sees fear and a desire to escape in the girl's eyes. He lifts the cop off the floor with one hand. She's shaking all over, trying to free herself from the stranglehold. The undead king understands that that bespectacled scoundrel has specially set up a magic barrier here to protect this girl, which means that she is of some use. He thinks for a few moments. Xia Jingjing doesn't intend to die. She wriggles out of the monster's grip, then falls and kicks it with her foot. The undead king gets serious. Several scarlet energy paws appear from its body, pinning the girl to the floor. He notes that her daring deserves praise, but nothing more. A beam of dark scarlet energy shoots out from the dead man's hand, which is about to break through the police officer's head, but the ant covers her body with Xia Jingjings. Before she dies, the woman remembers Shen. One day, she contacted her son via video link. The woman notices that in a few days there will be a new year. She asks how her son is doing. She recalls that the guy had to find out in a few days what date he could come. The woman notices that she will prepare food for him. At the same time, the young man is corresponding with his superiors. He asks the director of New to postpone the deadline so that they can organize everything properly. The boss says that he has already signed the corporation's agreement, so he will need to approve the project in early spring. The guy tells us my mother was told that he wouldn't be able to come for New Year's. The woman is dissatisfied with the fact that her son has not come to her for the New Year for the second year. He also explains that he has a lot to do. The woman notices that there are a lot of things to do, but this does not mean that you cannot rest and you cannot return home. She is worried that her son will ruin his health. She encourages him to take care of himself. My mother remembers what happened at the Mid-Autumn Festival. She'd lived in the apartment he'd rented for her for 3 days, but she'd only seen him once. He just came, ate, and left again. She was beginning to get the impression that her son wasn't going to work, and that he wasn't going to work. He is a serf. These words make the guy lose his temper. He notes that now everyone is ready to exchange their lives for money. And if he did not do this, they would live forever in the village, and all their lives others would treat them with disdain. The son recalls that moving to Tongju costs tens of millions, and relying on the pennies that the mother earns with her scams is stupid. He doesn't like that his mother spends her days studying witchcraft and feng shui, because if she had been doing something serious back then, Dad wouldn't have had to work 2 jobs and wouldn't have been hit by a car. Memories jump. The guy goes to that multi-story building that is being built in Tongju. His phone rings sharply, forcing him to step away. Aunt Jane calls him. The guy assumes that it will be about his mother, so he admits that on New Year's Eve he overdid it, so he will sort out the business in 2 days and go home to apologize to her. The woman claims that Sheng doesn't listen to her at all. It turns out that his mother is ill. The guy immediately clarifies what she is ill with and whether it is a serious illness. The aunt does not know, but his mother does not even get out of bed, so the woman advises the guy to return immediately. Shen thanks the woman for letting him know. He hangs up the phone, thinking about what to do, because tomorrow is already scheduled for an inspection from the management. The guy did not notice that during the conversation he came to the cliff. Suddenly, a small piece of ground on which he was standing breaks off, causing the young man to fall from a decent height. He hits his head hard. Shen asks for help, because he doesn't want to die, because his mother is waiting for him. At this time, the king of evil spirits intervenes, who declares that if he wants to survive, he must fulfill his will. Dark energy envelops the guy who is calling for his mom. Chapter 1-32. The king of evil spirits is confronted by Shen, who, remembering what happened, begins to blame him for killing his mother. It turns out that there was a contract between them. The architect builds a tower of 9 evil spirits for him and helps him revive his spiritual powers, and the latter will remove his control and give him freedom. The guy notes that he wanted to see his mother, so he does not understand why the partner killed her. The latter grins, declaring that he is not the true criminal. The monster points a finger at Luo Chen, who enters the hut. The dark entity claims that if this man hadn't ruined their big plans, Shen would have been reborn long ago and reunited with his mother. The undead king urges the boy to unleash his hatred on the hero and kill him. Sheng obediently takes all these words at face value. Xia Jingjing grabs Luo Chen's jacket, telling him to leave quickly, because this guy is different from other evil spirits. At this point, Shen's transformation ends. A mantle appears on him, and a dark force literally hovers around his body. Luo Chen notices that the enemy's strength has increased a lot, so this is a good opportunity to practice. Luo Chen also notes that no one was able to implement what was said. The undead king doesn't understand how this is possible, since his enemy was able to burn his spirit. He also notes in his mind that Emperor Wuji's defensive powers are completely depleted, which means that his powers are weakened compared to what they were before. Xia Jingjing hides behind the hero, trembling in fear. The dark energy that shrouded Sheng's body dissipates. He realizes that the spirit of the king of evil spirits has disappeared. But now he will not be able to see his mother for the last time. He asks to be killed. Then a plump hand falls on the architect's cheek. He opens his eyes on his knees. His mother notices that her son is finally awake. The policeman is surprised that the ant has not disappeared. Luo Chen also explains that this place has the effect of concentrating spirits and locking up the souls of the dead, so the scattered soul just needs to try a little bit, and then it can recover. The son apologizes to his mother, saying that he should not have said those rude words to her. The guy's face is streaked with tears, and the woman just says that he was always my mother's pride, so my mother could not take offense at him. The mother admits that it was she who did not have the ability to create a good environment for him. In Shen's mind, the following thoughts pop up: memories of how he failed the exam because his mother couldn't calculate the answers to it. His classmates then mocked him, saying that his mother was a charlatan and could not predict the fate of people. The woman noticed that she herself forced her son to constantly work hard to get rid of the hardships that life in their family brought him. She saw how hard he was trying, so she always wanted to help, but she only added to his tension and irritation, so the one who should ask for forgiveness is her. Shen notices that his mother's spirit is beginning to disintegrate before his eyes. She's asking for her son live a good life. The boy's mother was gone, leaving a bundle of energy in his hands. After that, the hero approached him, noting that the time had come. It turns out that their meeting was an obsessive desire of his mother, and as soon as it was realized, these shackles immediately fell off, and as a result, she returned to the other world and entered the circle of life reincarnation. Now it was the guy's turn to make his choice. Sheng extends a bunch of Luo Chen's energy, stating that he didn't absorb people's souls, but only extracted some of the yang energy from them, so it shouldn't have had much of an impact. And that's all unclean spirits that were previously infected will be able to return to life in the human body. The hero also notes that if he returns all the souls, he will lose the forces that protect his own life. Then he, like that evil spirit, will disappear from this world. Sheng realizes that Luo Chen has done him a favor before by not destroying him along with the evil spirit and allowing him to see his mother again and fulfill his heart's desire, so he will die without regret. The guy decides to tell us something before he disappears. While he was in symbiosis with this king of evil spirits, he felt special powers being awakened in this world. And these powers are very similar in their source of origin to Luo Chen's supernatural abilities. Shen suggests that even more extraordinary and frightening events are coming. He asks the master to take care of himself, and then disappears. Luo Chen is training in his hotel room. He sits in the lotus position, concentrating on his strength. He is distracted from training by the phone ringing. It turns out to be a superstar who decided to ask if he was free in the evening, because she wanted to invite him to dinner. The hero, continuing the training, agrees to this, specifying the time. The girl rejoices at this inwardly, and then sets up a meeting for today at 8 o'clock in the evening in Taniaju. She hangs up the phone, and then her friend walks in, who immediately notices that Bear has started to pick up a lot on what to wear on a date. She decides to clarify, who is this lucky guy? The superstar claims that this is one secretive and rather selfish man. This causes interest in Tina, who does not have time to voice her question because the interlocutor first decides to clarify whether the guy will reciprocate her if she confesses her feelings on the first date. Her friend begins to think that Bear is crazy. She pokes her in the forehead, emphasizing that the girl is a wonderful folk beauty, so she does not even imagine a fool who can refuse her. The blue-haired one says that if it was someone else, no matter who it is, then she would be completely confident that she could easily do it, but only in front of this person, she can't do it so easily. Tina, on the other hand, can't believe that their big star could have such serious concerns. A friend believes that this young man should have good financial capabilities, temperament and attractiveness index. Bear doesn't really know how good they are. The superstar reminds her that her friend has been with her for a long time, so she should know her character. A girl does not care about external things, but if you touch her soul, and even if he does not have a penny in his pocket, she will be ready to work with him. This causes Tina to laugh, because she notices that her friend is ready to financially support the handsome man. This slightly offends Bear, but she quickly calms down, claiming that although they don't know him very well, her intuition tells her that he is completely unusual, to the point that even she will find it difficult to get close to him. At the same time, Luo Chen is concentrating on his surroundings. He can't see anything within 100 meters. Everything is in motion and there is nowhere to hide. The dark-haired man has finally absorbed the seed that has the gift of all-seeing. It was restored with the support of immature dragon veins. The guy also noted that gray hair attracts too much attention, so he decides to temporarily return to the previous color. Meanwhile, at the Tongju Media Company, Director Zhang looks out of the window. Two people are standing at the entrance to the building smoking. These are Bio and Tao. Xingxin decides to find out if those people are still there. The man gives a positive answer, noting that they have been stuck like this for 2 days. The boss advises Sai Haman to leave Luo Chen as soon as possible, because after the events at Heiyu Villa 2 days ago, this Hong Bio's people guard the entrance to the company all day, but they do not pay attention to them, even if they see them. Director Zhang assumes that they are looking for Luo Chen. Xingxin supports this decision, noting that Luo Chen did not come to work yesterday because he ran into trouble and is now hiding, although it is not known how he escaped. But if Hong Bio finds out that she is his girlfriend, then tragedy may happen. Zai Aman is trying to figure out what to do. Xingxin recalls that it's a friend's birthday today, so it's a great excuse to meet up with the guy and break off everything. And if he doesn't leave it alone, then Hai will take the opportunity and fire him. The girl believes that after this, Luo Chen will not have any relations with her and their company, and even if Hong Bio looks for him, he will definitely not touch them. Zai Amin decides to agree to this. She calls Luo Chen, who is driving. She asks if he will have time to have dinner together. The hero also notes that this evening will not work out, because he has already arranged a meeting. Then the girl declares that she is not just calling him to eat, because there is something else they need to talk about. She sets up an appointment for him at 8 o'clock in Tanyaju, then hangs up. The guy understands that this is a very pleasant combination of circumstances. Xia Jingjing wakes up at 8 o'clock in the evening. She takes a sitting position on the bed. Her shoulder is bandaged, and she feels a piercing pain. She realizes that everything that happened yesterday turned out to be a reality. She notices a strange black spot on her torso. At this time, a guitar player is playing in Tanyaju. The hero comes to the party. Xingxin immediately notices that he came empty-handed. There is a deathly silence. Zai Amin assumes that the guy forgot about her birthday, but quickly realizes that this way she doesn't need to look for reasons to break up. Luo Chen clarifies whether today we have it's her birthday. Xingxin continues to push, saying how is it that he doesn't remember such things when all their colleagues know so well about it. The dark-haired man realizes that he has come to some Hongmen feast. The hero realizes that if only he did not want to reveal through Zhang Xiaomin what forces are behind Chen Kao, he would not have left everything like this, but for this reason, he decides to join them in this game today. Luo Chen apologizes to the girl, claiming that if she doesn't mind, he will go and buy a present now. The girls continue to mock him. One of them claims that this is the first time she's ever heard of it, so that you can buy an emergency gift for a girl on her birthday. A friend of mine notes that there is only a large supermarket nearby, and there are no roadside stalls. She also brazenly offers to lend him money. Zai Amin says that it is not necessary, because they are breaking up. Luo Chen agrees. There is a deathly silence. Everyone is shocked by such a quick, concise, and confident response from the guy. The girl approaches the hero, asking him to repeat the last words. Luo Chen fulfills this request. This confuses the beauty. She can't believe that this man is treating her so indifferently. She finally notices that the guy is completely indifferent to her. Zai Amin believed that he should have been kneeling in front of her and sobbing, begging her not to abandon him. And then she should have ruthlessly pushed him away like a stray dog, so that everyone here would know that Lo wasn't her match. The friend puts her hand on Zai Amin's back, asking if the guy won't even try to hold her down. Zai Amin asks if he'll even ask why they're breaking up. Luo Chen doesn't understand why he should ask this. After these words, the girl declares that the guy disappointed her. She decides to tell him everything to his face. Zai Amin says that if she did not feel sorry for him, he would definitely not be able to find a girl with such conditions, because he does not have a car, no apartment, and even to find a job, he needed her help. The beauty declares that in his entire life there will not be a girl who would like him. Here, a voice from the outside claims that this is not necessary at all. Bear intervenes in the conversation, saying that if you like someone, you can love their temperament, knowledge, character, and upbringing. But you can't love them just for real estate, cars, wallet, and prestige. Director Zhang and Xingxin are shocked that Lan Bayer herself came to them. The star ends her speech with the fact that otherwise it is a monetary and erotic exchange, so she clarifies why put them in the shell of love. Zai Amin doesn't understand what this is about at all. Bear pathetically walks past her. She touches the hero, saying that she has something to say to him. The star picks up the microphone, starting to sing the song. I like your cold attitude. Your little tricks are against me. I like your style of speech. The fight for you is too fierce. I want to take your hand and cross the road. We won't need many maps, because happiness is already at the next station. Luo Chen somehow keeps a straight face from such an emotional song dedicated to him. Xingxin was the first to realize that Lan Bayer was about to declare her love. This causes the girl to go into shock. Director Zhang is also impressed. He asks me to pinch him because it can't be real. The superstar asks Zai Amin if she didn't want to ask what she wanted to say right now. Zai Amin is in such a state that she cannot answer, so the actress herself explains that she wanted to say that such a good man is quite difficult to find, and she just refused him, although this is very noble of her. These words sting Zai Amin, and she starts to scream, claiming that Luo Chen cheated on her. Xingxin also notes that from the outside, it is clear that all this was planned in advance. The third friend also joins in, calling them a scumbag and a whore. Lan Bayer wants to speak up, but the hero steps forward. He asks if Zhang Xiaomin wants him to tell everyone about her dealings with Chen Kao. The interlocutor nervously gives a negative answer. Then colleagues start whispering, and the girl herself realizes that the rumors have already spread. Kai appears in the hall with a bandaged hand. The bandit notices that insulting a girl with words is such a talent, so if he has the courage, then he is ready to show him a couple of techniques. Director Zhang immediately takes Kai's side, stating that Luo Chen has long disliked him. The guy's girlfriend notices that if you don't teach him a lesson, he will really think that he is special, having received recognition from others. The bully comes forward, noting that the opponent then does not complain that he, having trained for 10 years in sand, can only humiliate the weak because he will fight with one hand, so the brunette just needs to hit him once and that's all. Otherwise, Luo Chen wouldn't be able to leave on his own 2 feet. The hero turns away, saying that he is not interested. Kai asks if the guy is scared, but he doesn't care, so he attacks him with his whole arm. Luo Chen stops Kai with a single punch to the chin, noting that people like him, who can't even take a single blow, but who like to brag about their insignificance, do not arouse the slightest interest in the hero. After being hit by the guy, Kai falls to his knees, losing consciousness. Everyone around them takes a few steps back. They are beginning to fear Luo Chen. At the same time, Xiaomin can't believe his eyes, because Wang Kai was once a champion in Sanda, and Luo Chen knocked him out with a single blow. She's fine. He remembers that when they were at university, he didn't even know how to play basketball, and he was just a nerd. Xiaomin is trying to understand how her ex could change so suddenly beyond recognition. Kai's girlfriend tries to bring him to his senses. She's very worried about him. Xingxin calls the police, and Director Zhang comes forward, saying that he, as the director of the marketing department, is firing him. And in his characteristics, he will write down the reason for the dismissal, that he beat up a family member of his colleague. He wants to make sure that he never finds a job in his entire life. Lan Bayer doesn't understand that the man has enough nerve, because it's obvious to her that the fool started the fight first, and Luo Chen was just defending himself. The actress also notes that you cannot mix work and personal, because this fight has nothing to do with work. Director Zhang says that he doesn't need to pull any punches, because he is the head of this department and the guy's direct supervisor, so within this department, his word is law. The hero decides to clarify whether this means that the immediate superior can dismiss a subordinate without the slightest reason. The man gives the correct answer, adding that the brunette should immediately return to the company to collect his things. Luo Chen hands the phone to the star, asking them to call one number and tell them their address and that Luo Chen is waiting here. Lan Bayer is a bit doubtful about this, but still fulfills this requirement. Director Zhang doesn't see any danger in this, stating that even if the King of Heaven himself comes here today, it won't save the guy. Xingxin also notes that Luo Chen is simply he doesn't want to be embarrassed by what he pretends to be. Then a familiar girl with red hair comes out of the crowd. Kaya's girlfriend is the first to address her, asking her to arrest a rude redneck for hitting a man. The police officer approaches the hero, deciding to clarify whether this is really the case. Lan Bayer comes forward, saying that Luo Chen is innocent because these people started it first, and now they are complaining. Xia Jingjing recognizes the superstar. She is amazed that such a media personality is next to the hero, and even makes excuses instead of Luo Chen. The girl becomes interested in what is happening here at all. Director Zhang demands that the police officer not listen to this nonsense, because they went to the police and there is a wounded man in front of her eyes, so they must arrest the guy anyway. Xingxin only agrees to this. Xia Jingjing points out that this area is not under her jurisdiction, and law enforcement agencies have strict investigation restrictions. So if they have already contacted the police, then they should wait for another police officer to come. These words put complaining people in a stupor. The police officer notes that she is here on another case. She approaches the hero with a thoughtful expression, who decides to ask if she was looking for him. She gives a positive answer, stating that she wants to live with him. These words put others in a stupor. Luo Chen notices that they are not that close to each other. Xia Jingjing makes excuses, saying that it's not in that sense, because she just wants to live next to him. Mentally, she explains that it will be much safer this way. These words hurt the superstar. She comes forward, clarifying whether the police officer is used to using her privileges. Lan Bayer states that if she wants to confess to such things, she must do so on a first-come, first-served basis. Kai had already recovered. His girlfriend is amazed that two girls are competing for a man. Director Zhang notices that this officer is not a bit inferior to a superstar, yes, and they are both extremely beautiful. Kai also recalls the words of his comrades that Luo Chen will never find a girlfriend in his entire life. Xiaomin thinks these fools are blind, because this guy doesn't even have a job. She's trying to figure out what's so special about him. The voice of a new actor is heard, who immediately apologizes for his tardiness. This person turns out to be Senior D, who is the HR director. Everyone is trying to figure out what he's doing here, because they didn't invite him. D approaches the hero, asking for forgiveness because he didn't know that he would also be here. He notices that he was nearby, and then asks if the guy will have any instructions for him. Luo Chen points his finger at Director Zhang, Xingxin, and Kai's girlfriend, ordering them to be fired. Xingxin is the first to break down, thinking that the hero is crazy. She doesn't understand the terms on which he wants to fire her, or even who the guy thinks he is. Director Zhang becomes suspicious, asking the girl to wait. He wants to clarify how Senior Dai just addressed Luo Chen. The answer puts everyone in a stupor, because the interlocutor tells that the director of Lo is the owner of their company. Xingxin takes off, thinking it's all a joke, because she knows perfectly well the standard of living of his family, because Luo Chen still studied with her and Zhang Xiaoman at the university. She just doesn't believe that you can become the owner of the company, being such a loser. Then Senior Dai shows some document. He explains that this is an electronic contract for the transfer of shareholder rights to the company. He urges the girl to open her eyes and look carefully, because Director Luo owns all the shares of their company, and he is the only shareholder. Xiaoman starts biting her nails in disbelief. She doesn't understand why he kept it from her. The girl feels bad that the true picture was exposed as luck would have it after they broke up, because if he had told her this earlier, she wouldn't have listened to those fools Hu Xingxin and Lai Rui. The last two girls realize that everything is true. Their faces turn pale. Director Zhang is trembling with fear, knowing that this is the end, because he just publicly said that he was going to fire the director. Senior D says that the HR department has already been notified of the three of them, and they will need to come to work tomorrow to complete the dismissal procedure, and after that they can pick up their things and leave. Xingxin says it's outrageous. She urges Luo Chen not to be so smug, because they will definitely get even with him again. Then another voice is heard from the side, clarifying who is throwing such ferocious words. Bio himself appears in the room with Dio. Director Zhang rushes forward, thinking this is his chance. He completely thinks that Luo Chen is this person's enemy. Bio also asks his subordinates to get ready. The man also mentally notes that if he can't deal with him, then Bio will definitely be able to. Plus, Hong had brought so many people to take him down, so he was bound to die today. The crowd calls the hero Mr. Luo, claiming that they were guilty. Everyone freezes from misunderstanding the situation. The underworld king of Tongzhou bows his head to Luo Chen, asking him to accept his good intentions. He also asks for forgiveness for his rudeness and behavior that night. This surprises Director Zhang, who is the first to recover. The hero goes around the guy, not accepting the gift and telling him to forget about it. Bio happily thanks for this. Luo Chen starts to leave the event. Lan Bayer asks to wait for her. Xia Jingjing clarifies where he is going. Director Zhang grabs Xingxin's arm, deciding to leave quickly. Chief bodyguard Bio appears behind the couple, stretching his arms and asking who it was that said he wanted to settle the score with Mr. Luo. The man points his finger at the girl, saying that it's not him, but they are already surrounded. At the same time, the hero returns to his room. The two girls followed him. There was a very ambiguous atmosphere in the room. Representatives of the fair sex are clearly hostile. They both can't stand the heat of it. Turning to the guy, Luo Chen still decides to clarify what the two girls are up to. Xia Jingjing claims that she wants to stay with him for a while. The star also recalls that the guy has already told her that they are not so well acquainted. The girl notices that after such a stay here will be very inappropriate. The police officer claims that she was looking for a guy on a serious case. Besides, she notices that she's not the only one who doesn't want to leave. The opponent emphasizes that they had previously agreed on a meeting, and this is still different from her uninvited arrival. The hero says that if they have nothing to do with him, then they should leave. The girl with red hair asks the guy to wait, stating that after yesterday's incident with him, something strange suddenly happened to her body. Hearing these words, a strange picture formed in Bear's mind. Xia Jingjing literally reads these thoughts of her rival, emphasizing that this is not what she thought at all. The star turns her gaze away, claiming that she didn't think about anything like that. In her mind's eye, she remembers that Luo Chen is not someone who easily succumbs to a woman's attractiveness, because even in that environment, he did not resent it at all and did not let go of his hands. While the blue-haired girl is thinking about this, her rival asks the guy to look at her problem. She pulls back her shirt, revealing the stain. Bear notices this and sheds her dress, leaving her in her sleep clothes. She doesn't like these dirty methods, but there's no way she can admit defeat so easily. He bows down to her, saying that she is also unwell. Xia Jingjing pushes the star away, asking her not to triple these ridiculous scenes. It opens up a problem area. Lan and Luo Chen see black spots on the police car. The first one thinks that this is some kind of skin disease, mentally noticing that girls should watch their bodies. The opponent is very hurt by this, but something serious does not have time to happen, because the brunette intervenes in the conversation. He explains that these are just the remains of the corpse poison of the king of evil spirits. But there is nothing to be afraid of, because the evil energy has exhausted itself, and this trifle will disappear in a couple of days. The girl has doubts, but the hero interrupts her, saying that it's up to her to believe it or not, and he goes to bed. The star mentally admires the fact that Luo Chen understands the art of healing. She only understands better that this is really a man that she likes, not at all like others. Xia Jingjing blocks her way to the bedroom with her body, declaring that she is not finished yet. She asks if the brunette knows director Wang Fu. The hero says he doesn't know him. The girl also takes out a document certifying that she is a police officer, after which she notes that now she suspects that the disappearance of Wang Fu is closely connected. Lan Bayer is also related to him. She calls on them to start cooperating with the investigation. The star is also amazed that Wang Fu is missing. The officer goes on to say that 4 days earlier, director Wang Fu went missing in Zuohai Villa, and through Otley's surveillance system, they found out that the last place Wang Fu appeared was in this room. And the last people who saw him that day were Luo Chen and Lan Bayer. The latter does not understand how this is possible. The hero decides to clarify whether the girl wants to arrest him again. He also remembers that he saved her after all, and she wants to repay him like this. Xia Jingjing claims that this is called distinguishing between work and personal. The brunette repeats these words, and then leans over the interlocutor, demanding to show evidence. The police officer recalls that she brought people to this room this morning to conduct a thorough search, but they couldn't find any applicable leads, and judging from the specific abilities that Luo Chen showed yesterday, there must be something fishy about it. She is aware that ordinary judgments cannot serve as evidence at all. She turns around and sits on the bed. This causes confusion in the hero, so he asks what she is going to do. The girl with red hair says that she simply won't leave here, although she doesn't have objective evidence yet, but since she is a police officer, she has the authority to monitor the suspect. A representative of the fair sex is sure that the guy will give himself away. Lan Bayer notices that if the policewoman doesn't leave, then she won't leave either. She sits down on the same bed. Luo Chen makes a hand-to-face gesture, knowing that as long as he doesn't remove the restrictions on Wuji cultivation, he can't harm Pyryang. He doesn't want to deal with them, so he decides to leave them alone and go to the next bedroom. The hero sits in the lotus position in the next room, concentrating on his energy, but a loud knock on the door distracts him. He opens the door. A student is standing in the doorway in tears. The girls are amazed at the appearance of another competitor. The hero decides to ask the student what the problem is. She wants to tell me what happened, but freezes. Lan Bayer wonders who this girl is and why she calls him teacher. Schuinger, on the other hand, doesn't know what's going on. Seeing the two girls, she thinks that the teacher is having so much fun. The hero, noticing the strange behavior of the interlocutor, asks her to finish her thought. It turns out that Grandpa was ambushed and seriously injured. The disciple begs to be saved. Luo Chen asks for directions. The star and the policeman begin to quickly gather, not understanding where and why they went a guy, but clearly wanting to follow him. They go to the Yi family's house. The elder is lying in bed, connected to a medical device. The old man jumps a little at the sight of the hero. He doesn't understand why he came here. A picture is quickly forming in his mind. The doctor asks dear Yi not to worry. One of the people present is a little surprised that Mr. Luo, who has been talked about so much by esteemed Yi, is so young. Mr. Yi says that you can't worry Mr. Luo about such a small matter. Before he can finish, a bloody cough breaks out of him. One of those present notices that the elder's wound is too serious now, and traditional treatment will not be effective. The girl claims that this will not work, because the grandfather is already old and you cannot risk it. Luo Chen exhales languidly, asking everyone but the female student to come out. This surprises all the people in the room. The old man asks everyone to come out. Many people are dissatisfied with this decision, but still accept it. The guy asks the girl to help Grandpa sit down. He himself assesses his condition to himself. The power of the palm penetrated to the bones and damaged the innards. He was hit from behind on 2 acupoints of Zinshu. If you add in the fact that dark energy was used in this strike, and all his organs were completely twisted, then even if he didn't die from the touch of the palm, Oi would have suffered a lot of pain in his twisted organs, thanks to old man Yi's strong body. His earth spirit power is extremely lacking, because it has been too short a time since he awakened, and the accumulated power is limited, so he won't be able to use it for healing. But this small spiritual power alone should be enough to calm the dark power in his body. A clot of blood escapes from the old man's mouth. The dark-haired man says that he has recovered from his wound, but the old man needs to rest for a few days in a quiet environment. Grandfather and granddaughter thank the guy for saving them. Luo Chen decides to clarify what exactly happened. Mr. Yi says that once upon a time, being full of youthful fervor, he offended some people who had brought a great master with them, starting to take revenge on him. He was on his way back from the company last night, and just got out of the car when he was ambushed by the Grand Master. The few bodyguards who were with him immediately opened fire, and although they were able to successfully obstruct the enemy's actions, they were unable to inflict even the slightest injury. Ultimately, the attacker managed to break through the encirclement and injure him, as well as abduct third uncle Xiuyinger. Luo Chen is a little surprised that the Grand Master didn't get any damage from the bullets. Old Manny held onto the sheet with trembling hands, noticing that the guy was using an external display of inner strength, so he managed to do it. Then the elder remembers that Mr. Luo has demonstrated something similar before. The hero understands that if you use the power of Emperor Wuji before the Divine Kai awakens, it will indeed be possible to block bullets, but if you don't have his powers, it's hard to say whether it can be done. The guy becomes interested in what methods the so-called Great Masters use to avoid bullets. Luo Chen notices that since the enemy has captured Yi Xuangshuang's third uncle, he definitely wants something from them. The hero asks if he can take it with him. Mentally, he notices that he wants to take this opportunity and find out the real situation. Old Manny confesses that the enemy is really pressuring him with the fate of his third son, and forcing him to go and settle accounts with him, but even though he wants to save his son, he doesn't want Mr. Luo to risk himself for him. The white-haired man emphasizes that although he knows the strength of the guy, but that Great Master is also not easy, and if the Great Masters join the fight, they will certainly fight until their last breath. The brunette assures that nothing terrible will happen. Xiuyinger looks at him worriedly, and esteemed Yi mentally understands that Lord Luo himself wants this battle. The wounded man thinks that being a great master, you need to be more careful when faced with the question of life and death. He assumes that the guy is still too young, but then dismisses these thoughts, realizing that he has no other choice. After such thoughts, the old man asks Mr. Luo to stay at his house for the night today, and tomorrow afternoon they will go together to the designated place. Further events will be held in Longtension Village. The Great Master fights in an open arena. Esteemed Yi, along with his granddaughter and Luo Chen, appear on it. Everyone present is surprised that he didn't bring Master Yu with him today. They wonder what kind of young man is next to him, who looks like a student. Xiuyinger decides to ask Bio about the current situation. The latter greets respected people, and then tells them that Master Chen, Mr. Qin, and Steward Zhang entered the arena, but they were all completely defeated. The boss of the underground world notes that there are no people left in Tongzhou right now to fight with him. However, Director Liu has brought back an unsurpassed master from abroad, but he has been hiding him all this time, waiting for the arrival of Mr. E. Director Liu orders his fighter to win, because then he can safely offer the price of his payment. This is the king of Thai boxing who enters the ring. It turns out that Director Liu wants to get the status of Tongzhou's boss. The Grand Master taunts the enemy that there are no people left in Tongzhou, since they brought a foreign monkey to perish. The king of Thai boxing attacks, but the opponent easily dodges all his blows. This makes him angry, so he loses control, which makes him open up a lot. The master strikes at top speed, claiming that the teasing monkey's time is up. Morning comes. The sun is just showing over the horizon. The roosters begin to sing, calling everyone to get up. The door of a small wooden shed opens. A young guy with black hair comes out on the street. He scares the roosters with his appearance. The guy yawns sweetly and stretches, then rubs his eyes sleepily. He opens his eyes, and a smile appears on his face. He mentally declares, "It's time to start." The guy takes a broom and starts taking revenge by scaring off the roosters. The guy's name is Yong Kai. He is a disciple in the Sky Tower Pavilion. He started training at this place 2 years ago, but he was only able to reach the 3rd stage of body tempering. This is a very mediocre level, so the other disciples laughed behind his back, saying that spending 3 years to reach the 3rd stage of body tempering wasn't normal, but even mediocre. Yang Kai notes that the other apprentice brothers who entered the pavilion at the same time as him have long since passed this stage and are heading towards their future achievement. The hero had no choice but to do all the dirty work in the sect, continuing to train. The Heavenly Pavilion is a sect with a very distinct feature, which is the intensity of competition between disciples. In this place, power is everything. The principles are very simple. Take it away or it will be taken away from you. This law of the jungle has been around for a long time. If in other sects the foundation is built on friendship and relationships of students, then here everything is different. If you want to ascend, you will literally need to climb a ladder made up of your fellow human beings. The Sky Tower has a rule: students who are not yet 14 years old, regardless of their background, are sent for a 3-year internship. In these 3 years, everything is paid for by the sect, and all you have to do is practice. If you can complete your body tempering within these 3 years, then you will be taken to a famous sect with strong masters who will take you as a disciple, but of course, you can also practice alone if you wish. This is one of the special features of this pavilion. However, those who fail the test will either be forced to leave the sect or become apprentice helpers. The Sky Tower Pavilion consists of more than 3,000 disciples, while the apprentice assistants can be counted on one's fingers. Comfort is not guaranteed. Even if you miss a meal or it's too cold, no one will care. They've already tried to evict him. Obviously, the hero does not want to allow such a development of events. Young Kai realizes that they only lived for a couple of decades. The guy believes that if the choice has already been made, then you need to stick to it. Swerving halfway is ridiculous. While the hero went about his business, the other students gradually started to wake up. Several of them decided to visit him. Several guys approach the hero. One of them notices young Kai. From their faces, it becomes clear that nothing good can be expected. They surround the guy from all sides. Everyone is determined to show the guy his place in the world, pointing out that he is a student assistant, and that he still remains at the 3rd level of body hardening. It turns out that 5 days have passed since the test, and today there will be another one. One of the guys is dissatisfied with the actions of his comrades. He points out that it's not fair for young Kai to fight alone against so many opponents. Then the leader of the group notices that no one is keeping a protector here. The hero at this time gets down on his knees, taking a pose for meditation. This makes the students laugh. Young Kai meditates, ignoring everyone present who taunts him at this time. Some of the kids start whispering. Some do not understand why young Kai is sitting, while others explain to him that he is meditating. 2 men step forward. One of them expresses his opinions, thinking that the guy should stop doing nonsense and let them beat him up. In that case, they would both save themselves some time. The student also notices that the guy will definitely lose, because it is only at the 3rd level of body tempering. The second talker supports his friend, noting that they are different from him, so the faster this fight ends, the faster they will be able to return to their training. The hero ignores them, plunging deeper and deeper into meditation. A bird sitting on a tree notices how energy flows around the guy's body. This scares her, causing her to fall off the branch. The bell begins to ring. It's ringing all around. So when the bell rings 9 times and the sun rises in the east, then a new day will come. Young Kai's eyes snap open, coming out of his meditation. Chapter 1-2. The hero rises from his knees. He is immediately surrounded by bullies on all sides, who are already rubbing their fists in anticipation of the beating. One of the students asks young Kai to choose him. He even promises that he will be very lenient. The guy jokingly calls the student assistant master. The boy receives a powerful punch in the gut from a neighbor, who declares that he only needs 1 blow to end the fight. The second guy claims that this way he will save everyone time. A stampede of students begins. Everyone wants to show their superiority over the hero by asking them to choose him. The master assistant is in a hurry to choose his opponent, so someone in the crowd demands that he make his choice faster. Young Kai then throws the broomstick into the air to the astonished stares of those present, who gape in incomprehension. The broom falls to the ground, pointing at a particular student. The guy laughs, happy that he got a chance to prove himself in front of everyone. He comes forward in high spirits, telling his dear brothers not to be angry because he was chosen today. The students get angry, calling the kid a lucky bastard. Young Kai stands in front of his opponent. We are once again shown that he is an assistant disciple and has the 3rd stage of body tempering. His opponent is an ordinary student. His name is Zhu Dingyun, and he has the 5th stage of body tempering. It turns out that in the Sky Tower Pavilion, students differ in rank. The best students are the core students, then the elite students, then the senior students. The penultimate students in this group are ordinary students, and the last are assistant students. The main disciple is chosen from among the elite, later becoming one of the leaders of the sect. Young Kai notices that Zhu Dingyun may be an ordinary disciple, but he still hasn't been accepted into another sect. Both opponents wish each other a good sparring session, after which the hero is the first to take off. He throws a series of punches, and his opponent notes to himself that this is a wide kick, a must-learn technique for lower-ranked students. He easily dodges Young Kai's series of punches. Zhu Dingyun abruptly moves to the side, then hits the hero's arm with an elbow, and then ends the series with a knee under the stomach. Young Kai's face changes. It is clear that he is experiencing unpleasant sensations. Chapter 1-3. Zhu Dingyun is about to throw a right punch at the guy's face, but the latter takes a step back. A normal student's fist sweeps by a few centimeters away from him. This action puts the guy in a stupor. He's a little startled by this development. Young Kai decides to take advantage of this moment to strike back. The hero clenches his fist, intending to complete the duel. His opponent privately admits that he was tricked, but he does not see anything terrible in this. He decides to strike back. The 2 students' fists collide. Young Kai is sent flying backwards by the powerful blow, falling on his back. Zhu Dingyun's fist is steaming. He admits that the opponent's punch was faster than him, but Young Kai's body is so weak and fragile that it will be critical for him. An ordinary disciple would realize that if his cultivation level was the same as the opponent's, then perhaps he would be the one lying on the ground right now. Zhu Dingyun puts his hands together to mark the end of the fight. He closes his eyes, saying that his brother let him win. The crowd begins to mock the actions of an ordinary student. One of them is surprised that Zhu Dingyun thought that he really had won. The other guy laughs at this, claiming that the guy probably never heard of Yang Kai's reputation. A voice from the outside notes that this is getting interesting. Zhu Dingyun himself doesn't understand what's going on. He understands that he only used one punch to take down the opponent. However, based on the rules of the sect, his opponent should have lost since he can't fight anymore. Yang Kai rises to his feet at this time. He demands another duel, and then breaks down from his seat, starting to quickly reduce the distance between himself and the enemy. The hero turns his leg for a kick, and Zhu Dingyun recognizes this kick. It's a foot whip. The guy is amazed that his opponent can easily use this technique like this. The average student is not lost. He strikes Yang Kai first, knocking him back to the floor. The hero rises to his feet again, demanding to repeat the duel again, while Yang Kai again breaks down on his opponent to make another attempt. One of the crowd points out that Yang Kai is incredible, but he points out that no matter how long the guy goes up, he still loses. At the same time, Zhu Dingyun, who is parrying all the blows of the opponent and striking back, can't believe that he was challenged to a fight by such a madman. Chapter 1-4. Yang Kai didn't give up. Time after time, he rose to his feet, attacking his opponent with the same tenacity and strength. Zhu Dingyun was already starting to think that his boyfriend was crazy, because if he didn't give up right now, he would injure himself. Looking into his brother's eyes and seeing only the determination to win, Zhu Dingyun realized that Yang Kai would not stop until he lost consciousness. As Zhu Dingyun moved away from another quick but not strong blow from his opponent, he decided to end this eternal confrontation. To do this, he struck a not weak blow with the edge of his palm on the neck of his brother, who after such a blow lost consciousness, falling to the floor. At the same time, a girl wearing a mask covering the lower part of her face was standing on a tree. She has a blue dot in her forehead and a pink bow with yellow inserts on her head. She is dressed in a lilac dress. She wrote down with a brush in her notebook that assistant disciple Yang Kai had fought an ordinary disciple, Zhu Dingyun. There is also a note saying that Zhu Dingyun won. It turned out that the girl belongs to the Hall of Shadows of the Sky Tower Pavilion. These are special forces. They are under the jurisdiction of the Third Elder. Their job is to keep records of everything that happens within the sect, including duels between students. None of the students are worried about their achievements or points earned in the sect. The Shadow Hall disciples take this into account as well, announcing the results every month. The girl wrote that it was the 7th century, the 15th year, and the month of May. She prescribed that Yang Kai's 147th trial was not successful. It turns out that the hero was tested every new month, trying to assess his speed of growth. Watching Yang Kai lying on the floor, the girl thinks about his motivation. She understands that being defeated 147 times is a record number in the entire history of the Heavenly Pavilion. A representative of the fair sex notices that the guy has already been demoted to an assistant student, and his well-being is neglected. Then she wonders what's keeping him in this place. She guesses that it was all because of his own stupidity. The hero rises to his feet. My whole body aches and my limbs tremble. He remembers that he didn't pass out under the tree, so he wonders why he woke up under it. Chapter 1-5. Yang Kai notes that what is happening is very strange, because he does not remember before that there was someone in the sect who was kind enough to drag him under a tree. The guy breaks out of his thoughts, pain all over his body. The hero nervously complains that his bleeding wounds are not shared anywhere, even though he was dragged under a tree. He grabs his back. Then he notes that it would be better to leave it in the same place, because now he will have to heal your wounds more thoroughly. Then he notices that there's something in his right hand. He opens his fingers and sees a small bottle labeled medicinal ointment. Yang Kai reflects on what is happening. In his hands is an ointment that stimulates blood clotting. He understands that the medicine in this place can be purchased for 10 achievement points. This means that even for a month of dirty work, he will not be able to buy such an ointment. The guy sniffs the smell, trying to figure out what it is. He is surprised to realize that this is medicine with smell-enhancing herbs. The guy hides the bottle in his clothes, mentally declaring that even though he still doesn't know who helped him, he, Yang Kai, will definitely repay this person in the future. After such thoughts, the hero picks up his broom from the ground and goes to his small house. Yang Kai takes off his clothes. There are several dozen bruises and abrasions on his body. He throws his things aside, leaving only his underwear on. Taking out a bottle of medicinal ointment, he decides to use it. Yang Kai opens it, then takes a small part on his fingers. The guy understands that the ointment that stimulates blood clotting is good against physical wounds, but if he dilutes it in water, the effect will be much weaker. As much as the hero wanted to use all the ointment at once, but his brain kept saying that this should not be done, so he diluted a small part of the bottle in the water that began to wash. Yang Kai understands that he must use this ointment very carefully. Having finished with the treatment of wounds, the hero collapses on the hay, which serves as a bed for him. He puts on clothes in advance so that it is more or less comfortable to sleep. The hero closes his eyes, hiding behind some kind of blanket. Suddenly, a faint purple mist appears next to him. Because of it, the guy starts to sweat a lot. Chapter 1-6. Yong-kai sleeps on his back. Under his head appears a strange object in the form of a parallelepiped, which has a purple color. The guy dreams of one of his fights. After another fall, the hero rises to his feet and again breaks down on the enemy. His opponent is Zhu Dingyun. The opponent is amazed that this idiot does not give up. Then Yong-kai jumps on it. With a kick, he knocks the opponent to the ground. The guy admits that he lost his balance. Standing over the defeated opponent, the hero grins. He breathes heavily, but confidently declares that it was not difficult for him to defeat him, and that soon no one in the whole world can resist him. Yong-kai's smile in his dream is reflected on his real body. A strange dark purple energy penetrates the room to the guy. It reaches his body and hits him squarely in the head, causing him to wake up with an unpleasant sensation. Yong-kai jumps up from his seat. Finding no one in the room but himself, he exhales calmly, mentally wondering what kind of dream he had. He admits that in that dream, he was so intimidating. The hero quickly discards such thoughts, considering all this nonsense. He looks through the hole and sees that the sun is still at its zenith, which means he's only been asleep for a couple of hours. The guy gets out of bed and puts all the bedclothes nicely. Then he notices something strange. He picks up a piece of rock. It seems to him that he has become different. It looks like it has become a little lighter. Then the stone jumps out of his hands, starting to glow with a purple glow. It opens abruptly. It turns out that this is a book. An unknown force begins to turn one page after another, as if looking for something necessary. When the book opens on a certain page, it falls to the floor. Yong-kai looks on in bewilderment. He hesitates for a few moments about what to do, and then decides to pick up the object from the floor. His body is shaking slightly from fear, but he picks up the book from the floor anyway. When he touches it, the purple energy reappears. Chapter 1-7. Yong-kai picks up the book, starting to flip through its pages. During this process, he realizes that the book is quite solid, but completely empty. The guy remembers that. I found this black stone while hunting in the mountains. He admits that he never thought it would turn out to be a book. The hero mentally notes that an empty book is of no use. Then he notices that yellow letters appear on one of the pages. They form several lines that read as follows. With a suitable vessel, a golden body will descend. It's not a miracle, but a golden immortal. Yong-kai slams the book shut, realizing that the words have an intimidating aura. He hesitates for a few moments, biting his lip, before finally working up the courage to open the book again. Opening the book in the same place, the hero reads to the very end the entire phrase, which sounds like this. With a suitable vessel, a golden body will descend. It's not a miracle, but a golden immortal. Don't break the rules. May the indomitable spirit descend. The guy is trying to rethink everything. His last words about the indomitable spirit catch on. They don't understand what it means. He tries to sort through everything that happened earlier in his head, from turning the stones into a book to his dream. He guesses that his last dream may have something to do with this book. After repeating to himself the first lines about the golden body descending with a suitable vessel, Yong-kai decides to take a chance and try. He bites his thumb until it bleeds, and then a few drops fall on the page of the book. The place where his blood comes in contact with the book does not form spots, but a dark purple whirlpool appears. The spinning funnel continues to grow and literally rises from the book, freezing in the air above it. The hero repeats to himself the words that with a suitable vessel, a golden body will descend. A bright object appears out of the whirlpool. Because of its high brightness, it is difficult to understand what it is. The golden swirl transforms, and Yong-kai sees a skeleton sitting in the lotus position. The dark purple swirl on the pages of the book gradually disappears. Looking at the skull of the creature that has appeared, the guy thinks that he is mocking him, so the hero begins to pull his hands to him, trying to show him his place, because this is just an ordinary skeleton in his opinion. Chapter 1-8. The guy's hand passes through the skull of a golden skeleton, which abruptly begins to move towards him. In the next instant, the golden skeleton makes contact with the hero's torso. A powerful maelstrom of yellow energy envelops Yong-kai's body, which begins to absorb the power. The hero falls to the floor. Sweat trails down his temples. The book falls down beside him, and he growls in pain. Dropping to his knees, he clutches his chest, starting to feel the changes inside his skeleton. His broken and cracked bones begin to heal right before his eyes. It is clear that this does not happen painlessly. Yong-kai screams from the unbearable pain inside his body. This is heard by one of the students who passed near his house. The guy is trying to withstand the real torment of hell. At the same time, he realizes that this golden immortal will want to take over his body and mind. But the hero does not intend to just retreat. He is determined to preserve his body and mind. Several hours pass. Evening comes. The day is drawing to a close. The sun is no longer as bright as it was at noon. Its rays took on a dimmer tone. The hero continues to lie on the floor, trying to endure this torture. Yang Kai takes a sitting position, holding his head with one hand. He's trying to figure out what's going on right now, and what this book was doing in that forest. Then he is surprised to realize that his body is no longer aching from the pain. Once on his feet, the hero feels that he has become stronger. He assumes that his body has become stronger. He grabs his left hand by the wrist, realizing that all his injuries have evaporated. But it doesn't really change anything, because he's still at the third stage of body tempering. No drastic changes have taken place. Yang Kai starts looking around nervously. He doesn't know where that book went. Just as he thought of it, the black book materialized in midair, falling to the floor with a loud pop. The guy walked over to the black book and picked it up from the floor. I checked my guess several times. It turned out that the book can appear and disappear at his behest. Chapter 1-9. He finally realized that this was a book made out of spirit stone. Only when hundreds of millions of spirits are gathered together in the abyss, and coupled with the exorbitant human labor, is such a spiritual stone created. The hero understands that with the help of such a treasure, not only can he easily crush the heavenly pavilion, but also almost any expert in this world. Yang Kai realizes that he is too weak right now, so he wonders how he can keep this book safe. The guy admits that going out alone is practice. The only way he can protect her is to become stronger. Up to this point, he has traveled a lot and seen a lot of different things, so now it's time to start training. The hero decides that he needs to make the most of it, since he owns this black book. He notices that there are still many pages in the book, which means that there is more than one treasure hidden in it. The hero opens a new page of the book, where another entry also appears, which reads, Majestic Golden Body, Body Tempering Records. The guy feels that something is pouring into his mind. Yang Kai realizes that the notes on the body tempering technique have appeared in his head. He recalls one of the strokes, which looks very simple, but in fact, in order to achieve a good performance of this blow, it is necessary to observe a strict requirement, to practice only while facing the rising sun in the east. It follows that he will only be able to practice it for half an hour every day. The guy notices that the sun has set below the horizon. He yawns, noting that it's late and it's time to go to bed. The hero puts the book next to him and falls on his side, sinking into sleep. It's early morning. The roosters don't even have time to start singing when Yang Kai comes out of his house. Seeing that the sun is just beginning to rise from the horizon, he knows that now is the right time. The guy takes a deep breath, then takes a fighting stance in order to start honing that very blow. He puts his hands shoulder-width apart, then concentrates his strength between his palms, preparing to hold the first blow correctly. The hero makes a blow, after which he begins to feel an unpleasant kickback in the bones all over his body, which begin to crack from the heavy load. Chapter 1-10. Yang Kai is breathing heavily, trying to catch his breath. Sweat is pouring down his face. He realizes that it was only the first of 6 moves. The guy is horrified that this is not even 1% of the body tempering technique, but it already has some difficulties in learning. After taking a couple of breaths, the hero takes a deep breath, deciding to continue training. Mentally, he notes that he must not give up. The next 3 moves are also not easy. Sweat drops from the guy's fists, and after performing the movements, the whole body begins to tremble from the frenzied load. He exhales heavily and then continues training, realizing that there isn't much time to hone this punch. With a belligerent roar, he continues to repeat those 6 movements, which each time are given easier and easier to the hero. Half an hour passes. Training time is over. The hero closes his eyes to calm the trembling all over his body and assess his progress. He is experiencing a very unusual feeling. He is visited by the thought that he has moved on to the 4th stage of body hardening. He marvels at this, as it took him almost 3 years to reach the 3rd stage of body tempering, and it only took him half an hour to advance further. Yang Kai realizes that the technique he used now is extremely effective. The hero's face paled. It turned out that there was a side effect of such a tough workout. Yang Kai fell to his knees, spitting out some strange black concoction from his body. After wiping his lips when the vomit is all out, the guy realizes that it is the impurities of his body. It turns out that the practice of the body hardening technique contributes to the gradual removal of impurities from the body. Yang Kai had experienced this before, but never before, faced with such a volume. As he gets to his feet, he realizes that even though he has reached a new stage, he still hasn't been able to make any real progress in learning the fist tempering technique. Raising his eyes to the sky, the hero realizes that he was able to comprehend only about 1% of the entire technique. But even now he is beginning to wonder what will happen when he fully masters it. Yang Kai picks up a broom and goes about his business. Chapter 1-11. A girl with a dark blue diamond in her forehead stands at her post, continuing to keep records of what is happening in her zone. Then she notices that the guy she helped yesterday is now alive and well and starts dusting the entrance. Young Kai goes about his business with a serious face. One of the students asks how he is doing, and the other sweeps that the hero has been sweeping in this place for an hour. The girl watching everything from the tree laughs. Mentally, I think the guy is an oddball. The guy is completely lost in his own thoughts, despite the fact that he now practices such a special tempering technique every morning. It turns out that the rest of the day he is always free. Then the hero hears footsteps nearby. One of the students runs into him, but young Kai remains standing like a rock while the runner falls on his 5th point, trying to recover. The hero decides to find out if everything is in order with the brother student. The boy assures the other person that everything is fine, repeating it twice out of excitement, and in his mind he wonders when young Kai became so strong, because not so long ago, he could not stand up to anyone like an autumn leaf. The boy quickly gets to his feet and runs away, saying one last word that he has to go. Young Kai asks the fleeing disciple brother where he is going in such a hurry. The guy tells him that he is going to the Hall of Merit. Then it dawns on the hero that today is the 8th day of the month. It turns out that every 8th day of the month, all students' achievement points are added up, and as a result, they are awarded rewards and, possibly, even promoted in rank. The guy starts counting his points. He only had 10 contribution points. However, he was challenged 6 times, in which he lost. This means that he lost 6 points, respectively. Young Kai exhales heavily, realizing that this time, he will only get 4 points in a month. He also notices that he may have continued to sweep without remembering the event. The hero enters the Hall of Merit. He sees an old man sitting with his back to the guests. The guy understands that this old man is dreaming about the students of their pavilion again. The old man really has hearts in his eyes. He does not react to the appearance of the guy, continuing to fly in his dreams. Young Kai refers to the old man as Guardian Meng. Then the old man pays attention to him, turning his whole body towards him. He calls them child, smiling slightly. Chapter 1-12. The hero decides to clarify what the other person is looking at in this way. The old man answers the question with a question, wanting to know why the disciple didn't arrive here this morning. Young Kai claims that he had too much to do this morning. Guardian Meng begins to wag, saying that he understands everything. But it turns out that the student interrupted his serious thoughts about the secrets of the universe. The old man asks whether to give everything to the student as usual. The guy gives a positive answer, after which 10 pieces of silver appear on the table, and Keeper Meng himself fixes them in his document. Young Kai decides to clarify how many contribution points he currently has available. The man explains that each month the guy gets 4 points, one of which he spends on 10 silver coins. That leaves 3. In total, he had accumulated 12 contribution points. The old man asks if the guy wants to buy a bottle of cream for healing wounds. The hero refuses, but thanks for the offer. Inwardly, he realizes that 12 points is very small, because he can't even ask for 1 stalk of precious herbs. Guardian Meng notes that the growth rate of a disciple is greatly affected due to the fact that he is trying to save up for the essence tempering pill, so the old man wonders how much longer he still wants to collect. Glasses. The guy, realizing that his path is very difficult, notes that he can succeed thanks to this. The old man declares that with his current growth rate, he will have long since passed away. The hero still decides to find out one important detail that he does not understand. The interlocutor allows you to ask a question. He wonders why no one has exchanged their points for the essence tempering pill so far, even though there was even an announcement that it appeared in their pavilion. Keeper Meng explains that the whole reason is up to him. It turns out that O personally manages it, so very few people know about it. These words surprise the guy, so he asks again if the other person really has the pill. The old man replies that the interlocutor should not think too much, because even if he has it now, he still has to exchange it for contribution points. The old man notes that his word in this matter is far from the last. Then the guy confidently declares that he will accumulate a sufficient number of contribution points. Guardian Meng noticed the fact that he had heard about the hero being beaten up recently. Young Kai's face darkens at these words. He doesn't understand the mood of the other person, so he turns around and starts moving towards the exit. In the doorway, he hears the voice of an old man, who asks the young man not to leave and talk to him. The hero also notes that they have nothing more to talk about. In Young Kai's opinion, the old man was even glad to be defeated. An experienced man advises the young man to return home, because he believes that the Sky Pavilion is not the right place for him. Guardian Meng is worried about the other person, because if his trial is prolonged, then one day he may lose his life. These words make the hero stop. He stands for a few seconds, thinking about the other person's words and waiting for some continuation, but when he gets nothing more, he declares that he has no place to go back to. Young Kai then leaves the room. Chapter 1-13. Keeper Meng laughs after the hero leaves. He wonders how long the essence tempering pill will last in this old man's possession. Then the mentor notices that it came to him to lie a little to help the guy. However, he thinks that the interlocutor still would not believe him. Events are transferred to the village of Black Plum. As Yang Kai walks down the street, where there is a huge number of residents, he remembers that every time he visited this village, he felt a little anxious and unpleasant, but today these feelings are not present. The hero seriously thinks about what this might be related to. He assumes that the golden skeleton has something to do with it. Passing by a dark alley, the guy notices that several people are communicating in it. One of them is wearing the shape of a sky pavilion. One of the guys notices Yang Kai. He has black hair, a scar on his forehead, and a small cut under his right eye. Seeing the witness, the brunette is angry, but the hero manages to leave before something happens. Approaching the designated place, the hero thinks about whether his vision failed, because among the crowd he saw a brother student. After that, he realizes that it's quite normal, because Black Plum Village is located near the Sky Pavilion, so it's normal to see a couple of disciples here. Opening the door, he calls out to his aunt. A girl comes out to him, who asks if the guy has come for rice again. Yang Kai confirms this by asking for 1 bag. Then the saleswoman notices the fact that the hero buys a bag of rice only once a month, which makes her have a logical question about whether this is exactly enough for the guy. Yang Kai says that 1 bag of rice for a month is more than enough for him. My aunt points out that he is a real liar, because just by looking at his emaciated body, you can understand that he is not eating enough. The brunette also emphasizes that he also hunts in the mountains nearby to feed himself. After listening to the conversation between the wife and the buyer, the merchant declares that the woman can take that old rice from the warehouse and give it to this young man. A representative of the fair sex supports this decision. The hero feels uncomfortable about this, so he asks them to stop and not do it, claiming that they don't have to do it at all. My aunt says that they can't sell these bags because the insects chewed through them. In addition, she adds that her husband said that getting rid of insects is much more important than a couple of bags of rice. The woman asks the guy to wait on the spot while she goes to get rice. The hero, meanwhile, talks to himself about this situation. It turns out that every time he buys rice, the boss and his wife constantly find different excuses to give him much more rice. In fact, there is nothing wrong with rice. It's not old or anything. Yang Kai thanks Auntie for this. Chapter 1-14. While the woman goes to get rice, the hero is left alone with the boss. The man starts the conversation by noticing that the guy is lonely and that he is having a hard time right now, so he decides to give him a helping hand at such a moment. It says that if the guy is hungry, then let him come to them. The merchant confirms that they do not have much, but there is always rice. Yang Kai can only accept such help with bowed head, because he doesn't know how to respond to such kindness. At the same time, a couple of young men approach the store. One of them is supporting the other by the shoulder. They are met by a young guy who is dressed the same as the boss. He specifies what the gentleman would like to buy. Those, in turn, demand that he get out of the way. One of the visitors hits a young boy with his leg. He falls to the floor, clutching his bruised side, where the blow landed. The boss immediately flies up from his seat, trying to figure out what happened here. Yang Kai is currently lifting the injured person off the floor, trying to somehow help him. The hero looks up and recognizes the guys. He had seen them in the alley he passed on his way to this place. The guy with the scar on his head loudly asks who is the boss here. The man replies that he is the owner. Then the brunette lashes out at him with accusations. According to him, he sold poisoned rice, which caused even his comrade, being strong and robust, to very simply become so weak after a bowl of his rice. The guest claims that the owner of the establishment sells poisoned rice for profit. After such a statement, the owner begins to strain a little, assuring that this is simply impossible. Then the guy with the scar on his forehead continues to push, claiming that his friend bought some rice from him in the morning and dined on it, after which he became so weak that the guy himself did not have time to eat his portion. The man begins to worry a lot, so he interrupts the interlocutor, saying that all this is some kind of misunderstanding. Then the visitor claims that the old man is blatantly lying, because if not for his rice, then everything would be fine with his brother now. Yang Kai gets up from his seat, because the boy who was hit by the guest's blow has already come to his senses. He approaches the two guys, about to say something to them, but the owner's hand stops him. The old man explains that even if he suffers a loss, he must avoid trouble. These words startle the hero, but the man returns to the question of the guests. He notices that he can't do anything to help the guy with his brother's illness. These words sting the young man with the scar on his forehead, but the owner keeps talking. The man notes that there is absolutely nothing he can do here other than just look at his brother, so he suggests calling a doctor for the guy. He also says that if young people have problems with money, he will be able to pay for treatment himself. This annoys the brunette, for whom such words sound as if the owner wants to make them look like scammers. The guy claims that they are decent people who always follow the path of good. but the owner sold them poisoned rice, so they have no other choice. The hero notices to himself that he does not see any real decency in the guy opposite. After listening to the words of the victims of poisoned rice, the owner ceases to understand at all what these people want from him, so he rushes to find out about it. At this time, a crowd of people gathers on the street, which warms the ears. A young man dressed in the clothes of a disciple of the heavenly pavilion also enters the room. That's when Young Kai realizes that he's already seen these guys in that alley. Chapter 1-15. A new person wearing the clothes of a disciple of the heavenly pavilion enters the room. He assesses the condition of the victim, and then goes to the owner of the establishment. The hero also realizes that all these guys are familiar with each other, so he is sure that they are up to something. The companions exchange glances, after which the student approaches the owner. A dark-haired man with a scar under his eye declares that the guest should not pretend to be a hero. The disciple of the heavenly pavilion notices that the guy's brother is very weak, so he rushes to find out if this poison is really so strong. The victim's brother says that all this is obvious. In addition, according to him, they are already spending this precious time on treatment in order to bring the old man to clean water. After that, the chatterbox focuses on the fact that if this is not done, then other people may suffer. Young Kai, meanwhile, takes a moment to talk to the owner. He asks if Uncle He has offended any of them before. The man nervously replies that he doesn't. The hero then begins to speculate that his rice shop has begun to interfere with someone. The interlocutor does not quite understand who can interfere with such a small shop. After hearing a rather strange answer, Young Kai tries to understand what the visitors are up to, arranging such a theatrical performance. Here, the disciple of the heavenly pavilion sneers, then abruptly strikes at the patient, warning him of the danger in advance. At the last moment, the poisoned one evades the guy's attack, breaking the distance with a jump. Then the disciple of the heavenly pavilion is surprised that, despite the poison, the guy very easily dodged his attack. One man in the crowd shouts that he is a crook who tried to frame them. The second one notices that the disciple of the heavenly pavilion has very impressive martial arts. Meanwhile, Young Kai is seriously considering the situation. The heroic actions of the disciple brother, who defends the honor of the weak, are very correct, but the hero has doubts about the purity of his intentions because he saw him in that alley. She wonders what the show is all about. At the same time, the guy with the scar on his forehead declares that the disciple of the heavenly pavilion should not pry into other people's affairs. A guy who wants to look like a hero of the people introduces himself. His name is Sumu, and he is a disciple of the heavenly pavilion, as expected. The most grumpy guy notices that they admit defeat because they can't compete with the sky pavilion, but he claims that he remembered the other person's name, so one day they will meet again. At the same time, the hero almost laughs, amazed at this masterpiece game, because these actors do not even have an Oscar. Sumu demands that the deceivers get out of his sight. A couple of brothers are about to leave the store together. The hero also realizes that if you let them leave like this, then their plan will be successfully completed. Young Kai suggests that the plan is most likely to get Sumu to start respecting the deceived people. The hero simply cannot allow this, so he calls on the two brothers to stop, because they did not even apologize to this shop. He also points out that if they don't teach them a lesson now, they might do the same thing next time, just like at Liu Shi's clothing store or his Yang's grocery store. Chapter 1-16. The crowd supports Young Kai's thoughts. One of them approves that they shouldn't just let these scoundrels go. Another clings to the second part of the hero's monologue, saying that if they let them go, then one day two brothers may come to his store, disgracing their reputation. A couple of guys freeze in place, not knowing what to do. Sumu, on the other hand, becomes angry as he realizes that he is losing control of the situation. At the same time, the hero approaches the guy. He notices that his brother said earlier that all good deeds should be carried out to the end, so Young Kai suggests that they detain these two together. Obviously, this development does not suit the brazen deceiver, so he asks his brother to wait. The hero says that he is also a disciple of the heavenly pavilion and stayed in it for almost 3 years. Mentally, the interlocutor is surprised that the dumbass is standing in front of him. Young Kai also emphasizes that it is not worth wasting time, and being brave and courageous is his way in life. So he once again suggests that his brother arrest two scoundrels and help Mr. He restore justice. This will raise the prestige of the village. The crowd approves of such a decision, supporting the two heavenly pavilion disciples in doing so. Sumu looks at his companions with an apologetic look. The hero, meanwhile, is smiling behind his back. After waiting for a while, Young Kai still steps forward, placing his hand on his comrade's shoulder and calling him to action with his words. Mentally, the deceiver understands that this was not part of the plan. His plans. He winks at his companions, trying to calm them down. He makes a mental note that one way or another, he must help them escape when the opportunity arises. The two brothers are very worried. and the hero carefully observes the actions of the brother student. Then the owner of the restaurant, Reese, decides to help the guys. He calls out to the crowd, stating that the disciples of the Heavenly Pavilion need help with such a matter. The people were blown up from their seats. They surrounded the two brothers from all sides, preventing them from getting out. The crowd turned on the two guys, starting a small scuffle. The deceiver, who wanted to put himself in a better light in front of the deceived people, was lost, frozen in place, and did not know what to do. When the residents calmed down, two brothers were left lying beaten on the road. One of them began to stretch out his hand in the direction of his friend, literally begging him for help. Sumu also threatened that he wouldn't allow anyone to call him by his first name. Chapter 1-17. A couple of brothers were sprawled on the floor, unable to move. The hero still decided to ask them how many more evil things they had done before. At the same time, young Kai refers to them as despicable. One of the crowd remarked that the two men were a disgrace to their village. The hero also clung to these words, offering to execute the guys for being a thorn in this village. He immediately asks if anyone has any objections. These words silence everyone present. No one is in a hurry to say anything on this issue. Because of this, a deathly silence has hung. One of the beaten scammers looks up at Sumu, who is still recovering afterward. He thinks the boys have had enough. Young Kai clings to his brother's words. He highlights the important fact that if their prank today had been successful, this shop would probably have closed down, because without income, Uncle He's family would not have been able to survive. The hero notes that they would have starved to death. It is because of this that Brunnet elaborates on how they might not make these scammers pay the price. Sumu claims that there is some truth in his brother's words, but killing people like this is somehow wrong. At the same time, the main fraudster swears to himself because they are tied hand and foot. Young Kai, on the other hand, continues to gently push the other person. He argues that they should both stick to the path of justice and live by helping others. After that, the hero asks if Sumu is not able to end the life of this garbage. Then he immediately corrects himself, asking if there's any reason why his brother doesn't want to kill them. The main scammer tries to keep his face to the very end, so he answers the question with a question, asking the interlocutor if he thinks that he knows something. At this time, the hero is approached by the owner of the institution, who has doubts about such radical measures, which he is in a hurry to express. After listening to Uncle He, the guy returns his gaze to his brother, wanting to finish him off completely. Young Kai says that he thought that his brother was one of those who stands for the weak. But in this case, he does not understand why he cannot do it, because in this way he will help many people. Sumu laughs at this, noticing the fact that the other person thinks he's afraid of it. He begins to defend himself, claiming that he has already seen a life taken many times. After listening to the confident words of the interlocutor, Yang Kang clarifies what then he is waiting for. A disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion becomes despondent, realizing that he dug his own grave out of pride. Just then, one of the beaten guys gets up from his seat on shaky legs. Two brothers claim that Sumu is a liar. They say that he was the one who forced him and his brother to come here and start a fight, so that they could help get rid of them, thereby gaining a good reputation. Second brother is supportive, claiming that Sumu's words aren't worth a penny. Sumu says it's all nonsense. This surprises his fellow officers. The guy who pretended to be poisoned by the rice of a local grocery store loudly and clearly tells the whole neighborhood that they were the victim of this guy from Heavenly, the Pavilion. He forced them to do it because he thought that the daughter of the boss of this shop would treat him better. Chapter 1-18. Ian can't help but realize that there was no point in lying to the kid, and he knows they know each other. Sumu insists that all this is nonsense to blacken his name. The beaten boy claims that he did not say anything bad, because although the two brothers, do not differ much in knowledge, but even they were in doubt about this plan. The beaten guy continues to insist that everyone around him should know the truth, that he and his brother are only victims of his plans. He notes that their families are starving, so they were looking for any ways to earn money, and then Sumu appeared, offering to run an errand. The hero decided to clarify that how much he offered the brothers for such an assignment. Beaten claims that their payment would have been 50 taels in silver. These words startle Young Kai, who believes that this is quite a lot of money. Uncle He is very angry at this, realizing that the beaten ones probably don't lie. He calls Sumu a scoundrel for trying to get hold of his daughter. The man notes that he has no right to do anything to him, because he is from the Heavenly Pavilion. However, in the place of his parents, he would be very ashamed. The man in the crowd is astonished that someone from the Sky Pavilion would be capable of such meanness. The girl standing next to him supports these words, noting that he is not a hero at all. Sumu knows that he has to leave, because his plan has gone downhill. His reputation was ruined, and all because of this brat. Because of this, the guy decides to approach the hero to find out his name. Young Kai asks him to guess. This pisses off Sumu, who was already on edge before. He says that the other person should not try to hide the name, because he will find out anyway, because he has been in the pavilion for almost 3 years. The guy notes that on the upcoming test of students, his brother will have a very hard time because he clearly remembered his face. After making such a furious speech, Sumu hurries to leave the village. He pushes people aside in his path. The hero at this time notices that the two brothers are already gone. Uncle He also rushes to thank the guy for his help, noting that he helped him out a lot today. But the fact that this guy will now have problems does not go away from the experienced eye. Yang Kai also asks not to worry about him, claiming that Sumu is a bad person. Even if he remembers him, it's not a bit scary. Then the owner of this shop puts his hand on the guy's shoulder, saying that he should still be careful, because he will not be able to find a place for himself if something happens to the interlocutor because of him. The hero is forced to agree, promising that he will be more careful in the future. He picks up a bag of rice as he leaves the store. Uncle He wishes him a safe journey, and the boy thanks him again for the rice, asking him not to worry about it. When Yang Kai returned to his small shed, he left the bag of rice at the entrance, noting that now he didn't have to worry about food for the next month. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, then mentally noted that he expected this Sumu to be waiting for him on the way here. It came as a surprise to him that this did not happen. Then the guy realizes that according to the rules of the Sky Pavilion, killing without a particularly important reason, as well as injuring, is prohibited. This means that if Sumu still dared to injure him on the way home, then he would be severely punished. Even if it didn't happen right now, Yang Kai is completely confident that Sumu will challenge him in the future. He realizes that he does not know what stage of body hardening the guy is currently in, so the hero decides to immediately start training. Otherwise, at best, he will be evicted. Chapter 1-19. The hero approaches the training dummy, starting to hone his punches. After a while, he takes a short break, noting the fact that as soon as he got this golden skeleton, his body started to ache a lot. He wonders if he should start training half an hour before dawn. He has practice every morning for 1 hour, but then what to do with the rest of the time? This is a question that worries Yang Kai, who thinks that it might be better to leave time for sleep. After finishing his workout, the guy goes to the bath. Having done all the water treatments, he declares that a bath in the morning is perfectly relaxing. He dries himself off and lies down on a kind of bed, noting that a double result from half the effort is, of course, good, but the return is very serious, so do not overexert your body. Then he remembers the book and calls it back to the real world. Opening the book to the required page, he remembers all the stages of body hardening. The first stage of the golden body tempering technique is to build a foundation, or source. The second stage is a thorough hardening of the body, where the very basics are practiced, but the third stage. At these words, a golden pot appears from the book. The hero takes it with one hand, starting to study it carefully. It turns out that according to what I read in the book, this vessel will help him in practice. This vessel transforms rare herbs into enhancing incense. Yang Kai understands that he should look for the necessary components for this. In addition, for a full-fledged effect, it is necessary to use only those herbs that will be useful at this stage of body hardening. At the current stage of development, a shamrock flower or dead grass will suit the hero. The value of both is small, so he can afford it, although the deadling grass has some toxic substances in it. This is not critical for practitioners, because even an ordinary person can get sick only after a few years. Yang Kai, on the other hand, has doubts about whether these two plants will help him improve his body. Of course, they are available in the contribution hall now, but Keeper Meng will not allow them to be taken away just like that. The price is low, but the guy doesn't have enough contribution points right now, and he was saving up for something more valuable. Yang Kai decides that he has no choice but to rely on his luck in the mountains. Fortunately for him, the Sky Pavilion is located near the mountain range, so he can look for herbs there. The hero decides that he will do this tomorrow, and today he needs to sleep, so he lies down in a kind of bed, covering himself with a blanket. At dawn, Yang Kai practices body tempering, and then sends him to the contribution hall, where he works tirelessly. The work always pays off, because Keeper Meng lends him books where medicinal herbs are presented. This time was no exception. The hero received another book, which contains many medicinal herbs. It includes not only their list and description, but also their approximate location. At noon, Yang Kai took a circuitous route to obtain a document allowing him to take 3 days off from the sect, then packed up everything he needed and set off. Approaching the mountain range, the guy noted the fact that the location of these mountains is quite convenient. Looking down, the hero notices the grass. He is happy that he found Li Jai, although he doesn't deny the fact that collecting it with his bare hands is a bit problematic. After collecting one of the types of herbs, the guy goes further into the mountains. Here on the road he notices a small bush of 3 herbs. It's still not very visible from afar, but he assumes it's dead grass. Coming even closer, the hero takes out a book that has an image of this herb and begins to compare them. After a while, he realizes that they are very similar, so most likely he was lucky. He takes out a tool to gently pull the grass out of the ground. Young Kai notices that the sun is already sinking below the horizon, so it makes sense to arrange a pass for the night. He sits down under a tree, starting to sash a small piece of rice. The hero decides that after he eats, he will climb a tree and sleep. The night passes quickly and imperceptibly. There comes an earlier morning, on which the hero conducts a training session. After that, he takes out another piece of rice and eats it right on the go. He decides to go back to looking for herbs. Evening comes, and the hero's stomach requires additional food. Young Kai involuntarily grabs onto it, perfectly understanding the essence of the problem. He remembers that he originally expected to hunt, but he didn't see a single rabbit all day. In his mind's eye, he thinks he should have made more rice balls. The hero thinks about where to find food, not forgetting that the village is far enough away. Then he notices that smoke is coming from a small fishing line nearby. The guy decides to check out the source of the fire. In his mind's eye, he emphasizes the fact that whoever built a fire in the middle of the mountains must be either fearless or just plain stupid. As he gets closer, he can actually see the flames that are lighting up the area brightly, releasing carbon monoxide into the air. He immediately decides to ask who's here. Chapter 1:20. After these words, 2 people immediately point their bows at the hero. The guy is in a hurry to justify himself, saying that everything is in order and he just walked around and collected herbs. Hearing this, the man lowers his bow. His young comrade does not lose his vigilance until the very end, holding the uninvited guest at gunpoint. The man claims that he thought the fire attracted a wild animal, so it was a false alarm. He puts a hand on his partner's shoulder, trying to calm him down. Young Kai apologizes for bothering me. The man offers to discuss everything around the campfire, because the wind in the mountains is very cold. The hero has no reason to refuse, so he sits down next to the travelers by the fire. The eldest says that his name is Zhang Shan, and that he comes from a small village at the foot of the mountains, and here they go to hunt, thereby providing food for the whole village. The hero involuntarily looks at the young boy next to him, as if asking a silent question. Zhang also says that you should not be so lenient with this boy, because he is already an avid hunter, which will soon give him a head start. The man is in a hurry to find out who he met, where he came from, and where he is going. Young Kai unhesitatingly reveals that he is a disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion, and that he is here in search of herbs. These words surprise Zhang Shan, who points out that the boy also wants to start practicing there one day. In addition, the boy greatly admires the disciples of the Heavenly Pavilion. The hero puts his hand on the boy's head, declaring that even if he is not very talented, then strength and labor will grind everything out. The boy laughs at this, and then passes the boy a piece of bread. Young Kai initially refuses, noting that food is worth its weight in gold in the mountains, and the interlocutors need to take care of themselves. The man notices that the guy has not eaten anything for a long time, so he should not refuse. Then the hero accepts the food, thanking the interlocutors for it. After eating, the trio goes to bed. Young Kai gets up first in the morning. The fire is already out, and the hunters are still asleep. He also notes that even separately, herbs have an excellent therapeutic effect. She leaves some herbs for the 2 travelers, noting that even if it's not much, he should somehow thank them. After moving a little away from the camp, the hero takes a fighting stance, intending to start practicing body tempering. Then she notices that something strange is happening. He feels that a strange warm feeling is spreading all over his body, and the meridians are filled with something. Chapter 1:20. It turns out that the hero has reached the 5th stage of body tempering. This is a very fast growth. After all, he had only been practicing this golden body tempering technique for a couple of days. Young Kai takes the bag of his belongings and slings it over his shoulder for comfort. For a moment, he wonders what would have happened if the practice time hadn't been limited to dawn alone. After a while, the hero is lucky. He manages to catch a rabbit. He looks around, mentally noting that he's already walked about 30 miles from the entrance. If he decides to go further, he may encounter dangerous beasts that he can't provoke yet. Because of such objective and correct thoughts, Young Kai realizes that he is still very weak. He moves on, reflecting on his position. But a ringing gust of wind causes all the birds nearby to fly in different directions. This unusual phenomenon attracts the guy's attention. The hero takes off, realizing that something bad has happened. After a few moments, he reaches the place where the terrible hum was coming from. He sees the entrance to the cave, which is literally covered with huge cobwebs. From the eyes of the guy also does not leave the fact that there is a bow lying on the ground. Young Kai tosses his duffel bag out of the way, then looks into the depths of the cave from the entrance. The cave turns out to be very big. The exit from the other side is not visible, and after a few meters it is semi-dark. There is also a huge amount of cobwebs in the cave, which obviously interferes with normal movement. The hero starts moving forward. He is not very comfortable in such a place, but everything indicates that someone has fallen into the clutches of a monster. Going deeper into the cave, the guy stumbles upon several skeletons that are wrapped in cocoons of cobwebs. After that, Yongkai notices a living person in the same cocoon in front of him. He recognizes it immediately. This is Zhang Shan. The guy puts 2 fingers to the man's nose, then notices that he is still breathing. The man comes to his senses abruptly, noticing the hero. He tells him that the spider dragged the boy inside the cave. The hunter asks you to save him. Yongkai tries to untie the spider cocoon that Zhang Shan is trapped in, but he quickly realizes that these threads will be difficult to cut, deciding that now is not the time to untie the man's cocoon. The boy goes forward, deeper into the cave, telling the man that he will save the boy and let Zhang Shan wait for him here. The man thanks the guy for this, warning him to be careful because this spider is huge. Chapter 1-21. After some time, Yongkai reaches a huge recess of the cave, in which there is a huge spider web. The owner of this place is sitting on it, dealing with another victim. There's a pile of human skeletons on the ground, wrapped from head to neck in cocoons of cobwebs. The hero also notices that the monster has already sunk its fangs into the boy. He realizes that this is not a good sign. The guy demands that the spider stop, but the monster does not listen to him. Then he runs up and jumps and charges the monster's belly with his fist. From such a powerful blow, the web breaks and the boy falls to the ground. The hero and spider land on a hard surface. Yongkai takes off, wanting to grab the boy and run away. He has no desire to face off against a huge spider. The 6-legged monster has its own views on this situation. She very confidently closes the distance, then knocks the guy off his feet, looming over him. The guy doesn't get lost noticing that the lower part of the monster is open. He punches the spider's belly. The blow throws the monster slightly, but the hero does not have time to get out from under it, so he adds a kick in the same place, knocking the spider back. Yongkai realizes that the risk of being poisoned is too great, so he shouldn't waste any more time. In addition, the guy has doubts that he can handle such a simple monster at his current level of strength. The hero turns his gaze to the boy in the cocoon, realizing that if he does not hurry, he may die. The spider immediately takes advantage of this. It sticks to the wall, then releases a stream of cobwebs from its belly. The guy manages to jump out of the way, avoiding the attack. Then Yongkai notices that the big monster abruptly stops firing. In his mind, the dark-haired man wonders what his opponent is up to. He looks around, noticing that the exit from this cave is sealed with cobwebs. The guy realizes that the monster wants to make them stay to die in this place. Then he notices that the spider decides to take action. Yongkai deftly dodges the spider web's shots, confidently closing the distance. The hero acts too confidently, shortening the distance and gaining speed. He tries to hit the monster with a jump, but the guy does not take into account the fact that with such a direct attack, he opens up a lot. One of the spider's sharp paws strikes ahead of the other. Yongkai notices this late, and it's impossible to avoid the attack in the air, so he puts his hands out in a cross-shaped block in front of him, knowing full well that the monster will get him first. A sharp spider limb pierces the hero's right arm. The monster looms over another victim. He hisses furiously, hoping to intimidate her completely. The hero mentally notes that despite the fact that it was painful, for some reason he does not worry and retains his composure. Yongkai abruptly strikes the spider's face with the hand that was pierced through. Blood sprays from the monster's face, and the huge spider screams in pain. The hero doesn't stop there. He repeats his punch, which hits the spider right in the eye. This time, the fist falls on the neighboring eye, from which nothing remains either. After that, the guy gets into a fighting stance, preparing to continue the fight. He's a little surprised that the monster still won't settle down, noting its survivability. An involuntary smile appears on the guy's face. Yongkai lands a series of punches on the spider's carcass. He hits without thinking, and the monster tries to kick back. Suddenly, the hero's instincts begin to trumpet danger. He notices that the enemy is trying to trap him. A stream of cobwebs shoots out of its belly. It begins to wrap around the guy's body, but the hero notices that the spider's strength is already running out, so he decides to finish everything. With a powerful blow to the monster's head, the brunette sends it to the ground. Yongkai is a little surprised that he could kill such a beast. He points out that even if it's only a wild beast, but at its 5th stage of body tempering, it would be difficult to deal with it even though it didn't suffer much damage. After making sure that the monster is still defeated, the hero pulls out the sharp leg of the spider from his hand, and then unties his body from the web that managed to get on it during the battle. Then he picks up the boy and starts walking back. Zhang Shan runs out to meet them. He immediately asks a question about the condition of the boy, who is still not recovered. It can be seen that the hunter is very concerned about this. so the hero rushes to calm him down, explaining that the boy has lost too much blood, which is why he is now unconscious. Yang Kai places the boy's body on the ground in front of the man, asking him to wait for him here. He storms off, claiming that he needs to find something. Chapter 1:22. The guy runs to his bag of things, which he left at the entrance, and then unties it, taking out a few herbs. He puts a couple in his mouth and takes the rest with him. Yang Kai returns to the hunters. He applies a handful of herbs to the spider bite wound on the boy's body. Zhang Shan wonders what will happen to this child. The hero also emphasizes that the medicinal properties of these herbs perfectly counteract the poison, so he is sure that everything will be fine. The boy writhes in pain for a few moments. He shivers all over, and then his breathing becomes even and calm. The trembling gradually subsides. Zhang Shan understands everything. Tears of joy fill his eyes. He wipes them away with the back of his hand, noting that the boy is fine, which he is very happy about. Yang Kai is in a hurry to tell the adult that everything is not so simple. It turns out that his herbs only neutralize the bite site, so the boy still needs full-fledged treatment. The hunter quickly comes to his senses, stating that then they need to immediately take the boy to the healer. The hero asks the interlocutor not to rush and give time for the effect to strengthen a little. The man agrees with this. After a few moments, Zhang Shan abruptly realizes that he has forgotten something. He turns his head in the boy's direction, determined to find out how he feels and how his injuries are. The hero also says that you should not worry about him. The man is amazed that the other person can still stand up after losing so much blood. Yang Kai clenches his fingers into a fist and says he's not too sure, but somehow he feels fine. Here the hero already remembers something. He grabs the bag with his things, declaring that he will be back soon. Starting to go deeper into the cave, the guy demands that the hunters wait for him on the spot. Zhang Shan has a silent question, but he doesn't say it out loud. The reason Yang Kai decided to return to the cave is quite obvious. It turns out that while he was fighting that giant spider, he noticed that there was a whole storehouse of medicinal herbs here. The guy laughs happily, noting that he's finally found a shamrock. Picking up a rare type of herb in his bag, which he has been looking for so long, the hero remembers that this plant is very fastidious. It grows in wet and dark places, and there are a lot of corpses in this cave that only tone down its growth, so this cave is perfect for this plant. The guy notices that 2 hunters helped him, because only in their footsteps did he find this cave. After collecting all the necessary grass, Yang Kai notices an unusual mushroom that literally glows red in the semi-darkness of the cave. The hero realizes that he has not seen anything like this in the old man's book, so he decides to tear it down in order to show it to him later. After finishing his business in the cave, the hero leaves it together with the hunters. The guy says that he will take the boy and the man to their village. Zhang Shan also notices that he will never be able to pay him back. Yang Kai also claims that these are small things. The trio reaches the village, after which the man and the boy enter the house where the healer receives visitors. Zhang Shan is very nervous, so he asks a lot of questions about what is wrong with his son and whether he can be cured. The healer is not satisfied with this, because the man interferes with his work, so she pushes the hunter out of the room, demanding to wait outside. The man notices the hero waiting at the door all this time. Zhang Shan falls to his knees, telling that the master healer told him that thanks to the boy's medicine, he will be able to cure the boy. The hunter bows his head, noting that without his help, he wouldn't even know what to do. The man sincerely thanks the guy for this. Yang Kai insists that there is nothing wrong with this, because he only helped as much as he could. The guy notices the fact that the hunters fed him earlier, so they're even. The man raises his head, declaring that the interlocutor is really a good person. A few minutes later, the healer left the house. He said that everything is fine and there is no need to worry, because the hunter's son is in perfect order, but due to blood loss, he will not regain consciousness for some time. This news pleases Zhang Shan. He sincerely thanks the doctor, who shyly scratches his long beard. Meanwhile, in the Sky Pavilion, the disciples are discussing the hero among themselves. One of them is wondering if Yang Kai has returned to work. His friend is surprised that the interlocutor does not know. He also explains that he has not yet returned, because in the last days he disappears somewhere. Someone in the crowd expresses hope that Yang Kai has left the Sky Pavilion, but another disciple says that this can't be the case, because their Yang Kai has a strong character that makes it very difficult to break, so if he wanted to leave, he would have done it long ago. Sumu, on the other hand, tells his friends about something that made him very angry. Then he notices that the crowd ahead of him is making a lot of noise. This gets his attention, so he rushes to find out what's going on there. Chapter 1:23. Comrade Sumu declares that today is the day when students can challenge Yang Kai. The guy notes that this is a great chance for his interlocutor. Sumu also notices the fact that Brother Yang has some difficulties with this. The guy is in a hurry to explain that, basically, he is beaten every time. He even wonders how Yang Kai is still holding up. Sumu also says that he feels sorry for Brother Yang, But this pity is not enough to forgive him, so he wants to do everything possible to expel Yong-kai from the heavenly pavilion. Sumu decides to play this game. The other person notices that Yong-kai has been quite funny, because he didn't even bother to find out more about his enemy after messing up his plan in Black Plum City. Sumu demands that his friend stop talking like this. He asks his friend to tell the others to get ready. The boy steps forward and bows his head to inform everyone present that Brother Su is gathering everyone to put Yong-kai in his place. One of the brothers doesn't quite understand what this is all about. He points out that Yong-kai always uses his broomstick as his opponent's choice, so he wonders why these students haven't come before. Here the friend puts his hand on the shoulder of the boy, who only talked about the rules of selecting opponents for Brother Jan. He asks if he knows who Sumu is. The guy doesn't understand the point of such questions. From his reaction, it's clear that he doesn't know who Sumu is at all, so his brother rushes to tell him that Sumu's sister is currently in the top 10 strongest disciples in the Sky Pavilion, so it's best not to mess with her. The boy also notices that Yong-kai is not worthy of comparison with this person. The crowd decides to obey the words of Sumu's henchmen. 10 minutes later, they arrive at the same place where Yong-kai's exam is held every month. The guy, so eager to take revenge on the hero for the destroyed plan, hurries to clarify why Ian has not yet appeared. His companion doesn't know the exact answer himself, only noticing the fact that he usually always showed up at this time to sweep the square. He suggests checking out the hero's hut. Sumu stresses that his opponent is only delaying the inevitable. He orders his companion to lead him. At this time, the disciples of the Heavenly Pavilion notice Brother Su's unusual movements. One of them asks a logical question about what Sumu is going to do, and the student standing next to him says that he doesn't know anything, but they should definitely look at it. After some time, Su gets to the hero's hut. The companion makes it clear that Yong-kai is left to his own devices. That is, he takes care of his own food, clothing, housing, and so on. The student suggests that this hut may have been built by him. Sumu accepts these words, but he doesn't care much about them. He steps forward, then loudly demands that Yong-kai stop hiding and come out of his house. Sumu's response is absolute silence. This makes him angry, so he declares that if Yong-kai doesn't show up right away, he will force him to come out. Again receiving no response, he orders his companion to open the door. The boy knocks the door to the hero's hut with his foot and looks at it from the threshold. Sumu is waiting for him outside. After a few moments, a friend reports that there is no one inside. He also assumes that Yong-kai was on guard all along, so he managed to escape in time. Sumu doesn't really believe in such things. The Sky Pavilion disciples who followed Sumu start to whisper among themselves. Odin notices the fact that he hasn't seen Brother Jan for several days. Another person thinks that the guy immediately packed up his belongings and ran away as soon as he found out who Sumu was. The latter, by the way, is dissatisfied with this development of events. He notices that even if his opponent has escaped, his hatred cannot be extinguished just like that. Sumu orders a torch to be brought so that he can burn down his house. This puts everyone present in a stupor, even Comrade that, doing all of Sumu's errands. He was taken aback by this statement, so he hurries to dissuade him from such actions, considering that this is too much. Sumu doesn't understand what he's afraid of, because you can just say that this straw just caught fire. After this explanation, Sumu demands that his friend hurry up. The latter, in turn, accepts such an order. When a torch is caught in Sumu's hand and he begins to slowly move towards the hut, intending to set it on fire, a hand falls on his shoulder, the owner of which clarifies what he is up to. Then a man's voice from behind rushes to find out why the guy should set fire to his house. Sumu clings to the words that this is the other party's home. After a moment, he realizes that Yong-kai is standing behind him. He jumps back sharply, breaking the distance. Sumu immediately asks about how Yong-kai dared to touch his shoulder. It is obvious that Sumu thinks that the other party knows very well who he is, so the hero should be afraid of him because of his status. The guy also finds out that the same hero from the village of Black Plum is standing in front of him. He elaborates with a mocking smile. Sumu is very angry about this, so he says that he didn't forget about that incident, so today Yong-kai will be punished. Yong-kai still decides to ask if the other person has something to do with him. Sumu, on the other hand, sees this as just another joke, so he demands that the hero stop being so naive. He also wants to see how his opponent will talk after the duel. Yong-kai also asks if Sumu wants to challenge him. Sumu, on the other hand, looks at the opponent who is waiting for an answer to his question. He doesn't understand why Tom is so confident, as if he's already won. It doesn't escape Sumu's gaze that his opponent is badly battered. In his mind's eye, he notes that there isn't even a living spot on Yong-kai's body. Sumu couldn't help but wonder what had happened to his opponent. Chapter 1-24. Sumu throws the torch on the ground, then steps on it with his boot to extinguish it. He then tells Yong-kai not to tell him afterwards that he didn't warn him. The hero puts out his hand in a stop sign, asking for a moment. While Sumu is impressed by the other's indifference, Yongkai calmly enters his hut. His companion explains that Yongkai doesn't really care about his face. Sumu also notes that the other person said that the guy never gives up, so he demands that the other person call him so that he can beat the brat to death. The hero, meanwhile, throws a bag of things on the table in the hut, and then returns to the street, clarifying what to said to Sumu. The latter assures that Yongkai signed his own death sentence, and it will make him regret what he did. Sumu also states that the opponent has a chance to redeem himself, but to do so, he needs to kneel down and bow to him. Yongkai shakes his head, giving a negative answer to such a suggestion. Sumu is surprised by such a phenomenon, not understanding whether life is even dear to this person. The hero explains that he simply cannot lose his dignity. Sumu hastens to clarify what the other person means. Yongkai, on the other hand, is surprised that the other person didn't understand him because he seemed to be talking about obvious things. Sumu isn't interested in all this. He only suggests that you think carefully about your answer. The hero also asks a logical question about whether Sumu has connections in this place. In his mind's eye, he knows that he wouldn't have burned down his house without some cover from the sect. Yongkai knows from the other person's face that he has hit the bullseye, so he asks if this person has a high status in the sect. Raising his nose high, Sumu confirms the other party's guesses, stating that he also has a sister and brother who are core students, so if he asks them, they will nail him with one finger. The hero approaches the guy, putting his hand on his shoulder and saying that this is truly frightening. Sumu throws the hero's hand away very roughly, noting that Tom should not touch it. The guy, seeing the absolute calmness on the face of the interlocutor, does not understand whether he thinks that he is playing games with him or not. This is the question he voices out loud. Yongkai, on the other hand, says that the only thing he can't understand is why Sumu is so confident in his support, because if he loses, it's unlikely that his sister or brother will go to avenge him, especially the elders. They'll just shake their heads. From all this, the hero has a question about why his interlocutor is still so confident. Yongkai reminds that if he wanted to, then not only the elders would know about the other person's action. Sumu also realizes that things are really not that simple, and Yongkai is talking about quite logical things. He decides to think about it. Then his friend decides to contribute to the conversation, stating that Yongkai has a very sharp tongue. This brings Sumu to his senses, and he regains his former mood. He claims that he has had enough of empty words, so if the interlocutor does not apologize to him now, then let him not blame him for the consequences. Yongkai suggests that his brother hold a small duel. Sumu is surprised by this, because the other party is not allowed to challenge him by all rights. The hero recalls that there is a rule of the Sky Pavilion that says that students cannot challenge each other if the difference in their strength exceeds 3 stages. Sumu begins to taunt his companion, literally poking him in the face with the fact that he is only at the 3rd stage of body tempering. His companion also laughs at this. Then they are approached by another student who wants to fight the hero. He emphasizes that his strength is the most mediocre among the brothers here, but he is sure that Brother Yang will not be able to exchange blows in Nim because he has the 5th stage of body tempering. The hero mentally notes that 5 days ago he really was at the 3rd stage, but now everything is different. The opponent is a head taller. He introduces himself, demanding that Yongkai remember his name, since it is he who will make him regret his actions today. His name is Zhao Hu. The hero claims that he will remember this name. Zhao Hu declares that he will allow Yongkai to perform 3 strikes, since he is his younger brother. That way, if even one of them passes, then he will admit defeat. However, if not, then Yongkai shouldn't blame him if he beats the guy up too much. Sumu, on the other hand, thinks that Zhao Hu is very good because he knows how to humiliate a person. At this time, a girl who once helped the hero appears on a tree branch. Yongkai doesn't particularly like these conditions. He doesn't think it will be very good, so he will have an advantage over his brother. Zhao Hu says that the other person should not think about this, because he is his younger brother, so he just has to give him a chance to start first. The hero decides to concede in this argument. He says that if his brother insists so much, then let him not complain later if he overdoes it. Zhao Hu also demands to stop these conversations and get down to business. The student's eyes are filled with rage. The last words stung him deeply. In his mind's eye, he notices that someone like him, with his strength and build, won't be able to beat him in life, so he'll just smear him with one finger. A grin appears on the hero's face. He can sense the other person's attitude, so he asks Brother Zhao to get ready. The same one calls Yongkai to action. Zhao Hu's pupils narrow in surprise. The hero is hit exactly in the chest. It is immediately clear that the disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion has experienced it perfectly for himself. Chapter 1:25. Yongkai lands a direct hand punch to the body, then adds a kick to the face, sending his brother flying. Everyone falls into a stupor. Sumu can't believe his eyes. No one understands how Zhao Hu lost. Even a girl sitting in a tree is amazed at what is happening. From shock, she does not stand up very carefully on a tree branch, which immediately falls from it. She hits the ground painfully, still not believing what she's seeing. A representative of the fair sex is clearly aware of this oddity. She remembers that just a few days ago, the hero lost to a disciple in the 4th stage of body tempering. And today he so easily defeated a disciple in the 5th stage. She thinks about the fact that since the guy came to the Sky Pavilion, she noticed that he has developed his breathing process, as well as improved his body, all of which suggests that he is now at least at the 4th stage. Immediately, he remembers that just a few days ago, he was in the 3rd stage. Yang Kai also clenches his fist, noting that the control over the force of the blow is not very good yet. These words brought Sumu out of her stupor. He points a finger at the guy, telling him not to talk nonsense. The hero still clarifies whether Brother Su still thinks that he is not worthy of a duel with him. These words make Sumu angry, and his companion quickly whispers to him from behind, claiming that their informant was wrong, and that Yang Kai's strength is probably higher than the 3rd stage. Otherwise, there is no way he could have defeated Zhao Hu. Sumu agrees with his friend's words, mentally noting that Zhao Hu was too confident. He even wonders how strong Yang Kai really is. Sumu noticed that Yang Kai was very good at hiding his strength all this time. Sumu reports that he will let the hero live today, but only today. He commands a horde of ponytails that they are leaving. Yang Kai, on the other hand, thinks that it's nice to win, but something is missing. Yang Kai raises his head to our luminary, realizing that because of this Sumu, he missed his morning practice. He takes off his outer clothing, deciding to take a dip in a small pond nearby. Meanwhile, the girl is looking for a hero. In his mind's eye, he notes that it originally wanted to ask him what stage he's at right now, but the guy has disappeared somewhere. Here, having gone around the next turn, the fair sex is flooded with red paint from embarrassment. She sees Yang Kai completely naked about to take a dip in the pond. A girl looks out from behind a tree, cursing the guy and calling him shameless because it is not appropriate to wash naked in broad daylight. The hero also washes off the dirt and dried blood, thinking that he should hurry. After finishing the water treatment, Yang Kai puts on the clothes of a disciple of the Heavenly Pavilion. He goes to the house to get a broom and get to work. Privately, he stresses that it's been a few days since the last cleaning, so it's time for him to get back to his duty. Although the guy believes that there are still many things that need to be done, but he believes that you should always do what you have taken on. Volume 1 Chapter 0. The chapter begins with the introduction of the main character Duan Fei. He's not famous, a security guard who once beat up an entire group of enemies using just one shot. An ashtray. Every man envied him because he was like a playboy. However, one day, in the morning, he was informed that he was getting married. The main character was satisfied with his former life. I didn't want to get married. He was young and had women. But his old man was persistent. The woman on whom he was supposed to be Yun Ding's daughter and his daughter, a famous beauty in the corporate world. Duan Fei refused because it went against the grain with his wishes. But the old man warned him that in the 7th group you cannot refuse. From the mission, Duan Fei received a dossier on the identity of the security guard, whose task was to in the security of the exit. He wasn't happy, but he couldn't go against the old man's words. That's it, and the greatest security guard in the world was born. His eyes fell on Yun Ding's daughter, and he understood. That's where the epic story of the city warrior begins and what he's capable of. Almost anything, since he was now her personal bodyguard. Volume 1 Chapter 1. Waking up next to an incredible beauty, the main character thought to start the morning with fast charging. But the girl was awake, and he didn't notice. By asking her if she was asleep, moving from the prone position, they embraced. The girl's grin changed from the tips of her lips to the tips of her lips. A needle appeared from his fingers and touched Duan Fei's back. He was alarmed because he had a secret that no one knew about. His Kai is weakest earlier in the morning. And the point is, the Mingmen on his waist is the only soft spot on his body, and only the old man could know about this. Duan Fei was once attacked by thousands of Eastern European special forces, who claimed to be invincible, but he easily killed them all with just a few seconds. Hundreds of gang members. Even when it was weakened after being poisoned, it was still able to beat 5 elite assassins to a pulp with just one shot. Ashtrays. But now he was defeated by a woman, while the main character was lying in a weak. Well, the girl was getting dressed and mentioned that it was his reward for last night. She suggested making another appointment, if possible. She really liked it. Last night's Duan Fei performance. Throwing her tights at him, she offered him. I went to sleep with that and left. Duan Fei was not happy, but a man appeared in the doorway. The old man who came into the room right after the girl left. As soon as the old man pulled out a needle from the hero's back, he lit up with rage. He was angry and wanted to find out what it was. With With a malicious grin, the old man informed Duanfei that this was a test of a new substance. After thinking about his momentary weakness, Duanfei thought for a moment and realized that everything had changed. He didn't win anyway, because the old man was his master. The master, with a smile on his face, asked how. It was the right girl for him. After all, he had specifically chosen her according to Duan's preferences. Fairy. His plan was perfect. Duanfei viciously, but already calmed down, asked, "What kind of mission does he have this time?" The master snapped back that Duanfei was getting married. What shocked the main character, Duanfei started shouting that he was too young and that a crowd of girls is waiting for him, eager for his love. The master's request was not reasonable, so, according to Duanfei, he didn't understand how this could be called a mission. The master thought about it, listening to Duanfei's screams and rejections. The master called him the only candidate suitable for this mission, but Duanfei wanted to know more specifically. Still, why? The master explained to him that he would protect Yunding's daughter, Yun Zidong. Duanfei understood, because Yunding had been the founder of the Yun Group for at least 10 years. Being a business magnate, before starting his business empire, he was an experienced member of the Special Forces. Yunding, the main character's father, was nicknamed the Elite Troika in the Special Forces. When his term of service expired, he founded the Seventh Group. Duanfei pondered. After all, when it comes to managing the Seventh Group, it is completely non-standard. Even though he hadn't met Yun Zidong for a long time, he still didn't care. Refuses the wizard's offer. But the master was insistent and again reminded that from the mission of the Seventh Group is impossible to refuse. But Duanfei was already flying in the clouds. He already had a plan on how to avoid the mission, because the Seventh Group didn't ever limit the freedom of your students. But the master brought him back from heaven to earth, mentioning a new one. The substance injected into Duanfei's body. This is a drug that is a kind of liquid, a beacon that has spread throughout the bloodstream and cannot be removed. It is clear that he will not escape the mission. But Duanfei still resisted. Then master, he took out a trump card from his sleeve and showed Duanfei the target to guard. I'm very surprised, because it was Yun Zidong. The unseemly ones immediately popped into his head. Thoughts. But the master warned him that he should behave like an elite. No matter how good it was, Duanfei was not happy with what was happening. He was forcibly forced to. These are missions. The old man planned everything perfectly. The task was personal, so you can choose your own. Duanfei couldn't drag in his subordinates. The master left the main character's room, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Picking up his new assignment file, he snows. He was angry because the old man had tricked him again. What led to the birth of the Great Guard in the world? After collecting his thoughts, Duanfei went to a nightclub, where he warned a good friend of his who's leaving tomorrow. After asking where he was going, Duanfei, the main character, said that he is going to the city C, where his family organizes the wedding, and that he will also fulfill his mission. Grinning, his friend congratulated him, saying that he should have been kept in check long ago. But the only concern was whether Duanfei's new wife could handle the task. By naming the name of his future wife, the friend seemed to freeze. A glass flew to the floor, which turned into a mirror, into shards of glass. His acquaintance was intimately familiar with Yun Zidong, but he had already left it in the past. In the past, Duanfei nodded and downed the glass of liquid in one gulp. Exit. Vijay informed his friend that he would tell the others to behave themselves while he's gone. Having agreed, his friend also told him the news that he leaves and will also arrive in City C in a few days. Duanfei realized that he needed to. It won't be easy. After a month of working in security, in the area of the villa of the City C, he saw her. Volume 1 Chapter 2. Walking onto the luxurious balcony. Duanfei couldn't believe that the famous beauty was sitting there. In front of him, she is also his wife. But even though they are husband and wife, they talked all day. A month only on the internet. He wasn't happy that she hadn't come to collect them. Marriage certificate. Duanfei's first time seeing her in person. He has met different women, but it is with her that he experiences no experience stress. Although Yun Zidong is the current one, the CEO of Yun Group, her husband is an ordinary security guard. She was washed, filled with no understanding of how her father could allow this. She thought he wanted to ruin her life. She had assumed that she could reign in Duanfei, but her ideas failed because it's just a useless piece of garbage. Sitting down on a chair, straight across from Yun Zidong, Duanfei greeted his wife and asked how she was doing. I wonder if she missed him. Sighing without response, she stared at Duanfei. Vane, the hero, having lit a cigarette, and without waiting for an answer, asked if she was shy, was with him nearby, because they have been communicating for more than a month, albeit via the internet. Yun Zidong, China. His nose still drew attention to him and angrily asked him to behave more appropriate. She was very disappointed with him. His behavior didn't seem to have changed in a long time. But Fei didn't think about it. His questioning gaze spoke of. Perplexed, he believed that everything was fine as it was, and there was no need for any changes. Realizing that he didn't have a drop of shame, she got down to business because she had something to do. Tell him, a joyful Fei asked without a second thought. Isn't she already here, ready for marriage? But that wasn't the case, and Yun Zidong stood up abruptly and exclaimed, what's against it? She wasn't happy that he kept thinking about it. Sitting down and, after a little thought, her emotions took over again, and she started screaming again. Fei has already. I didn't understand anything. She was very angry with him. When she had cooled down a little, she warned him about that my parents are coming next week. Fei was very surprised. The family was already standing at the airport of the city C. In addition to the family, they had a bodyguard with them, a close family friend of Liu Zhai. Yun Zidong came to meet them. But my father was serious and he immediately noticed that his daughter had arrived alone, without Fei's bodyguard. After thinking that something's wrong, called out to my father and mother. But we didn't have time to react to what was happening. As the main character arrived by taxi, Yun Zidong was greatly surprised by this appearance. Volume 1 Chapter 3. After greeting Mr. and Mrs. Yun pleasantly, he waved to them. He hadn't seen them for a long time. I saw and understood that the flight was long and they were probably tired. He immediately decided to help. Mrs. Yun picked up her bag. She was grateful to him, but it's nothing to him. From the outside, Yun Zidong stared at this and couldn't believe it. Could it really be that person? Fei himself. Without paying attention to her, her mother came up to her. She wanted to know if everything was fine with her. She wondered if she'd forgotten them during the year she'd spent away from her family, because her eyes were so bright. Skavni, when she came back to her senses and grinned, she said that it wasn't like that and that everything was fine, at least, and she was still confused by Fei's behavior, because the person in front of her wasn't. He already looks like a scumbag. The nurse greeted Yun Zidong, which drew Duan's attention. Fairy, she asked if he was the brother-in-law her godmother had mentioned. After, when the girl introduced herself, her name was Yi Zhiqing. Fei was pleased to meet you. They shook hands, but the girl gently began to flirt with her palm. The main character, slightly agitated, once again looking at her, he thought that maybe she was trying to kill him. Seduce. If it wasn't because she had a crush on Fei, his interest wouldn't let him rest. While their thoughts were preoccupied with this question, a car pulled up to them and a man got out of it and immediately called out to Zhiqing. He was not happy that the girl did not warn him about on your return, but Zhiqing waved her eyes away and asked what he was doing here. But the guy, I was insistent, he exclaimed, and it became clear that it was her fiancé who came to visit her. But the girl was not happy. She asked permission from her sister. Can Fei take her home instead of her betrothed? She sighed in incomprehension. Before the nurse could answer, Mr. Yun interrupted her. He told Fei to drive. Zhiqing was on his way home. Fei had no choice but to agree. But the guy, Zhiqing, was still bothering her about why she was so angry with him. The girl was so nauseous that she wanted Chen Feng to disappear from her sight in 30 seconds. Feng, he was agitated and did not understand what was going on. Once again calling out to the girl and only having time to. After saying her name, Zhiqing interrupted him, saying that there were 20 seconds left. By its name, it became clear to his eyes that he had no choice. He was not happy, but he still left in. He left as quickly as he arrived. Looking into the distance behind her departing husband, he called out to her, a security guard, but she asked him to go back without her because she still wants to ride on to the city. The guard understood, took his leave, and left. The girl got behind the wheel and called Duan. The ferries, driving at high speed through passing cars, I was thrilled and happy about it. Fei stared at her intently. What the girl was looking at. I paid attention and warned him that if he looked like that, then he would have to do it. Gouge out your eyes. Regaining his composure, he looked away. The car stopped, and the girl took it. Light a cigarette, began to ask philosophical questions. What do people live for? But the main character immediately gave his answer, because for him the meaning of life is making love. This greatly embarrassed the girl, driving her into a blush. Calling him a vulgar person, he did not. He denied it, but only supported her words with his consent. But the girl is not. It was a response she would have liked to hear, something less vulgar. But Feng was not to stop. He insisted on being right and didn't understand what was wrong with his answer. Because women live to sleep with men, and men with women. Exactly like this philosophy was followed by the main character. The girl wasn't happy. She didn't have much to say. Nothing to do but throw insults. But he immediately put her in her place, because she, also not white and not fluffy, a girl with negative habits cannot be a good person. Sighing and smiling, the girl opened the door and left the room. Feng drove out of the car, leaving behind a surprised Feng. Volume 1 Chapter 4. Feng jumped out of the car after the girl and shouted to her if she was normal. After all, they were on a roadway, in the middle of a highway that was dozens of miles away on a bridge, meters above the ground. But the girl was grinning back at him and mentioned that she wanted to become crazy, but unfortunately she can't do it. After walking further and reaching the middle of the highway, she began to just shout and rejoice, thereby paying attention to the past people. So the day passed unnoticed and dusk began, the main character and Shiking. We went to a nightclub where the music was playing loudly. The girl's phone rang. There was a Mr. Uni who wanted to talk to Feng. The girl's father asked him to keep an eye on his daughter so that nothing terrible would happen and warned that it won't be a big deal if they come back late. The protagonist agreed, though he didn't, I'm pretty sure, because his eyes were fixed on her as she entered the room. Taste of dancing. Took off my shoes and gave myself fully to the dance floor. But having come to his senses, the main character, I also noticed other visitors, and it became clear that he wasn't the only one interested in the attractiveness of the girl and that would not create trouble. Wanted take the girl to another place, but it was not there. Taking her by the forearm, exclaimed. In a misunderstanding of what the main character was doing, Fei realized she was drunk. He gathered his thoughts and suggested that she go home. But the girl abruptly, she responded to his suggestion by mentioning that he was nothing to her and that she was having a hard time with him. She's not going anywhere with him. At all these shouts and shouts, some people arrived in time. Guy, one of the crowd, asked to let the girl go because she said that she did not know the main character and that it's not proper to look for a girl like that. The guy offered his help and protection from the protagonist, making it clear that he is ready to harm him. But the girl didn't need to. She didn't know who it was or why she wanted to protect it. Taking Feng's arm and wishing him good luck, they wanted to leave already. Fei agreed with this, even though his thoughts were completely off the table. A friend. But the defender was not happy with this. It was not at all clear to him why they were doing this. They can just leave now. After asking the question about what they need, the main character has. His face changed, and he was serious. But the guy wasn't that simple, he said bitterly. I asked them if they were at the nightclub for the first time and if they were familiar with the rules. After the boy's face changed. His expression turned nasty and vulgar, and he pointed at the door. Attractiveness and emancipation of the girl. He made it clear that they wouldn't leave until the girl provides obscene services to him and his friends, and only after that, once they are satisfied, they will let them go. But the girl wasn't either. This, in one clear movement, hitting the offender below the belt, sent him in. She warned him that he wouldn't dare touch her, much less think about such things. The guy fell on his back and, being paralyzed by such a blow, angrily shouted that, kill her. But the girl again showed her character and flew up to him, continued, punch him in the crotch, shutting up his threats. People paying attention to it became even more, and Fei took the situation into his own hands, grinning as he took the girl's hand and gave, understand that it's already enough, otherwise she'll kill the guy. The abuser's friends didn't even dare. They were afraid to walk, but they were worried about him and his crotch. Beaten and all in tears, angry guy ordered to catch the girl and sell her to a brothel for her antics. Volume 1 Chapter 5. His friends were dragging an almost unconscious boy who had been badly beaten by Shiking. But one of them was not satisfied with such an end, and he threatened Feng with death for the fact that, created by a girl with their boss. He abruptly grabbed the girl's arm, but Fei was still there. Faster, and not having time to do anything else, flew away in one swing to the end of the podium. Fei took a stance. These bandits started their attack. The battle was not equal, but then another gang arrived and told them that this wasn't their territory and they couldn't do that. Whatever you want. His pensive look made it clear that he understood everything at once, and that it was his fault. His eyes were fixed on the girl, because such an elegant woman, and for what would not come to the office, such a place. But then he turned his gaze to her guard, and the look in his eyes made it clear that he knew who it was. He didn't know exactly who it was, but his gut told him that he was. Scary man. The bodyguards were worried, as their boss changed in an instant. But Mr. Scar quieted their concerns and asked them to get rid of their hair immediately. These scammers. The bodyguards obeyed and began to clean up the trash, take it out. Someone else's gang for the club's territory, and no matter how much their boss apologizes and belittles Mr. Scar, the decision has already been made. Mr. Scar never let go of his icy gaze. Feng, he couldn't even look directly at them. Fei and Jiking left for the exit, and then they left the nightclub altogether. Mr. Scar let out a heavy sigh, and one of the others, the bodyguards, asked if he knew who it was, to which the boss replied that his intuition. There is no time to let them down and they should not get involved with this person. The bodyguard also. They said that they don't understand how it happened, because the guys they kicked out, they behaved decently and respectfully. At the same time, another man approached Mr. Scar. The bodyguard also made it clear that they should not have missed this person because the boss instructed, Mr. Scar has to keep an eye on this guy. But his fear was great. And though it usually was, Mr. Scar didn't call his boss, so this time he'll have to. Calling Mr. Vin Scar, I greeted him, asked him how he was doing, and mentioned that I'd seen a guy like him, but he didn't know what he was doing, which he ordered to keep an eye on, to which Mr. V asked if the girl was with him, to which Scar responded positively, briefly describing her appearance, mentioning the same thing, that I've never seen such beauties before. He responded to the description with understanding, told by Scar. Then he ordered them to cut off their right hands, and with their leader, do whatever they want. Then he hung up. The bodyguard and Mr. Scar, they exchanged glances. They went in the direction of the tied-up people from the other gang, and how would they not? Of course, they can't disobey their boss. Every bodyguard is like that. I understood. The boss of these bound guys was sorry and apologized, but it was clear that they just can't get out. V's boss was a bartender, a good acquaintance and friend of Duan Fei. There were a lot of women around him, and he was at the bar making cocktails for them expertly, showing how he shuffled them. The conditions for getting this best cocktail were just a night spent with him, and all the girls crowded around the bar. They cried out that they were ready to spend the night with him. But for our hero, this night was not so simple. Being behind the wheel of a car and talking on the phone with Stone, who told Duan Fei not to worry about those punks. They'll be taken care of, but the protagonist made it clear that he didn't need any help and that he was staying away from him. To-do list. Stone, with understanding and wishing you a good evening, and completed the call. With a sigh of relief, Duan Fei put the phone in the inner jacket pocket. Jiking was already asleep in the front seat. Volume 1 Chapter 6. Duan Fei stopped at the side of the road and got out of the car to get some fresh air. Then, as he leaned on the car, he thought about Jiking. He thought of her as an ordinary person, but he was already tired of her antics and wanted to head home. But she got out of the car. Jiking got out of the car and asked what Duan Fei did for a living, but there was no answer. Then he wanted to know what the girl thought of him. The answer was initially no. Pleasant, because she thought that he was a gigolo, a slacker and unworthy to be with her sister, but after spending some time with him, she changed her mind about him, which surprised me a little. The main character. The girl now thinks that he is not a simple person, but something more to her. I remember his cold gaze very much, even though no one noticed it, except for the guy with the scar, by asking him if she was right. There was no response, and Duan Fei was too far away. Excited, his mind was racing about getting what he wanted from Jiking Yin too. For a long time, he knew that she was Yun Zidong's godsister. But after collecting my thoughts, the hero mentioned that the girl had had too much to drink, suggested that the guy with the scar, he was in charge of the bar, and corrected, the main one was supposed to break up the fight. But the girl, I felt a lie in the words of the antagonist, pressing the whole chest of the main character, the girl. I assumed he was a mob boss or something. This scared Duan Fei greatly. He took the girl by the hand and went to the car, mentioned again that she was drunk and that he needed to take her home. On the way to the house, the girl pestered him in every possible way, eventually. As a result, she asked to put her shoulder up so that she could sleep on it. Obscene ones. His mind was still racing, but he didn't know where to go, so he asked her where she lives. The girl raised her head and whispered her address in her ear, and the main character sped up. The weather had evaporated, but they had already arrived. I met them. Jiking's bodyguard. The main character asked the girl to be taken by the nanny inside, at home, but the bodyguard informed me that the girl currently lives alone. Duan Fei. He was surprised, but he had no choice but to pick her up and carry her inside the house. He sighed heavily and carried her frail body down the stairs. He carried her into the room and I put him on the bed. He knew it was soaked through in the rain and he should take it off. Her clothes. He was very overexcited and didn't understand how he deserved it. Volume 1 Chapter 7. While undressing the girl, Duan Fei couldn't help but have vulgar thoughts. He didn't understand what he was doing, even though it was the right thing to do. He stripped her down to her underwear and covered her with a blanket, but he realized that it was also soaked in the sun. Through the blanket, without looking, he had to take off his underwear. It was as soft as marshmallows. But when he heard the girl's moan, he abruptly withdrew his hand, waved it away and said, he quickly left the room. He asked the guard to take care of her, and he didn't have to worry about her. It's time to go your own way. After leaving the villa grounds, by the light of the lanterns, he set off along the road. As he walked along the road, he couldn't help but think about what was happening. Today, he felt like he was dreaming. Two big men interrupted his thoughts, going in the opposite direction, straight to the meeting of the main character. But they weren't just passing people. They immediately apologized and said that it was just they follow Siskin's orders. They took out their knives and attacked the protagonist by dodging from their blows. Without even taking his hands out of his pockets, he asked who sent them and whether it could be their customer is Cheng Feng. After looking at each other, the big guys realized that this guy wasn't simple and very good. Duen Fei knew that he had guessed right, because it could be seen from their reactions. He knew what Cheng Feng wanted from him. The main character smelled a faint smell of blood from them. I understood that these were not ordinary guys, but professional killers. He was impressed that Cheng Feng was able to hire them. And now one of them makes a lunge, holding a cold weapon in his hand. But the main character, with a light and accurate blow, knocked the knife out of the opponent's hands, and the second, I knocked him out of his standing position altogether. The second, looking at his friend, did not. He began to attack, to which the protagonist advised them to return and hand over to Chen Feng, that he doesn't hold a grudge against him. And he warned me that Duen Fei should never be seen again. Contact us. One of the big guys ran up to his friend and asked if he was okay, but there was no answer. I heard the guy start coughing up blood, and the main character turning his back to them. I retreated into my thoughts and moved on. He knew that something was wrong and he should stay away from all these troublemakers. Volume 1 Chapter 8. A car passed by those big men and stopped not far away from them. Jiking's husband came out of the car and asked what had happened, to which they replied that Duen Fei is a professional. This surprised him greatly, but he didn't have much time to think. Not far away, there was another silhouette that confirmed their words, calling Duen Fei a professional as well as calling them crap. After which he laughed. All of them scared me. The look in this unknown guy's eyes was frightening. And only the young master took all the money. He took his remaining courage in hand and asked who he was. Don't wait too long for a response. It seemed that this person was the one who would kill them all. And the young master's defense was taken care of. 2 battered goons. But the unknown guy baffled them by asking only one question. That similar taste of blood. And without hearing an answer in an instant, the throat of one of them was cut, saying that the answer was not correct. He followed to the watching big guy, not having uttered no words. His lifeless body also fell into non-existence. Scared young, the master, giving off tons of fear, asked who sent him, if it was Duen Fei. Grinning, the unknown man brought the bloody knife to his mouth and licked a blade. I asked Bloody Knife how he would like to die. From fear and powerlessness, I fell on my knees. He begged me not to kill him and tried to bribe the villain. I was ready to exceed his fee by 20 times. But his gaze and his intense silence led me to even more terrified. He fell into despair and started bowing down. He was already ready to go. Anything to survive. He was already ready to be his servant, to be his master. Loyal as a dog. But not famous grinned, howling a rhetorical question like, a dog. After all, the young master was already like a dog. But no matter how groveling the young one is, master, his life was sealed, and with a light swing of the knife, I cut his throat. Unknown was pleased, although he did not understand how these weaklings had the courage. Attack Duen Fei. When Duen Fei arrived at the villa area in Sea City, he received a phone call. A good friend called Locust, who also arrived in City C and reported that I cleaned up after Duen Fei and warned him to be more careful in the future, because he was being followed. Others are still watching. After Duen's call, Fei thought about it. He realized that he wasn't up to it yet. The enemy also appreciated that there are not so many organizations that could attract attention. Locusts. Unknown. Standing with the girl, she was interested in whether this person is the same Locust with whom he wanted to meet. The guy agreed. This is exactly the person with which he wants to meet. But, unfortunately, the Locusts can't stand him. They hate him. But he warned Maggie not to think about the way the Locusts were treating him. Otherwise, it will not be flavored. But the girl was not happy with what the guy was doing. Such dirty work, for nothing, and just they have to put up with it. But it was a good old friend, that's why he helps him. After a moment's thought, he got into the car, and I realized that the city is changing. Volume 1 Chapter 9. Duen Fei became a pillar of support for the 8 military men who had already left their ranks. For 3 years, he became their mainstay. To date, of the 8, 5 are still alive. 3 died on missions abroad, but not one of their bodies was found. While leading his gang, Duen Fei took revenge for his friends abroad, and was even nicknamed the Grim Reaper. His squad was feared by everyone and even nicknamed the Hell Squad. However, the father, Duen Fei, forced him to leave the Hell Squad and even join the group. The squad was disbanded. Locust became a contract killer. Parrot continued to lead an organization of mercenaries known as Hell, who carry out missions wherever they go. There are conflicts. As for the wolf, no one has any information about it. Location. Then, on the other hand, was so determined to defend your boss. As Locust rode down the highway with Migi, he asked what the purpose was. Maggie arrived in town, assuming that she was hired by Killer French. The girl agreed. Her mission was to kill the CEO. But since it is located in the city of C, she sees this assignment as a vacation. The general director was Yen Zidong. Locust was alarmed and asked Maggie to give up this assignment, which, perplexed, she asked what she and he needed it for. But he persisted. He made it clear that it wasn't worth going in there. It was a personal reason. Maggie had no idea that this woman was Fei, but the locusts didn't know who was targeting her. That Maggie didn't have a choice, and she mentioned that this assignment wasn't going to do her any harm. Benefits. They decided to act in the opposite direction and find out who else took up this task. Maggie asked for a plan of action, which the locusts immediately responded to. He sentenced them to permanent residence in the city of C. He wasn't happy because who was this guy? A man who dared to attack Fei's woman, but also thought that he was still be merciful to them all, because if there was a psycho who runs the organization, hell, all the mercenaries targeting Yun Zidong would be dead by now, especially the wolf. When Fei returned to the Yun family's home, he met his wife's father from the doorway. I asked him why he was still awake, but the old man interrupted him and exclaimed loudly, so that he can tell him everything, without deceiving him, what's wrong with him. Fei was confused. He didn't know what they knew. His gaze fell on Yun Zidong. From her appearance, it was clear that she was crying. She also noticed him. Fei everything. I didn't understand anything yet. He couldn't think of anything better to do, so he poured the tea he offered to Mr. Yun, but he reacted negatively, asking him not to evade the question and explain what's going on with them. The main character still didn't understand anything. But as if his eyes didn't flicker, he didn't understand what the problem was. But he solved the exact question. Mr. Yun, he wanted to know when the newlyweds would have children and gave them a deadline that for a year, it will wait. Fei was petrified by the unexpected question. But he didn't know what to say, having managed to really utter both words and words. Volume 1 Chapter 10. Realizing what he was talking about, the main character exhaled and walked with confidence, not looking at the screen, head of the family in the direction of the girl. Sitting down next to her, Fei called out that he was home. Yun Zidong was surprised and looked at the person sitting next to her, who was squinting at her in disbelief. The protagonist, with a confused look, she wondered how he could touch her, but didn't. She let it show, so as not to look too awkward in front of her parents, even though she had come to terms with the way the main character was behaving. But she was still not satisfied with his snide attitude, the smile and where he touches the girl, pretending in front of her parents to make an impression. Mother insistently. She said that they had been married for more than a month and that it was time for them to think about children. But the family did not know that the newlyweds live in the place for only a week. Good for what? After thinking about it, the main character apologized and took all the blame on himself. It's not Sithun's fault that they haven't thought about children yet. This surprised my parents a lot. This led them into confusion. The girl became alert. She didn't understand either whether Fei is really apologizing or just putting on a show. Because of their lack of understanding, the parents wanted to know what was going on, and as a result, they became. Thoughts creep in. Whether everything is fine with him, whether he is in order, maybe he is hiding some secret. It's turning gray or something's wrong with his body, they thought. Fei wanted to start his own. An excuse, and only briefly. Without finishing, did they do something wrong with his body? Mother. I interrupted him and began to fill him up with disturbing questions about what is wrong. What is wrong with his body and whether this may be the reason that they still have not curled a child. But the protagonist pulled himself together and confidently shouted out that he wanted to divorce Yun Zidong. This message threw everyone into disbelief. They completely lost their meaning, even. The confused Yun Zidong reacted with surprise. She couldn't believe her ears. Was Fei serious and finally agreed that he wanted to divorce her? She didn't understand why it was happening at this moment, after all the times he had rejected her. A request for divorce, because their marriage was meaningless, but now Fei was ready to break the knot with her. As it turned out, Fei didn't plan on it, because in the event of their divorce, the master would kill the main character. He said about a falling out, only because the girl would never agree to have a child with him. Displeased, but quickly approaching the table, the father of the family opposed the words of the chief, the hero. Fei then asked him to calm down. The mother also held the main character. I mentioned that maybe he didn't have a divorce in mind and that he shouldn't be so worried. Not. After giving it a chance, Mr. Yun wanted to hear if it was true and threatened the main character. To the hero, making it clear that it is no longer necessary to talk about divorce, otherwise everything may end. Deplorable. Fei didn't answer, but stared at the girl's father and thought about the same thing. To calm him down, because in the event of a stroke, the main character's father would kill him. He understood that his task was to protect Yun Zidong, because the enemy could spoil anywhere. However, while it was easy to destroy it, the problem was different. The main character. I didn't understand why a handsome man like him couldn't have so much fun. An attractive girl. But he's on a mission and can't even touch her. He understood that because of this barrier, their relationship, sooner or later, will come to an end. Finally Mr. Yun, with his serious and loud voice, brought the protagonist out of his trance of thought. Hey, I informed him that if he had any problems with his body or health, he would always may consult a doctor. He also clarified that now the world of technology and it will be able to help restore his masculinity. But if they still can't get it started, the child will always be able to organize assistance in the usual way and, as an option, withdraw it. A test tube baby. This greatly frightened and shocked Duanfei. Still in the big ones. Yan Zidong's words threw her off. She also didn't agree with the divorce. Duanfei, who was flushed and panicked, didn't understand anything. Volume 1 Chapter 11. The father agreed with the girl with confidence, but also warned Duanfei that if she looked down on him, he would help him teach her a lesson. These words confused the girl. Mr. Yun began lecturing the main character, telling him that it was for him, Duanfei's father is a cripple, and even though the rules apply, he should be responsible for his father's son. He had only a daughter. He suggested that he should be content with what he had, and it is his daughter, mentioning also that whoever his daughter is, even though she is a big shot in society, she must remain a loving wife of her husband, which in the case of, in fact, he could even raise his hand to put her back in her place. The magnificent speech scared everyone, most of all Yun Zidong's mother. Duanfei pondered Mr. Yun's words. He thought it was strange, after all. Who in their right mind would order a beating? My daughter. Yun Zidong became even more confused, but he didn't say anything, just closed his eyes. As he finished his tea, the head of the family turned his gaze back to himself, calling the main character he. I asked him if he knew why his company was called Hongding. Carefully, Duanfei looked at his wife's father as he listened and didn't say anything. Father 7 became to talk about where this came from. Duanfei's father's name is Duan Hong. And since the head of the family is a very good person, he is a very good person. 7 owed their lives to him. He combined their names, putting his own name behind it. A commitment to their family. He also said that their business is equal and that his father, the same owner as Mr. Yun. With understanding, Duanfei closed his eyes and stood up. Listen further. Father 7 made it clear that young people in their time, too, they take marriage and divorce lightly. He asked for a request that he doesn't have. No matter what happens to them in the future, as long as Yun Zidong is Duanfei's wife, she will to remain a member of his family. 7 Duan. I also asked them to be more attentive to each other because they are now a family. They must understand themselves and their feelings. To a friend, and retired to sleep in a place with the girl's mother. Duanfei was confused and, without understanding, he wagged his head as he looked at Mr. Yun leaving and at Yun Zidong, who was standing in front of him. I was very confused. Right before exiting the main hall, Mr. Yun asked for Po. Rather give them a grandchild. From such requests, the girl could not stand it and got up, but except as I couldn't say father. She had lost all hope, thinking that she might. Whether the father behaved like this to his daughter, the girl began to cry. Duanfei heaved a sigh of relief. Ignoring the girl, he was glad that this conversation was finally over. He tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and began to rest. But the girl was staring at him intently. The main character, confused, wondered if he really meant what he just said. So having nothing else to think of, the girl was going to go to bed, which is why I told my husband. Duanfei looked at her with a smile as he moved towards the exit. Pulling himself together, he confidently walked in her direction and with a light wave of his hand, closed the door. He stood in front of the girl, blocking her way. The girl turned around in confusion and I wanted to know what he was doing, to which the antagonist reacted calmly, letting her drop. That she no longer had any power over him. He told her that he would also like to rest, but already, together with her. The girl was confused by this. She was still not happy, but she knew that she wasn't sure what to do. If she wants to upset her parents, she just froze. She realized that Duanfei would behave, befitting her father's words, but the girl still gave him her own terms. I asked him to wait outside so that he could put the house in order, but Duanfei sat down on the chair and offered the girl is not embarrassed. He will just take a look at her while she is. Do your own thing. The girl was outraged by this, but the opponent she could not. By going to. She snapped the panoramic window shut. The main character was stunned by her. With humility, he watched her intently as she moved around the room, taking her own. However, the girl asked not to look at her at least at this moment. Duanfei didn't. He knew what the girl wanted to wear, that he couldn't even look at it. Having brought the underwear to the closet, she began to rummage there, but she was distracted by the main character, I noticed that the girl had dropped some of her clothes. Surprised, she glanced at him, but it was already too late. The protagonist took her clothes. She turned out to be a small nightgown. It was slightly transparent and provocative. He wanted to know if she was wearing such clothes, but the girl was baffled by her own embarrassment. Volume 1 Chapter 12. After exclaiming and snatching her clothes from Duanfei, Yun Zidong became even more embarrassed, so much so that I couldn't look into his eyes. She asked him not to go through her things again. She knew he'd seen it all before, but she couldn't help it, so defiant and outspoken. The simple outfit gave her a sense of calm and freedom to sleep, but she couldn't tell him that, because I thought he wouldn't believe her. But Fei didn't betray this meaning and said that he went to rest because he was very tired. He took off his shirt, thereby exposing his torso, and I went to the double bed. As he lay on the bed, he thought about what had happened to him. Such a girl under the mask of coldness and pride is still something. Fei was burning. The desire to take off her dress and see who she really is. He started to fantasize about her. In the robe he'd recently held in his hands, he knew it was too much. Never will, because the girl will not allow him to see such a thing, much less do it. After daydreaming, Fei fell asleep. The girl was surprised that he didn't do anything, but he just lay down and fell asleep. But it also calmed her down. He didn't feel awkward anymore. I still didn't believe they'd have to sleep in revenge after all. But fatigue was taking over and her head was no longer working. She had to worry about tomorrow, and tomorrow was her last day. There were a lot of things to do that were much more important than standing there and thinking about embarrassment, awkwardness, sitting down on the bed. She was still wondering how such a person could do such a thing. Fall asleep quickly. She turned off the lamp and lay down next to Fei, covering herself. Under the blanket, she turned her back and closed her eyes. But hearing some rustle, she was nervous that Fei might have woken up. She begged in her mind not to. It was, to her great regret, the main character only pretended to be asleep. He could not. Falling asleep because of her delicate scent. His thoughts filled with Yun Zidong and her nightgown. What? It haunted him. Fei, still awake, decided to check if Yun Zidong was still asleep. Having asked her and not hearing an answer, I thought that she was sleeping, so I decided to try my luck and take her by the hand, thinking that there will be nothing. Trying to find the girl's hand without looking under it. Under the blanket, he thought he found her hand, but it felt softer to the touch. Confused the main character. The girl was woken up and confused. She did not understand what happens. Lying in bed, she stared at the ceiling. But then her face changed and, turning red with anger, she shouted the main character's name and jumped out of bed. Covering herself with a blanket, she jumped out of bed. Fei was lying in bed in an unconscious state. There was a bruise on his cheek and foam coming out of his mouth. Waking up Fei, he moved down the hall, looking like he hadn't had much sleep. Going out to the kitchen, covering his bruise, he said good morning to the girl's parents and headed for the door. Before the girl woke up, Fei didn't want her to notice him leaving. Mr. Yun offered to sit down with them at the table. Fei obeyed the request without any choice. He sat down at the table. The girl's mother asked him not to pay attention to her betrothed. I handed the main character a cup of tea, which he took gratefully. But Mr. Yun noticed Fei's bruise and abruptly got up from the table, slammed the table, and asked, "What do you have?" He wanted to know if the newlyweds had quarreled again. Looking away, the protagonist said that there was nothing terrible, and that the bruise appeared as a result of that he slipped coming out of the tub. But the girl's father was insistent. He noticed that Fei had woken up and walked out of the living room again. Not out of the living room properly. Newlyweds Rooms, Volume 1, Chapter 13. Not a long, silent meeting at the dinner table was interrupted by the girl's mother asking. Her husband didn't put pressure on Fei. These actions scared the main character, Fei. He was really scared, but he tried not to let it show, because he knew that the person sitting across from him was the same person. This man is not just the father of his wife, but also an experienced scout. He could not look him in the eye, as Mr. Yun would have known immediately that something had happened between them. What the main character doesn't want to talk about. Without thinking twice, Mr. Yun made it clear that he didn't know what was going on with them, but he'd asked for the chief of staff to be in charge for a month. The hero who won Yun Zidong's heart. After finishing breakfast, Fei went to work. As he walked, he thought about what Mr. Yun had said. He didn't understand how to make his daughter fall in love with you within a month. After all, in his mind's eye, Yun Zidong was not as far away as the sky and the earth. He thought it was as cold as an iceberg and didn't understand that. Find out where to start. He understood that there was discord in their marriage and there was no love there. But he also couldn't stop wondering how such a young man could be left without a job. Satisfaction of women's love. He really didn't want to take this mission as he was going to retire. And now this love is being forced on him, which he doesn't need. Having arrived to the designated point where Fei himself was working, he went along the corridor. The people working there stood huddled together and discussed something. But when they saw the main character, they called out to him. They paid attention to his face and noticed a bruise, which they asked. The relevant question is about what happened. But without looking in confidently, the main character, he said that when he was sleeping with their shared CEO, she hit him. Crowd. She was indignant and reproached him in every possible way behind his back. But they did not understand anything. Duin Fane was very tired and didn't want to do anything else, so he sat down on the windowsill and enjoyed himself. The morning sun. But his colleagues called him to the morning formation. When everything is ready, we lined up in a row. The captain came in, and no matter how no one tried to call the main character, he was already flying in the clouds. Everyone greeted Captain Kai with his nose in the air. The captain didn't even look up. He paid attention to them because he thought they were nothing, just ordinary guards, which have no power whatsoever. But the captain noticed that one was missing. Looking around, he saw Duanfei and didn't understand why he wasn't Liu, but he sits on the windowsill and idles. This greatly angered Sai, and he moved to the front. In the main character's direction, he was about to pounce on him when suddenly, the angry vein on his cheek turned into a glorious and brilliant smile. He happily asked if he was doing well, not waiting for a response, but still drawing attention to himself. The captain said that today the directors will have a meeting with the headmasters, and they, as guards, will have to represent the image of the Yunding Tower. Duanfei's serious gaze fell on the captain as he spoke. The captain noticed on his cheek a patch. The captain was curious to know what had happened, and he knew that in these difficult circumstances, under the circumstances, he wouldn't do anything to him, but he really wanted someone to teach him a lesson. Duanfei calmly revealed the bruise on his face with a slight smile. Face formed by falling out of bed when he fell out of bed at night. The rector. An awkward moment of silence was interrupted by the captain's displeasure, and he shouted at the main character that he did not defame the name of the director and did not dare to do so. He speaks out more. But the protagonist did not stop, because he told the truth. So he sat down and began to be rude to the captain, telling him that he did not know how to say po. He told the captain that it was his wife. There's nothing not to say, but he lowered his hands, still alarmed and angry. He humbly informed Duanfei that his waiting for Qin's assistant. The captain suggested that maybe they want Duan. The ferry was located on the upper floors, but getting a taste of their power, sitting on the windowsill, Duanfei made it clear that he didn't want to go anywhere. Fear enveloped the captain. Increasingly, his helplessness was justified by the fact that he knew Duanfei was close friends of someone who works in the center of the organization and should not run around it. But he really wanted him to know his place, because even though the building is 20-story tall, it's not a big building. The difference between the top 5 floors and the ones below, to the great. Unfortunately, Duanfei didn't belong to the security department, so the captain had the right to. There was no authority over him. It was not in his power to do so. He was a man from Nezavisime Gazeta, the company, once again asking if he is serious in his words, that he is not. Go to the top floor, to which the main character suggested another candidate for this position. Raul, his colleague Fang, to which Fang reacted with great surprise. But the captain, he made it clear that he was in the wrong field of berries and that there was no place for him there. This place was only for Duan. Fairy. The captain thought the ordinary guards were incompetent idiots. The captain didn't say anything. He could understand why Duanfei had been chosen, since Qin had never cared about the service, security. And if that was what was needed, someone more experienced should have been called in. An experienced one like the captain, but to his great regret, Duanfei was summoned, with which he couldn't agree to, but there was nothing else he could do, no matter how much he resisted. In desperation, the captain started down the corridor. He couldn't stop thinking about how girls in general can look at someone like Duanfei. The captain received malice. I dreamed of achieving justice and promised myself that someday I would definitely teach Duanfei a lesson. Volume 1 Chapter 14. Duanfei went down the corridor to the front. Fang was indignant at his behavior. He didn't know what to do. I understood what this person was doing, and I was not happy that he refused to do such a thing. Suggestions from such a great opportunity. But the main character's answer surprised me. Fanga, after all, in the protagonist's head there were only beautiful girls. He considered that work too boring, because he wouldn't be able to see so many ladies, saying to Duanfei that it should be more ambitious. Feng was still insisting on it. Feng went to work on the upper floors, because he has all the qualities that are suitable for this work. The main character was more serious than ever, but Feng didn't have any features like the main character, so Duanfei asked his friend to go, and a colleague to his workplace, otherwise he will not be able to avoid trouble. Duanfei. I went down the stairs. He found his job boring, but there was also a bright side. Naturally, it was the crowds of women passing by Duanfei. Most of the people, there were women working in this tower, which made Duanfei very happy. Coming up and leaning on his colleagues, he embarrassed them. They understood what this was leading to. Main. The hero presented 2 fingers to his mouth and a clear, piercing whistle sounded. To this whistle, the girls turned around. They did not understand where this ringing was coming from, but having noticed, the protagonist seemed to have been given the joy of the sun. They looked slightly embarrassed, but happy, satisfied. Duanfei waved his hand at the girls' wake until the moment they left the room. A familiar car didn't pass behind him. He didn't get a good look at the car, but he didn't have time to see it. I was distracted by a message on my mobile phone. A girl he knew wrote to him, and she invited him to her home and offered to taste the main character's favorite tofu. Never did. After finishing his shift, Duanfei went on a date. Duanfei understood that if, without this protection from Yun Zedong, he wouldn't even be working in such a place. By throwing it back, head up, he looked up at the tower. It didn't look like a steel cage made of steel bars. He opened the car door and was about to get in when someone called him from behind. It was an attractive, young girl who recognized that whistle of his and praised it. The girl stood and looked at him, wondering if the chief was happy to see her. A hero. But Duanfei was very annoyed by this. Exhaling, he asked her what she was doing in the hospital. This place. The girl was much shorter than the protagonist. She silently approached him and stood up. Naomi hugged him. The embarrassed girl was very happy to see him because they had been together for a long time. We didn't see each other and she really missed him. But the exasperated Duanfei didn't. Comfortable. He was much older than this young girl. But that was the goal. Girls, she wanted to marry a manly old man. This role is just right. The main character came up. But Duanfei didn't understand what this girl was playing at. She put her hand on the waist of the main character and began to rapidly fall lower. This, very disturbing to the protagonist. He could no longer restrain himself if this was the case. Continued. He knew that she was really good at seducing men, but Duanfei was strong, and even though she had almost succeeded, she couldn't break him. He immediately clicked through. To the point, he knew that the girl needed something from him. As it turned out, she had. The race was scheduled for 16:30, and she needed his help. Chapter 1-0. The events take place in Chunnan High School for Girls. This school is very famous. She is famous not only for her good education, but also for her excellent students. Ordinary people, boys, consider this place a paradise on earth. Last year, the school suddenly changed its main rule and began to recruit boys, but the students were not satisfied with this development, and they began to get rid of the guys in all possible ways. Since then, the school has become a paradise for girls and a hell for boys. However, ironically, another poor guy was transferred to this school. What is waiting for him? Hell or heaven? Chapter 1-1. Events take place in the city of Chunnan. The guy runs headlong. Two guys are running after him. One of them is called Honkai Yang. He asks his partner where the thief has gone. The other guy replies that the thief turned into an alley, so he suggests waiting for the others. His name is Feng Qin, and he is the main character. Honkai waves it off, saying that the two of them can handle it. The hero also notices that you need to be more careful because the thief may have a weapon. The thief stumbles into a dead end. He wants to climb over the fence, but it's too high. Feng asks the guy to return what he stole. The thief turns out to be an emo from the Forgotten Love Club. He replies that a couple of schoolboys won't be able to stop him, a member of the Forgotten Love family. The guy starts dancing, showing the real skills of an artist. He tries to intimidate his pursuers with this, but it looks too shabby to work. The latter is what the main character notices. Honkai is the first to break down. He prescribes savory bream to an unfinished artist, after which the latter falls to the ground, and then his comrades begin to kick him. The artist begs you to stop. Ian notices that he's soiled his new clothes. The hero calms him down, saying that it can be easily washed, and they need to go further to find the others. The comrade supports Fen's words. Then the hero notices around the corner a girl with white hair, and the likeness of cat ears on her head. The girl is shaking all over, but still finds the strength to go out to the guys. A representative of the fair sex refers to the main character as a brother. She immediately asks if they're done yet. The girl's name is Dai Bai. She praises the guys for being quick on the job. The guys answer with sadness that they managed to catch only one, and the second was able to escape. The hero begins to communicate with the girl. They completely forget about the existence of the third person in their conversation. Feng asks the fairer sex where the two girls have gone. Xiu explains that she hid to see her little brother's feet with her own eyes. This sounds creepy to the guy, so he decides to change the subject, asking about where Xuanzin has gone. Dai Bai replies that she doesn't know exactly where the man is right now, but she assumes that he's probably hitting on some girl. The hero asks her guess again, after which they both see their friend talking to some young girl with pink hair. At the same time, Xuanzin is chatting with a beautiful girl. He reassures her, insisting that she shouldn't worry, because his people will soon return her back. The guy takes the victim's hand and gently moves closer to her, offering to go and have a drink somewhere before they get back. The girl blushes all over. This is how Xuanzin sees the scene. The hero together with his friend see this picture. They don't like it, so Fen asks the guy what he's doing here. After receiving no response from Xiu and Zin, they both start punishing him for being so impertinent. The guy apologizes for his outburst, begging for mercy. The girl whose bag was stolen is named Han Yu Ding. She is a student at Chunnan High School for Girls. She laughs nervously at the comical nature of the situation. The hero approaches her, handing her the stolen bag. The victim sincerely thanks the guys for helping her return the bag. She wants to invite them all to dinner. Fen just shrugs it off, saying that they didn't do anything special. He notices that it's getting late, so the girl should go home. Xuanzin can't believe what he's hearing. He does not want to just let the victim go, because he sees this as an ideal opportunity to meet a beautiful, slender, and rich girl. His eyes literally burn with desire, but the three of them don't share his enthusiasm. Dai Bai's eyes suddenly light up. She claims to have written a short story about little brother Feng's feet. She invites the guys to listen, but they don't want to do it at all. Hung Kai also recalls that he also participated in this. The girl begins her performance, and the Trinity begins to pray for the end of it. One of them asks to kill him, another prays for an end, and the third claims that he can't take it anymore. My friends understand that it's time to get out of here. The first one escapes Xuanzin. He explains his actions by saying that he forgot to turn off the iron, so he needs to hurry because the whole hut may burn down. Hung Kai runs off in the opposite direction, saying that he remembered an important thing. His girlfriend is cheating on him right now. The hero is also going to run, but the aura of the girl makes him stop in mid-sentence. When Dai Bai turns around and sees her little brother, she literally melts with happiness. She throws herself at him with a hug, declaring that only he can appreciate her talent. The guy knows he's in serious trouble. Fen tries to gently get rid of the annoying girl, finding a good reason, but someone starts calling him sharply. He is very happy about it inside. The hero picks up the phone and starts a conversation with his mother. The guy gets straight to the point, determined to find out what happened. The voice on the phone announces that they are in trouble, so Feng Qingyu needs to hurry home. Young Dai Bai's eyes are filled with tears from all this. The hero hangs up the phone, then tells the girl that he needs to go home. She grabs him by the elbow, begging him to stay. The guy once again repeats that he needs to run, and then breaks out of the grip of the fair sex, going home. On the way, he says goodbye to her, and Dai Bai declares that he is a real fool. There are only 4 people in the hero's family. Mom, Dad, him and his little sister. They are not particularly rich and especially not famous, but they have a quiet and happy life. Feng Qin jumps over a small fence, already approaching his house. The guy puts the key in the lock and turns it, opening the door. He enters the room, announcing to all his relatives that he has returned. His parents are sitting on the couch in the living room, waiting for him. From their faces, it becomes clear that something out of the ordinary has clearly happened, so the hero immediately tries to clarify the situation by asking a question about the state of affairs. The father puts his hand on his son's shoulder, asking for forgiveness. He announces that even though he has just turned 18, now he will have to take care of his mother and sister. These words unsettle the hero. He's trying to figure out what it all means. Fen's eyes fill with tears. He realizes that the situation is terrible. He hugs his father, then begins to ask him not to despair. He reminds them that medicine has now made great strides, so they can cure his cancer. A man gives a savory bream to his son, sending him to the floor. A blood clot flies out of the hero's mouth. It turns out that the father is healthy as a bull. An adult looks at his child, who has recently entered adulthood. His mind is racing with thoughts of how his son could have thought he was dying. And besides, he's not stupid enough to refuse treatment. Feng Qin rises to his feet, clutching at the bruised spot. He looks at his father with distaste, asking why he hit him. The man answers the question with a question, clarifying why he decided to bury his father alive. The hero takes his hand away from the cheek where his father's hand was left. It finally dawns on him that his father isn't sick. This makes him very angry, so he wants to know what's going on. The man only insults his son, calling him a jerk. The mother intervenes in the conversation, who decides to clarify the present state of affairs. It turns out that 10 years ago, the hero's father took out a loan of 10 yuan and forgot to return it. Because of this, he currently owes the bank 1 million yuan. The woman's words simply kill the hero, who is amazed at the sum he heard. He doesn't understand why the interest rates are so high, so he asks his father where he got the loan, assuming that he got it from the bank at the bus stop. The father makes it clear that in order to pay off his debts, he decided to go to Afghanistan to buy coconuts. He knows it's a good job to make money, but it's a very dangerous job, so he asks his son to look after his mother and sister while he's away. The hero absolutely does not like this, because it is deadly dangerous, so he decides to clarify whether there is any other option to pay off his debts. A grin appears on the man's face, which does not bode well. Feng Qin has his father's hand on his shoulder. The man claims that he knew that he could rely on his son. The mother puts her hand on the guy's other shoulder, and the hero gets a bad feeling. Realizing that now it is impossible to step back, the hero decides to find out what he should do. My father immediately replies that all he needs to do is transfer to Chunnan Senior Girls' School. Feng asks where he should transfer to, and then he immediately explains how this will help his father pay off his debts. When the boy understands the meaning of his parents' words, he screams out the name of this school in horror, knowing full well that a real hell awaits him on Earth. Chapter 1-2. The guy decides to clarify everything that is happening. So he clarifies how his transfer to Chunnan will help with the payment of the debt. The mother explains that the current headmistress of the school was her classmate. According to her, if Feng Qin studied there, he would receive a very good scholarship. The father also adds that if his son agrees to the transfer, they will also accept land for free. The woman sums up, from which it becomes clear that they will not only be able to get rid of debt, but also allow land to get a good education for free. The hero's father approves of this decision. Parents start dancing with joy, because Chunnan Senior Girls' School is an elite educational institution. When the guy finishes his studies, he will become a director in some company, and then find a beautiful and rich wife. Then they'll all be so happy together. The hero thinks to himself that if Lan will study in such an elite institution, then she will really be able to get a good education. He's starting to realize that this isn't such a bad idea. My father snaps his mouth shut. Tears are streaming down his cheeks, and he declares that they have no right to force their son to do such a thing. If he refuses, he will go to Afghanistan to buy coconuts. Tears also appear in the woman's eyes. After such a scene, Feng Qin still agrees to this proposal. The man rejoices at what he heard from his son, stating that he knew that he would not let him down. The hero is trying to comprehend what is happening. The father gets down to business, saying that the headmistress asked the guy to come to her tomorrow morning. The boy turns to his father in confusion, trying to figure out how she could have known he would agree. Then the father, showing a thumbs up, asks his son not to forget the suitcase in which they have already packed his things. This completely shocks the hero, who is clearly not ready for such a thing. Feng Qin finally realizes that he is being evicted from his home. He goes to his room for the last time, remembering that he has to go to the headmistress tomorrow morning. He notes that everything is happening too fast, which is why he does not have time to comprehend everything. In the room, he sees a blue suitcase. The hero swears a little, realizing that the parents really did not lie about this issue. He sits down in a chair, turns on the desk lamp, and then begins to remember everything he knows about Chunnan High School for Girls. 5 months ago, the hero passed by this school. The weather was overcast and it was raining. The guy was walking under an umbrella so as not to get wet. He didn't bother anyone until someone hit the fence bars, startling him badly. This person turned out to be a schoolboy with pink hair who asked for help. He was unwrapped by a girl with red hair, after which, having prescribed a savory bream, she demanded to shut up. She smiled at the hero who happened to witness all this, then dragged the guy by the scruff of the neck back into the building. FJ and Kin, on the other hand, watched the scene in horror, not understanding what it was. 4 months ago, the hero found a similar picture. It was evening then. The leaves had fallen over the sidewalk, and he was moving next to the same fence. This time it was the blonde who asked for help, begging to be released, because he didn't want to die. The guy was grabbed from behind by a woman's hand, and then hit the fence. The blonde only noted that the guy tried to escape after looking at their president. The hero is startled to realize that this is another poor guy. It happened again 3 months ago. A brown-haired boy was trying to climb over the huge gate of Chunnan High School, shouting that he would live. A rope wrapped around his neck from behind. She took a sharp drag on her cigarette, then broke her neck. He fell to the sidewalk right in front of the hero, who did not understand what was going on there at all. It should be noted that in all 3 cases there are exaggerations. Feng Qin doesn't particularly like such prospects. He is saddened by the fact that he will have to spend a whole year in such a place. Then he remembers that he forgot to do something. He needed to tell Lan everything. He goes to his sister's room. He knocks several times on the door, which has a sign with her name in the form of a pink heart. My sister opens the door, asking me what my brother needs. The hero informs that they are both transferring to Chunnan High School for Girls. Lan replies that she already knows about this, because her parents told her. Lan asks the guy not to call her sister at school because she doesn't want anything to do with the killer. A member of the fair sex slams the door. The hero realizes that his sister is still mad at him, so he decides that he should leave. As Feng Qin moves away from the door, Lan opens it, watching his brother leave. Chapter 1-3. 4 girls with crazy eyes stand against the red sky. One of them claims to be hungry. She's already eaten 300 guys, but she wants more. A representative of the fair sex is interested in who will be the first 300, after which she looks at the hero, specifying that he may be the one. Feng Qin opens his eyes and screams in terror. He jerks into a sitting position, trying to regain his composure. After a few moments, he realizes that it was just a dream, although the guy notes that the dream was very scary. He wipes beads of sweat from his brow, realizing that this was some kind of hell, not a dream. A parent's voice from behind the door calls the hero, reminding him that it's time for him to get ready. The guy just says that he remembers everything. After a while, the guy is already standing at the entrance to the school. He is met by security guards at the huge gate, and he is amazed at the scale of this elite educational institution. Men at the entrance wish the hero good luck, advising him to be careful. Two of them point out that Feng Qin is so young. They hope that he has lived a good life, however short. The hero is amazed at this attitude towards himself. It's like he's being escorted to the death penalty. He makes a mental note that he hasn't done anything wrong yet, so he doesn't know why they're treating him like this. Feng Qin climbs the stairs to the headmaster's office. When he reaches the door, he catches his breath, swearing at the number of floors. He notes that in the event of an earthquake, the survival rate here will be 0. He knocks on the door of the principal's office, and a few seconds later a woman's voice calls out for him to enter. The guy opens the door, immediately apologizing for bothering him. The hero examines the director's office. There's a picture of Scansy on the wall. There's a coat rack in the corner and a closet next to it. A little further away from him is a chair. Feng Qin notices that it's cozy. At the table sits a girl in a chair, which is turned back to the guy. She claims that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The girl in the chair turned to the guy. She was dressed in formal attire, a red jacket, a red skirt, and a white blouse. The headmistress looked very young. She couldn't have been more than 30 years old. Blonde hair, honey-colored eyes, rounded features, and a slender figure. She greeted Feng Qin with a bright smile. Her name is Lai Sun, and she is the principal of Chunnan High School for Girls. The hero blushed at the girl's words. Steam came out of his ears, and his face turned red with embarrassment. Lai Song approached the guy while he was still in his thoughts. Feng sat on the chair, not flying in the clouds until the headmistress put her hands on his shoulders. The guy tried to find out what was going on. The girl hugged the hero, pressing him into her boobs. This made the boy blush to the tips of his ears. After that, she pulled away, stating the guy has grown a lot. Fen's nose started to bleed from the girl's excessive attention, but he quickly recovered, trying to figure out what she was doing. The headmistress notices that the other person has probably forgotten the fact that he used to always hug her when they met. The guy recalls what just happened, asking if it's true. The blonde gives a more detailed explanation that then he said his first word, calling her mom. A light bulb lights up above Fen's head, after which he gives out that he now remembers everything, and then assures the interlocutor that this never happened. This makes Li Sun feel embarrassed at the awkwardness of the moment. The headmistress tries to justify her behavior by saying that she noticed how much the guy was agitated, so the aunt decided to distract him. Feng notes that the word distract is not appropriate here. For him, it's more appropriate that the girl tried to seduce him. Li Sun decides to ignore these words. She hands him the paper, telling him it's time to get down to business. She explains that she gave the guy a non-disclosure agreement. The hero repeats the name of the document in bewilderment, not understanding at all why he should sign such a thing. Chapter 1-4. Li soon reveals that they have several school rules that need to be followed. In addition, she notes that there are things that should not go beyond the school. The hero begins to study the document, and the headmistress asks him to pay special attention to the first 2 rules. The first rule is that you can't use force against girls, and the second refers to relationships that cannot be started in the walls of school. The blonde asks the new student to focus their attention on the second rule. She explains that they don't recruit boys to set up a harem in the school, but, unfortunately, all the previous boys were transferred to this institution only for this. Feng understands perfectly well, but he can't accept the first rule. His pride is hurt by the fact that he will not be able to use physical force, because it is difficult to accept that you will be beaten by everyone who is not lazy. Li soon asks the other person to calm down, saying that if you use physical force in self-defense, then this is another matter. Feng Qin quickly gets his emotions under control, realizing that no one can bully him now. He is interested in why the girls' school started recruiting boys. The reason for recruiting boys to a girls' school is very simple. It is narrated by the headmistress. Students at their school spend their days surrounded by other girls, so they are completely unable to communicate with boys. Li Sun adds that because of this, the fair-sex students at the school began to think that all guys are goats, and their inability to communicate with them only increased the effect. It was because of this that they accepted quite a few guys last year, but all of them were motivated by the desire to enter into relationships with the opposite sex. In the end, this only worsened the already deplorable situation. So this year they are going to accept a limited number of boys, but with good intentions. The headmistress clasps her hands in a pleading gesture, saying that she has high hopes for Feng Qin. Li Sun asks her boyfriend to help her change the way her students think about boys. The blonde puts her hands on the hero's shoulders. The latter is in complete shock from what is happening. The girl declares that the fate of the school is in his hands, so he must promise that he will try. Feng says he'll do his best. After hearing what she wanted, Li Sun claims that she knew that she could rely on a guy. She asks him to take his things to the dorm, making a reservation that it is not far from the school. When the hero wants to leave the headmistress's office, the blonde decides to tell him something else important. She asks him not to approach the old abandoned building because it is a restricted area. The girl wants the guy better, so he should not look for adventures on the fifth point. Walking around the school grounds, Feng Qin realizes that it is very huge. After a while, he gets to a huge building that is a men's dormitory. At the moment, there are 0 students there. The hero moves into the dorm. He gets room number 201. He goes up to the second floor and opens the door to room 201. He is amazed at what he sees. Before his eyes is a huge room with several paintings, 2 armchairs, a pair of windows, 1 small table for drinking tea, and 1 kitchen table with a white vase of flowers on it. After a while, the guy finishes unpacking his things. He wipes the sweat from his face and exhales, noting that it was very tiring. Feng Qin looks out the window and sees that the weather outside is bright and sunny. He feels like taking a walk. After leaving the territory of the men's hostel, the hero goes for a walk. He admires the sights that appear before his eyes. He notes that everything in this school is very beautiful. He doesn't even want to think about how much it all cost. After a while, Feng Qin walks out to the water's edge. He is amazed that they even made an artificial lake. Then his eyes fall on the grass. He notices that she's wearing a neatly folded female school uniform with a katana on top of it. A few moments later, a brunette in just her underwear emerges from the water. The hero's eyes sparkle with what he sees. The girl notices the guy. Their eyes touch for a moment, and then they both flush red with embarrassment. They understand that they are in a very awkward situation. Both start screaming in panic, and the fair sex turns around, squatting down and covering all their intimate areas. She asks in fear what the guy is doing here. Chapter 1-5. The hero begins to sharply justify himself. He apologizes, claiming that he was just passing by, and then claims that he didn't see anything. He even clarifies that he definitely didn't see her in a white bathing suit. He apologizes again for bothering me. He invites her to leave without quarreling, noting that he has innocent eyes, so he does not lie. A representative of the fair sex all red comes out of the water to him. She picks up her katana and starts chasing the hero. The guy also offers her to get dressed first, realizing that the situation is out of control, and you will not be able to escape just like that. Feng Qin decides to go for a dirty trick. He stops abruptly, pointing a finger somewhere to the side and declaring that there is a UFO. The brunette is not lost for a second. Interest gets the better of her, and she looks in the direction indicated, and when she finds nothing there and turns her head back, the guy is already gone. She realizes that the boy has deceived her. The girl understands that she missed the impudent man. The guy saw her in a bathing suit. She is very ashamed of this, so she decides that the next time they meet, she will kill the brazen pervert. Feng Qin stops after what time. Beads of sweat run down his face. He realizes that he has come off, but he had to get into trouble during a simple walk. Although, remembering what he had to see, the hero notes that he is not a bit upset. The guy quickly throws his fantasies aside, deciding that the time is not needed for this. The hero realizes that the time has come to meet Xuan Xin and Hong Kai Yang. He walks over to Long Yung's cafe, where his friends are already waiting for him. Xuan immediately jumps up to him, forcing the conversation. The guy notices that Feng is a real hero. He even started to think that he wasn't coming back, so it should be celebrated. The Lovelace starts counting from 1 to 3, and then asks to smile. The camera takes a picture in which the hero is at a loss, and Xuan smiles brightly. The blonde notices that the hero will turn out very well in the photo, after which he makes a small blot that Xuan, of course, turned out better, but Feng Qin is also not bad. Xuan Xin notes that he can add a filter to sour the face of the interlocutor. He decides to find out the hero's opinions on this issue. Feng, on the other hand, is very annoyed by his friend's greeting. He grabs him by the shoulders, declaring that he will kill him. The hero says that he is already fed up with such jokes of Zion, so if he dies, he will take the guy with him. Go on for a while. Friends calm down. The hero tells what happened to him in a short time. After that, Xuan notices that he has 2 pieces of news for a friend. Since one is good and the other is bad, he asks the hero to choose which one to start with. Feng asks you to start with a good one. A happy smile appears on the face of the comrade, which causes the hero to be apprehensive because he does not understand why Xuan is happy. The blonde says that the hero was lucky with the class. Feng Qin asks for a little more details. Xuan explains that he was in class 1, where only stunning beauties study. The hero's eyes widen, but not in surprise. It's just that it's not good news at all, but rather neutral, so he decides to move on to the bad news. Xuan says that all these girls are like roses with thorns. After this, Feng asks his friend to express himself more clearly. It turns out that last year, 300 brave guys transferred to this school, and a third of them got into class 1, but none of them ever returned. When the other guys found out about it, they tried to escape, but they still met the same fate. Among the class, there are several girls who were nicknamed the 4 Witches. One has light blue eyes and pink hair. She wears a short-sleeve shirt and a tie. The other has dark blue hair. Her bangs cover her right eye. She also dresses in a school uniform, but prefers to wear a thin windbreaker on top of it. Her eyes are lavender in color. She is presented in a sleeveless blouse that bears her thin shoulders. The last girl has light blue hair and green eyes. Unlike the other witches, she has short hair and wears sportswear. Feng Qin mentally understands that the situation will be very difficult. The hero notices to himself that with these 4 girls you need to be careful. At this time, Xuan decides to tell one more important detail, assuring that he has not yet spoken. He says that you need to be careful with other girls, too, because they have more than 100 ways to get rid of guys. This news causes a storm of indignation in the hero. He shouts nervously at his friend, because it's hard for him to believe what they're saying about school. He doesn't understand why girls are involved in destroying guys, because he believes that they should spend time on homework or lessons. On the other hand, the main character seriously thinks about the words of his friend, because if everything that Xuan said is true, then his affairs are very bad. He sweats nervously, realizing that there was no point in lying to his friend. The realization that he can't sit back comes quickly enough. Feng Qin understands that inaction will lead to sad consequences for him, so he decides to come up with a plan for how he should proceed. Chapter 1-6. The phone lying on the nightstand abruptly starts ringing. It sets the alarm for 6 in the morning. Feng Qin quickly jumps up from the bed. He immediately gets to his feet, noting that it's time for him to get up. He realizes that today will be the day when everything starts. A familiar voice from the other side of the door shouts for the guy to get up, hinting that if he doesn't, he'll be late on the first day. The brunette responds to these words, stating that you know everything. After that, he notes to himself that a very epic moment was ruined for him. He lets out a calming breath, then repeats his words about how his hell is going to start today. 10 minutes later, Feng Qin is transformed beyond recognition. He puts on a wig, which has a generally blonde hair color, but the tips of the curls have the following colors: orange, light green, and purple. He also wears a bugoha suit. On the face, the hero applies purple shadows, foundation, and a little purple lip gloss. The guy notes that he is a real handsome man. Feng Qin thinks that his plan is a win-win, because no girl would want to get involved with such a guy. Walking down the street, the guy still cannot get used to the new attributes of his appearance. He notes that because of the wig, he can't see anything. As he approaches Chunnan High School for Girls, several expensive cars stop nearby. Seeing that the students themselves drive such expensive cars, the hero understands that very rich people study here. In his mind's eye, he thinks about how strange it is that they don't come by helicopter yet. At this moment, as if despite his thoughts, a strong gust of wind rises, and a red helicopter begins to land from the sky. Then Feng Qin almost gets an electric shock, because he is horrified to realize that someone is actually arriving at the school by helicopter. The guy makes a hand gesture to his face, very much feeling the fact that he was not at ease. Seeing expensive cars and a helicopter, he begins to feel like a real homeless person. Feng Qin quickly regains his composure, realizing that he might be late for class if he didn't hurry to class. Then he hears a woman's voice from the side, which requires no one to run. The hero looks closer and sees a girl in a school uniform with a katana in her hands. She has long black hair and expressive dark eyes, and wears a disciplinary committee armband on her shoulder. Feng Qin realizes that this is the same girl he met at the lake recently. The hero does not like it at all, because everything looks like some kind of joke. The guy hides behind a pillar, trying not to show himself to the girl. He notices that a representative of the fair sex is a member of the disciplinary committee. Feng Qin tries to figure out what to do, because if she recognizes him, he will definitely be a dead man. The hero goes back, assuming that there must be another way to school. He stops abruptly, realizing that he doesn't have much time. Feng Qin carefully looks at the fence, realizing that in principle, he can climb over the wall. The guy quickly makes his way to the Chunnan High School grounds without anyone seeing him. He presses himself against the wall, letting out a sigh of calm and noticing that now he needs to find a homeroom teacher. The hero quickly finds the right door, then knocks on it and enters with words of apology for the trouble. In the room is a girl with black hair, which is tied in a single bun on her head. Until she was disturbed, she went about her business at the computer. In order not to waste time, Feng Qin tells her that he is a new student in her class. At the same time, he introduces himself and respectfully addresses the interlocutor as Miss Tan. After a quick glance at the new student, the girl remembers that Miss Lai Sung warned her about the transfer of a new student. She stands up from her seat, asking Feng Qin to follow him. She's going to walk him to class. The hero trails behind Miss Tan. As he walks down the corridor, he hears two female students talking. One of them says that the guy is new to school. Her friend also notices that the hero looks quite strange. Feng Qin is fast enough. It gets to the class marked Odin. When the boy enters the classroom with the homeroom teacher, there is absolute silence. Miss Tian asks the class to pay attention to themselves. The hero is standing at the board at this time. The girl introduces the new student, showing her hopes that the female students will make friends with him. At this point, Feng Qin decides to act according to his plan. He gives a crazy look, confidently introducing himself and saying that his favorite hobby is a good fight. But the guy doesn't get the reaction he planned. Representatives of the fair sex are more surprised than frightened by his words. This confuses him. Realizing that he is about to fail, Feng Qin puts on the most angry face possible, stating that he hates it when someone comes closer to him than half a meter, and the last one who broke this rule is still collecting money for treatment. At the same time, it becomes clear from the hero's face that he is asking everyone present a question about whether he is expressing himself clearly. The reaction of the students again breaks all sound logic. They start saying that he is a real man, and someone thinks he is very cool. This causes dissonance in a guy who doesn't understand what he's doing wrong. Feng Qin continues to make a vicious face, horrified by what is happening. He doesn't understand what's wrong with these girls, because, according to his logic, they should have been scared. Chapter 1-7. After listening to the new student's speech to the end, Miss Tian nervously asks him to sit at an empty table next to Han Yuding. There is absolute silence as Feng Qin walks over to his seat and sits down. In his mind's eye, however, he notices that he feels somewhat awkward. The guy wonders what he should do. Then he remembers his first priority, which is to find the 4 witches. They decide to introduce all 4 witches to us. The first witch is called Moya Zhao. This is a girl with red hair and deep burgundy eyes. She has a haircut in the form of a square on her head, as well as small cans, which are almost invisible. The second witch is Wei Wei Tong. She has pink hair that hangs down to her waist, expressive blue eyes that can easily drown, and very large pineapples under her neck, the size of which can be envied by many. The first 2 witches watch the hero with interest. The third witch is called Tong Fei Lu. She has short blue hair and green eyes. She is very dissatisfied with the appearance of the opposite sex in their class, which can be read on her face. The size of her bumps is not inferior to the size of Wei Wei Tong. The last witch is a girl with dark blue hair. She doesn't pay any attention to what's going on around her, completely focusing her attention on the console in her hands. The right side of her face is framed by bangs. Unlike the other students, she wears a thin windbreaker with long sleeves over her school clothes. Her name is Xiaoxu Nangong. Looking around at his surroundings, the hero realizes that all his classmates are really real beauties, but he decides not to lose his vigilance and be very careful with them. He turns his gaze to the woman next to him. He greets her, then notes that she seems familiar to him, so he asks if they haven't met anywhere else before. Han Yuding is greatly startled by the other person's words. She panics and says that they haven't seen each other anywhere, and that the other person has confused her with someone else. The representative of the beautiful with pink hair begins to tremble all over under the guy's gaze. There's an awkward silence. At this time, in the student council office, the girls are discussing the fact that a new boy has been transferred to their school. A girl with yellow eyes and blonde hair is sitting at the table. In her hand is a glass of some liquid. She rocks it like it's wine. This is Lin Yasun. She is the president of the student council. The blonde notes that it is true that a new boy was transferred to the school because her mother did it. Meanwhile, the brunette, who became the first girl that the hero met at school, thinks about the words of the head of the student council. It seems strange to her, the fact that the guy was transferred personally by the headmistress, so the girl is interested in him. Suddenly, the girl is handed the guy's personal files. The brunette begins to remember the appearance of the pervert who caught him at the lake, and the new one, after which she realizes with horror that they are the same person. A member of the fair sex who handed over Feng Qin's documents notices the reaction of her friend, hurrying to find out if she knows this guy. The brunette starts babbling about the fact that she doesn't know him, but he just seemed familiar to her, after which she adds for greater persuasiveness that she doesn't know any guy at all. Lin Yasun notices that since there is a boy in their school now, they should get rid of him. The 2 girls who were standing nearby and heard this disagree. One doubts this, because it has a chance that the boy will be normal. Another notes the important fact that the guy was transferred personally by the headmistress, so if you try to remove him, it's better not to do it openly. The student council president has to agree with these arguments. The blonde suggests just watching the newcomer from the side, because there is a possibility that they will not even have to interfere, because he got into class 1, in which he will have to face 4 witches. Friends approve of this decision, calling Lin Yusong a genius. The student council president tries to hide his embarrassment by saying that the female students can go. Lin Yasun and the green-haired girl remain in the room. The headmistress's daughter clarifies what the girl needs. And the headmistress, in turn, notices that I know perfectly well that she is allergic to alcohol, so she does not need to pretend that she has wine in her glass and not grape juice. These words anger the blonde, who claims that she just likes to drink grape juice from a glass. Chapter 1-8. The homeroom teacher tells the students that the first thing she needs is for someone to help her bring textbooks to the entire class. Since there is only one male representative in the class, she politely addresses Feng Qin with this request. The hero is surprised by this, so he still decides to help, realizing that he has already been given the first assignment. Ms. Tongfei suggests that Feng Ke can help the newcomer. The blonde refuses, saying that she doesn't feel well today. In fact, she was being glared at menacingly by the pink-haired neighbor who volunteered to help Feng Qin the next moment, assuring her that she would go along with him. Seeing the unusual state of the girl with pink hair, the guy assumes that she is being bullied. Outside in the corridor, Feng Qin starts a conversation with Han Yu-ding. He reminds the fairer sex that they met a few days ago. He tells her that he helped return the bag to her. The interlocutor nods to indicate that she remembers, then thanks the hero again for this and suggests that we talk later. The hero has no choice but to accept this offer. Feng Qin ponders the situation to himself. He understands that it would be strange if a guy who has just been transferred to a school where they hate guys starts talking to one of their classmates. The hero exhales heavily, realizing that it will be very difficult for him to communicate with girls. Noting that it has become boring, the hero decides to sit on the phone. Opening the notifications, he sees the Qiuzhang news, which says that a 1,000-year-old golden Buddha statue was found, and when it was opened, an unknown spirit got out. After reading this notice, Feng Qin thinks to himself that this is some strange news. During a break, Han Yu-ding approaches the guy. She turns abruptly to either side, feeling very shy as she does so. Realizing that no one is around, she apologizes. This behavior of the fair sex strikes the hero, so he rushes to find out what she is apologizing for. The pink-haired girl explains that she apologized for not wanting to talk to him before. She begins to mumble something, trying to find a more or less common reason, but the hero decides to take everything into his own hands. He assures that he understands everything perfectly, so the interlocutor should not worry about this. In addition, he claims that he does not resent her at all for this. Feng Qin suggests pretending in front of everyone that they don't know each other, but in fact, they will be friends. The guy makes allowances for the fact that all this will be with the consent of the interlocutor. Han Yu-ding says she doesn't mind. At the same time, 4 witches gather in the hallway of the school. Moya Zhao notices that the newcomer seems to be wary of them. Tongfei Lu speculates that the reason for this may be that today is only the first day of his arrival at school. After that, she decides to ask her friend Xiaoxu Nangong for her opinion, but Nangong Xiaoxu doesn't say anything. Chapter 1-9. The friend repeats the question again, wanting to know the opinion of the friend, and the friend, in turn, lays out the cards on the desk. She pulls out one of them thoughtfully, then gets nervous because she doesn't quite understand what it all means. Unexpectedly, the 4th witch says that they should leave this guy alone and let him finish this year in peace. This puts the other 3 witches in a stupor, while Nangong Xiaoxu herself leaves her friends. Moya Zhao is surprised by Nangong's behavior. She doesn't understand what happened to her, noting the fact that she's never seen her like this. Wei Wei Tong assumes that their friend has guessed something unusual on her cards. A member of the fair sex with pink hair asks an important question, whether they will listen to the advice of Nangut or not. Moya confidently declares that this will not happen, because it will mean that all their hard work last year was for nothing. Tongfei Lu suggests that they continue their work as planned, only trying to be more careful. Both friends agree with these words in unison. That's when Lu wonders what's so special about this guy. After the hero returns to the classroom, a girl with red hair approaches him. This is Moya Zhao. She thanks a classmate for helping their teacher with their textbooks. Feng Qin, on the other hand, maintains an outward calm, claiming that there is nothing special about it. Inwardly, he curses, not knowing what the hell she wants from him. Then the interlocutor hands him a bottle of water, saying that he probably wants to drink. The hero thanks the girl for the water, stating that he will drink it later. Mentally, however, he knows that he will not do this. He also wonders if the girls really think he's so stupid or not. He puts the bottle back in his desk. Zhao, seeing this, is unhappy with this development, but she quickly says goodbye to the guy. She smiles at him, telling him that they'll see each other later. At the same time, the blonde says that she doesn't feel well, so she asks Han Yu-ding to wash the windows for her. The girl agrees, but her face shows that she is nervous. Her hands are shaking, and the blonde yawns, glad that class is finally over. Feng Qin makes a mental note that he thinks the blonde is doing just fine. Chapter 1-10. The hero stays after school to help her friend with window cleaning. Han Yu-ding shyly thanks him for this, and the guy only says that the girl should let him know if she needs help again. From these words, the fair sex representative bows her head, embarrassed and blushing, but still squeezes out the words of acceptance. Feng Qin returns to his room. He takes off his clothes with a heavy sigh. The hero wants to take a bath after a hard day of school. At this time, a brunette with a katana, who is a member of the disciplinary committee, bursts into his room. She declares that the hero is a dirty pervert and is ready to tear him to shreds, claiming that she has been looking for him for a long time. A representative of the fair sex first turns white, and then is filled with red paint from what she saw. She went into the guy's room while he was changing. Feng Qin appears in front of a brunette in her underwear. He turns half sideways to face her. The girl sees a raised torso and a slightly thin body. It is clear that the hero was going to take off his underpants. The brunette's eyes widen. She starts to mumble something, but no more or less adequate word leaves her mouth. The brunette closes her eyes with a cry that the guy has completely lost his shame. Feng Qin, on the other hand, is amazed that each of their meetings ends like this. The entire red girl is unable to control her actions, so when the hero asks her to stop shouting, she ignores him. This encourages the guy to take action. He takes off, and when he gets close enough, he puts his hand over the intruder's mouth. Slightly miscalculating the speed, the hero knocks the girl down. They freeze for a moment. The realization that the guy is only in one pair of shorts on it comes to the brunette not immediately. Feng Qin asks the girl to keep her voice down. He has a displeased face, and the representative of the fair sex herself blushes all over, unable to utter a word. Seeing that the brunette does not listen to him, the hero asks her to be silent again, slightly hinting that if someone sees them in this form, it will be very bad. The girl, when the guy's palm leaves her lips, starts shouting, which gives him 3 seconds to remove his hands from her, after which, without waiting for any answer, she hits the guy's sensitive crotch with her foot. This is a very hard hit. My testicles break. There is a deathly silence. The hero holds back a cry of pain, then grabs his underpants, bending over the floors and falling exhausted to the floor. As Feng Qin struggles to recover, the brunette climbs to her feet. She is still confused by what is happening, and insults to the hero fall from her lips. She calls him a pervert, a psycho, a preoccupied, a freak, a jerk, and a nutcase. Chapter 1-11. Shivering, the hero rises to his feet. In his mind, he curses being dealt such a heavy blow. The girl continues to hit him, but this time it's a mental taka. The brunette calls him a freak, a brute, and a geek. Taking the blow on himself, the guy shouts back that this is his room. A retaliatory blow forces the fair sex to come to her senses. She recalls that the guy started it all, because he first spied her swimming in the lake. Feng Qin makes an uncomprehending expression, then declares that this is a public place and he was just passing by it. The hero goes on a counterattack, claiming that the girl swam in the lake, desecrating a public place. It hits the brunette in the heart. She starts to get angry. Her fingers curl into fists. She tries to find at least some excuse for her action, but in the end, not finding anything better, she decides to challenge the guy to a duel. The guy asks again about what the interlocutor said. His eyes widen, and then he reminds me that the Qing dynasty has long since destroyed a person, and now it's a new era. The brunette stands her ground, declaring that she will not let the guy go just like that, because he humiliated her twice. To this, Feng Qin replies understandingly that he did indeed see her naked. However, just now, the girl carried out her revenge. In his head, he equates broken eggs with a feast for the eyes. This confuses the brunette. She demands that the other person get dressed. At the same time, she blushes all over. The hero, realizing that he is still in his underwear, blushes red, stating that he would have already done this if the girl had been silent. He starts to pull on his shirt. Heavy breathing, a representative of the fair sex leaves the room. Before closing the door, she tells him that she will be waiting for him at 12 o'clock in the evening in the training hall, and if the guy has to, then she asks not to blame her for what will happen to him later. After these words, the brunette closes the door and leaves. The hero grabs his head, not understanding at all what is happening. The rest of the day passes quickly and unnoticed. The hero goes to the meeting point. He's very nervous. This time, he decides not to wear a wig or makeup. Approaching a small 2-story building with a light on, the guy realizes that the meeting place should be here. The full moon had already risen in the sky. The guy enters a dojo that already has him in it. A brunette is waiting. In her hands is a katana, and she says that she thought that he would not come. The brunette clarifies what would have happened if he hadn't come. A representative of the fair sex takes a stand, stating that tomorrow the interlocutor will drown in Tokyo Bay. Feng Qin yawns, claiming that he wants to go to bed early, so he asks his opponent to finish quickly. An evil aura appears around the girl, and she says that the guy should not worry, because he will lie in bed for a month, starting tomorrow. The hero, without any interest, says that he is very, very scared. After such an attitude, the brunette loses her temper, noting that the interlocutor asked for it. She sits up, taking a stance from some style, then abruptly breaks off in the direction of the guy. The brunette with a furious cry breaks down on the hero, intending to teach him a lesson for all the bullying that he did to her. The guy also gracefully dodges the attack of a representative of the fair sex. after which he turns out to be behind her to conduct an easy attack. The girl doesn't understand what's going on. Feng Qin tries to take the katana from his opponent. Once behind her, he grabs the handle right through the girl, who is horrified by the guy's speed. The brunette continues to resist, not allowing her to take away her weapon so easily. Then the hero makes a very passionate exhalation in her ear. This causes the girl to turn around and lose control out of embarrassment. This is exactly what the guy needed, who immediately takes control of the katana. The brunette lets go of his opponent, causing her to land on the floor. The guy crouches down next to her, claiming that he won this duel, so he demands that the girl does not bother him again. After these words, Feng starts to leave, but the brunette says that she is not finished yet. At the same time, she is all confused by this development of events. Feng glances over his shoulder, saying that if this happens again, he won't joke with the girl anymore. This introduces the fair sex into a stupor. She just got to her feet, catching the other's gaze, which read the seriousness of intentions. The girl falls back to the floor. She is angry because of her weakness. Her teeth start to grind, and the guy just notes that she should watch herself. Feng Qin returns to his apartment, where he immediately plops down on a sofa with 2 pillows. He notes to himself that the new semester begins with a thrill. The hero lies down on the bed, thinking that the brunette will bother him again, because finally she confidently told him that next time she can beat him. Then the other side of the girl appeared before Feng. She was absolutely weak and defenseless when she made such confident speeches. Her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, and she was depressed. Her cry was like a cry of despair. Wrapping himself in the blanket, the guy notices that he has a bad feeling, but he puts it out of his mind, considering it a trifle, because now it's time to go to bed. Morning comes. The guy gets dressed for school. This time, he decides to come without makeup or a wig. As he gets dressed, the hero notes that it's time to go back to school. The hero comes out of his room and sees that knife marks have appeared on his door. It scares him. He recalls the existence of 4 witches in the class, so he assumes that this is just the beginning of all the troubles. Feng senses something is wrong, knowing that today will be an unusual day. Problems appear out of nowhere. The hero buries his face in his desk, swearing to himself that he forgot to eat breakfast. Time passes slowly. At 10 o'clock he feels hungry, and at 12 he begins to starve to death. It's almost noon. The guy goes to the dining room, where there are already people. He looks down at the food, and then stars light up in his eyes. He notes that the food looks amazing. Feng Qin picks up a tray of food, then starts to find a place to eat. In the dining room there are only 4 tables, each of which is designed for 4 people. The hero notices that he was lucky, because one of the tables is free, so he decides to sit down at it, so as not to disturb anyone. There's an awkward silence. All representatives of the fair sex begin to look askance at the guy. The hero also has questions about why the air froze. He doesn't like everyone looking at him. Then a voice from behind asks if the guy knows this is his place. The brunette enters the dining room and says the last words. She has green eyes, and she looks calmly at the troublemaker. Chapter 1-13. Fen's eyes start to spin. He notes that this girl is a real beauty. The brunette also asks if the guy is finished. The hero also apologizes, assuring that he is sorry. After that, the representative of the fair sex demands that the guy leave and not touch the lunch without her. Feng Qin replies that he will just change the place. The brunette claims in response that all the seats are around her, so he can't sit anywhere. This begins to make the hero very angry, who is dissatisfied with what is happening. The hero decides to act boldly and decisively. He gets up from his seat and approaches the impudent girl. He asks her what would happen if he sat at the same table with her. Then he asks her if she will kick him out. Other girls start burying the new boy because he dared to stand up to choose Ioye. The brunette herself notices that Feng Qin is a very interesting boy. The guy sits down with his tray of food at the same table with a dangerous representative of the fair sex. He decides that he will just ignore her so that he can finish his meal quickly and leave this troublesome place. But he is shocked by what is happening around him. The other students, instead of eating, start chatting among themselves, focusing all their attention on their table. The guy doesn't understand that this is so. Fenya's jaw is ready to say hello to Paul, because the brunette has brought a bunch of different delicacies. He's amazed that she's going to eat it all by herself. The brunette immediately starts eating, picking up a knife and fork. After finishing the food, the hero decides to just leave. In his mind's eye, he remembers the look the girl gave him. He begins to assume that it is not simple, because of which he may have problems. In the corridor, the hero runs into a friend with pink words. They don't exchange words, but she pushes a small note into his hand, then abruptly runs away. This surprises the guy a little. After entering the classroom, Feng Qin sits down at his desk, thinking about what happened. He's surprised that it's all so mysterious, and Han Yu Ding is making him worry. The guy unfolds a note with a number written on it. He draws a parallel in his head with the fact that he is a real spy. When the lessons are over, the hero returns to the dorm, where he immediately dials a number on pieces of paper. He immediately tries to find out why Han Yu-ding is acting so mysterious. In response, the girl shouts that the guy has big problems. The guy asks what the problem is. The friend also explains that today the hero offended a girl who has a very impressive family. The guy also says that a friend should not get into his head, because he is already offended. He asks her to have a good rest. After saying this, Feng Qin hangs up the phone. He doesn't believe that the girl is really strong. To him, she's a crazy kid with a silver spoon or a gangster lady. The guy notes that he is very angry. Besides, he doesn't understand that she can do it. He suggests that perhaps castrate. At this time, a person from around the corner throws a can of gas into the room. Feng Qin falls to the floor, panting. He can't move, and in his mind's eye, he notes that he's a good actor, so someone should save him. Chapter 1-14. The hero has a very bad headache. Feng Qin doesn't understand why his bed is so hard. Then he abruptly realizes that he hasn't been sleeping. Then the guy tries to understand why he feels so weak. He knows it smells fried. He tries to force his eyes open. Then a man's voice from the side starts to wake him up. Feng Qin opens his eyes. The first thing he sees is a chandelier made up of 3 identical squares hanging separately from each other. The brunette tries to look around, asking who is calling him. Then a voice from the side catches his attention. A kid with glasses and a smug smile on his round face looks at him. The hero is surprised by this development of events, trying to immediately find out who it is. The guy starts swearing, trying to get out. He was strapped to the bed very tightly. He doesn't understand what's going on. He doesn't believe that anyone has such a good binding skill. The fat man asks the hero to calm down while calling him a boy. He explains that they received a message that he tried to harass the girl. Upon hearing this, Feng Qin demands that the person who claimed it meet him face to face. The interlocutor claims that their lady does not have time for this, so the fat man is going to deal with the guy himself. The hero immediately asks what the other person wants to do. He already assumes that Chu Ziyou is involved. The man pulls out a knife, quoting the old saying that eroticism brings disaster, so you need to castrate to fix it once and for all. The fat man claims that he just wants to help his patient get out of trouble and become a good person. Feng Qin is getting very nervous at these words. He doesn't want to believe what he's hearing, so he shouts out that the other person is joking. Here the peasant takes the guy by the leg, starting to pull towards him. It turns out that the hero has chains on his feet that restrict his movements. Feng Qin also demands that the other person stop, but he is not going to give any concessions to his victim. He pulls him to him, starting to pull his black hands towards the guy. Obscene curses fly from the hero's lips. He really fears for his life. Someone starts knocking on the door of the room. The bespectacled man is not happy that someone interferes with him, so he asks who's there. After that, the door starts pounding more aggressively. The fat guy repeats his question, adding to it that it starts to annoy him. He demands that the intruder is already there so that he can safely castrate this boy. The man approaches the door, but the girl knocks it out with a heavy kick. This is the same girl that the hero recently pointed out to her place. She also carries a wooden katana. She wears a black short skirt and a white short-sleeved t-shirt that shows off her flat tummy. The door slams into the fat man's face, shattering his glasses. A member of the fair sex enters the room, finding a doctor knocked out and a guy who is tied to the bed, and his pants are half pulled down. The brunette freezes from shock for a couple of moments, and the hero does not believe in his luck. The girl, seeing all this picture, is amazed that Feng Qin is tied up. She is in a hurry to find out why this is so, but the hero at this time begins to think about the worst outcome for himself. To himself, he reflects on the fact that trouble does not come alone, so in his thoughts he asks 2 logical questions. The first is why the girl came again. The second one sounds like a suggestion that she might kill him while he's tied up. Despite his worst thoughts, the brunette bends over the belt on his waist, which holds him back, trying to free the guy. She says she can't untie it. Feng Qin falls out of reality, not understanding what is happening. The fight lover grabs the guy by the wrists with both hands, claiming that she will pull him out. She asks you to trust her. The hero, being impressed, holds out both hands to her. The brunette gets up from behind and starts pulling, trying to just pull the guy out of the belt. Feng Qin starts shouting that his hands are not the right thing to do. Radishes. You can see that he's in a lot of pain. The brunette still manages to save the guy. The hero exhales heavily, noting that he was saved. They both push their backs against the bed. There's an awkward silence. They both look at each other. Gathering his courage, Feng Qin still thanks the girl for her help. Clearing his throat in his fist, the guy decides to find out what the brunette wanted. A member of the fair sex also admits that she was careless last time, but this time she will definitely kill him. These words unsettle the hero. He marvels at what he's heard, wondering if he can just give up. He also emphasizes that the girl is very persistent. Chapter 1-15. The brunette perceives the silence in response as accepting a challenge, so she offers to go to the training room. The hero begins to sweat, realizing that he does not want to play with death. She slumps to the floor. Feng Qin is shaking all over as he lies on the floor. He's sweating profusely as he realizes that he still has the freak's drugs in him. The girl sees that the guy is all tense. He reaches out to her, asking if she wants to hit him. She also emphasizes that this is disrespectful to the fight. The guy's head snaps to the floor. This makes the brunette's eyes widen, and she rushes to check if everything is all right with the guy. Feng Qin abruptly gets to his feet. He is still dripping with cold sweat, but he changes his style, becoming a righteous swordsman. He assures me that he is fine, and that he is ready to die in battle by the sword of the interlocutor. The wooden katana of the fairer sex plunges into the floor. The brunette also says that noble people do not fish in non-calm waters. The guy is secretly glad that he doesn't have to fight. The girl walks out the door, noting that if the guy is still not feeling well, then he should go to the first aid station. At the same time, the brunette pours red paint from embarrassment. He closes the door and sends me on my way. As she walks down the street, the dual lover wonders if Feng is all right. She also wonders who the fat guy was. At the same time, Feng Qin thinks about what a genius he is. He remembers the girl's worried face, admitting that she is very cute. At the same time, the guy sits down on the bed. The phone starts ringing. Feng Qin quickly approaches him. He understands that the director is calling. This confuses him. He takes a couple sips of juice from his straw, wondering why she's calling him. The hero still picks up the phone, starting a conversation. He asks Miss Song what happened. The woman asks a rather strange question, which is a little annoying for the guy. She clarifies if she can call him if she doesn't have anything. The guy repeats the question word for word, not really understanding what it's all about. The blonde, taking this as consent, declares that then she will not stand on ceremony. After that, she hangs up. Fen's pupils widen. He doesn't understand what it was just now, or what the headmistress meant. The hero suspects that he has agreed to something global. The guy doesn't understand what happened, so he decides to ask the headmistress about it. He dials her number, asking her to tell him what she's talking about, but just then there's a knock on the door. He goes barefoot to open the door for a new guest. The hero goes to the door, then pulls the handle, opening the door halfway. A girl with blonde hair is standing outside the door. Chapter 1-16. Feng Qin blinks his eyes in embarrassment for a few seconds, after which he starts to panic, not understanding what's going on at all. The director stands in the doorway and greets him. The hero staggers back, asking what she's doing here, but the small suitcase behind her gives us a strange hint. The woman replies that she came to see the guy. The brunette doesn't really believe this, so he immediately asks if she has some deceptive task for him. The blonde assures that this is not a difficult task, but the hero does not allow the interlocutor to finish, stating that he refuses to do so. The director doesn't say anything. She goes to the guy's apartment. Sitting down on a comfortable chair, the director explains the situation. It turns out that their school is going to hold a walkout, and each class decided where they should go. The blackboard also allows them to go to the same place to cut costs, but Tong Fei Lu in their class doesn't agree. The woman asks the guy to try to convince her. The brunette repeats that he has already given up on it. After processing the information a little, Feng Qin still decides to clarify why, in the opinion of the interlocutor, the girl should listen to him because she did not hit him in the past. The headmistress smiles rapaciously at this. The blonde declares that it's time for the guy to show his charm. She invites him to become a prince. The woman imagines the other person completely naked with a shiny body and a rose between her lips. The brunette also notes that the style of the Prince of Women is very creepy. Privately, he doesn't know what's going on. The hero declares that he politely refuses to do so. At the same time, he makes a serious face, thinking that he is an honest person who will not betray his body. The interlocutor only laughs at this, stating that they will go to the beach, where the girls will be in swimsuits. Hearing this, the guy's face changes. Feng Qin is already picturing all of her classmates wearing nothing but swimsuits. This causes his nose to bleed. He flies off to the seventh heaven with happiness. The director at this point notices another reason why this is beneficial to the guy. It turns out that if the trip goes out of budget, then their stipend will drop. Feng Qin abruptly jumps to his feet, realizing that he has no other choice. After all, he went to this school in the first place because of a scholarship. The guy declares that he will do it reluctantly and not even for viewing swimsuits. The blonde notes that this is perfect. She asks the guy to convince the girl before the weekend on it. After that, the headmistress declares that she will go on business for a few days. She asks that the interlocutor does not miss her. The hero begins to worry about this. He mentally understands that Tong Fei never talked if fighting worked. The brunette realizes that the girl always resorts to violence, so he thinks about just having a duel with her. At the same time, in the women's bathroom, girls communicate with each other while taking a shower. Moya Zhao asks her friend if she has heard about Feng Qin escaping Chu Zioyi's revenge. Chapter 1-17. Three witches throw towels over themselves, starting a conversation. Wei Wei Tong notices that the newcomer even destroyed the staff sent by his friend. Tong Fei Lu also claims that he didn't drink Moya's drink either, noting that this time the guy was very wary. Moya Zhao offers to meet him in a secret place and just strangle him. Tong Fei Lu doesn't quite understand how her friend is going to do this. At the same time, she continues to take a shower. Moya Zhao gets up from her seat and sneaks up behind the girl. She abruptly grabs Tong Fei Lu's pineapples with both hands, stating that she needs to use this to strangle him. Moya Zhao asks you to trust her, and then the blue-haired girl can do it. After a few moments, the first witch detaches herself from her friend, because the latter has given her a good punch on the head. Wei Wei Tong also decides to intervene in the conversation. She notices that Qin is very alert, so it might not work on him if they take the initiative, so she suggests waiting until the cat jumps on its own. Moya agrees to this while Tong Fei Lu tries to recover from her friend's abuse. She's breathing hard, blushing as she does so. The next day arrives. The hero opens the door and enters class 1-2. The classroom is very noisy. 4 witches are sitting together. 2 of them are standing together, and 2 of them are sitting. 3 of them smile, but the 4th witch, who advised her friends not to go to the guy, calmly continues to play the console. Feng Qin takes a chair and sits down in front of one of them. He asks if he can talk to her about STN. Tong Fei Lu answers what he wants. The guy politely asks the girl to go for a walk with. The main group is near the beach. At this request, Moya Zhao and Wei Wei Tong approach him from both sides from behind. They cringe at this. The classmate replies that this is not his business at all. After that, 2 witches step on someone's feet. It turns out that they stepped on the feet of Tong Fei Lu, who immediately tries to understand why they did it. But when she sees that her friends make expressive eyes in unison, she freezes for a few moments, not quite understanding what it's all about. It dawns on her quickly. Tong Fei Lu agrees to this proposal, and the hero already begins to talk about how if she does not agree, then he can. However, the meaning of the interlocutor's words reaches him. He asks her again, puzzled, what she said. Chapter 1-18. The guy inundates the student with a number of questions. He doesn't understand why she agreed to this so strongly, so he asks again if she agrees. Tong Fei Lu also repeats that she has already agreed, so now the interlocutor needs to get away from her, because he has already stopped talking. She waves him off with a wave of her hand. The brunette, still in shock, decides to leave. Feng Qin mentally begins to reason why she agreed to do so. He understands that the answer was given too sharply, so there is a high probability that this is a conspiracy. He abruptly cuts off such thoughts, considering that swimsuits are the key right now. Meanwhile, Tong Fei Lu demands information from her friend about what she's up to. Moya Zhao doesn't quite understand why the guy invited her to the beach. In response, the witch points her finger at her friend, stating that all this is because he does not want anything good for the girls. Moya clenches her fist, claiming that's what she meant. Catching her wave, Faye suggests exploring an ancient tomb that may be full of monsters. 3 friends are frightened by this proposal, stating that the girl should stop imagining terrible scenes in her head and start thinking like a girl. Moya Zhao tries to push away the thought of being chased by a ghost. She understands that the perception of her friend is upside down. Then Wei Wei Tong notices the fact that the guy is really up to something bad. Then it won't be easy for them to get to him. Faye finally gets the message that her friends were trying to convey. The 3 witches begin to grin predatorily, realizing that they have unraveled the plans of the ugly boy. Nanggong Xiaoxu, looking at her friends, doesn't say anything. She just sighs heavily, realizing that they didn't listen to her. The bell rings for the lesson, but the hero still decides to dial the director to inform him that he has finished everything. When he talks about it, the blonde is amazed at the speed with which he did it, so she clarifies whether the interlocutor is lying. The guy also says that he overcame great difficulties to convince Tongfei. He emphasizes that it was hard for him, so he asks the woman to give him another bonus. At the same time, Song is lying in the bathroom completely naked. She assures the other person that they will receive a bonus when she returns. After putting down the phone, Feng Qin starts to think about what kind of bonus he will get. He is confident that at least a good hot pot meal is provided for him. From his reverie about the future, the boy is pulled out by the sound of the door opening, which did it right in front of his nose. He goes inside, greeting those inside and noting that the door is unlocked. He takes a step into the room and sees the brunette changing clothes. Her skirt is slightly lowered, so that her shorts are visible, and only her bra is on top, which she is trying to take off. It turns out to be Chu Zioye. The girl turns her surprised gaze to the guest. The hero is struck by lightning. She freezes, becoming a stone statue. He's definitely in good shape now. Chapter 1-19. Feng Qin doesn't understand why Chu Zioye is here. This is becoming a very unpleasant coincidence. On the face of the girl keeps absolute poffagism to what is happening. She stares at him for a few seconds, not even bothering to cover up. The hero covers his face with his hand, not knowing what to do. The brunette understands that he is in deep trouble, because the last time she almost killed him, castrated it. She wonders nervously what he should do. The representative of the fair sex also puts her hand in the bag, starting to dig in it. The hero grits his teeth, realizing that you can't just calmly wait for your death, so he decides to do something. Feng Qin takes a deep breath. A lot of thoughts are running through his head. He finds a solution by telling himself not to despair and assuring himself that this is a matter of life and death. The guy abruptly pulls out his phone and starts taking pictures on it at maximum speed. After finishing an unplanned photo shoot, the guy says that if the girl does not want these photos to get on the network, then she should listen to him. Inwardly, Feng Qin is already happy, calling himself a genius, because he believes that as long as he has these photos of the interlocutor, she will not bother him. On the face of the interlocutor is still a mask of absolute indifference. She finally pulls something out of her bag. It's a grenade. A representative of the fair sex calmly pulled the pin and threw a grenade. A dangerous object rolled across the floor, flying next to the hero. The dark-haired man closed his eyes, realizing that his situation was very bad. Oh braced himself for death, but when nothing happened 5 seconds later, he decided to take a look around. The guy was surprised to realize that it was a fake. Xu Ziyou hurried to explain that it was a micro-anti-tank grenade that erased the data of any civilian electronic device within a 2-meter radius. After that, the girl offered to check the phone to the interlocutor. When he tried to turn on the phone, he realized that it had stopped working altogether. The representative of the fair sex also stated the fact that his photos were erased. After that, Feng Qin broke out in a cold sweat from the realization that he had nothing else. The girl didn't stop there. She pointed to a working camera in the corner and said that she had recorded a guy breaking into the women's locker room and taking photos to threaten her. This news finally finished off the hero, who was clearly not ready for such a thing. Xu Ziyou decided to clarify what the dark-haired man would do now, because if she gave it to the police, then he would definitely go to jail. Feng Qin gathers his thoughts, realizing that he has no other choice. Of all the things, it can only do this. He's going to use a secret skill. The hero falls to his knees, bowing his head to the floor and begging Milady to spare him. Xu Ziyou grins, suggesting that the guy do something unusual. From her face, it becomes clear that you should not expect something adequate. A representative of the fair sex, without hesitation, stretches her stocking's leg to the guy, offering to lick it. Chapter 1:20. The guy sticks out his tongue, intending to comply with the girl's request, but a handsome guy with blonde hair and a black suit walks into the locker room. He says it's time for Milady to go to class. At the same time, he makes a bow, not paying any attention to the hero. Xu Ziyou looks at her subordinate, who is humbly waiting for her, and then looks at the guy on his knees, who is making eyes at her, literally begging for mercy. Xu Ziyou decides to spare Feng. She is about to go change, so she informs him that he can go now. The hero flies up on the spot, declaring that he is already leaving. While the guy has not yet left, the fair sex representative rises from her seat, noticing that in the future Feng will not say no if she needs him. The brunette can only accept these words. Running out of the women's locker room, the guy exhales heavily, trying to catch his breath. He realizes that he is seriously hit, because Xu Ziyou seems to have stuck an arrow in him. The guy doesn't know what to do, already assuming he's finished. Then he abruptly corrects himself that he would have been finished if it hadn't been for that butler. A logical question pops into his head. Why would he suddenly decide to help him? At the same time, Xu Ziyou notes that Lawrence didn't show up earlier, so as not to stop the newcomer, and waited until she did something, and then helped him leave. A representative of the fair sex says that it was very insidious. The butler is doubtful that it was even a little insidious. The word really in his performance introduces the girl into dissonance. The hero wonders how Xu Ziyou is going to pursue him. The guy thinks she's really a killer lady. The sharp sound of the message scares the hero. He jumps up and down, then picks up his phone to read the message. Tong Fei Lu also reports that 2MRW will be running for 7 days and 7 nights. She advises him to go to bed early today, because she will be waiting for him at 5:45 in the morning at the gate, from where 2 Mr. W will start. MRW, Morale, Recreation and Welfare. Feng also swears about why it's so early. He doubts that this is a picnic, because it's more like military training. Meanwhile, in the girls' dorm, Tong Fei Lu says that the message for Qin was sent 15 milliseconds earlier, and now the Y show starts. Tun also says that you should not worry, because this is a pure virgin boy. Lu doesn't understand how his girlfriend knows he's clean. She assumes he's an animal. This makes Y laugh. The other two witches are just watching from the sidelines. Tun notes that her friends are too vigilant because they always think that boys are animals. Wai herself believes that Feng Qin is close to girls because he is used to it, not because he is good at it. She also assumes that he has a sister. From all this, she deduces that once she is on top of him, he will surely be seduced. Chapter 1-21. Dawn is coming. The hero moves to the collection point. He yawns. It shows that he didn't get enough sleep. The brunette notes that he was very worried, which is why he did not sleep well. He's very sleepy right now, and his brain is still thinking about how that girl is going to torture him. He is afraid of her, imagining her as a succubus with 2 horns on her head. At the same time, there are gusts of evil wind, which gives the hero the impression that someone is standing behind him. Feng Qin tries to push such thoughts away. He decides that he needs to hurry, so it's best not to slow down on the way to the gate. When he reaches them, he notices that the place is still empty. A mysterious silence envelops the gate, which is disconcerting. It's 5:45. This finally surprises the guy who doesn't understand what's going on and where everyone is. He begins to fear that he is too late, so his brain figures out what to do now. The hero thinks about waiting a little longer, but the sound of falling from behind attracts his attention. Feng Qin turns around and sees the building from which the sound was heard. He walks up to it. Finding that the door is not closed, he decides to enter, immediately asking who is there. There's no answer, and Thun is lying on the field among the basketballs. She fell down so that her underwear is visible to anyone entering. The hero greets, deciding to find out if everything is all right with her. The student does not show that she has woken up. The guy notices that it's Wai Wei Tong. He is very embarrassed when he sees her panties under her skirt. Feng Qin extends his hand to the girl, but she doesn't accept it. Then he grabs her by the shoulder to sit her down. The witch also reports that her leg hurts. This makes the other person even more perplexed. The hero sees that the girl really has a lump on her leg. He decides to take a representative of the fair sex to the first aid station and informs her about it. He grabs her by the hips, pulling her onto her back. The guy is a little embarrassed, but still starts to move forward. Feng Qin feels that the girl is pressing her whole body against him, which makes him feel her pineapples, which are a decent size. He is very embarrassed by this, but continues to carry the girl on himself. Tun decides to strike up a conversation. She very gently whispers words of gratitude in the hero's ear, causing him to start burning with embarrassment. This gives him the creeps, but he declares that everything is fine, and then rushes to change the subject, asking why it fell in the warehouse. Wai Wei also says that she went to the warehouse to get a picnic napkin and accidentally touched the basket. Feng Qin refers a representative of the fair sex to medical center. She sits her down on a bench, noting that when the nurse comes, he will give her some salve and everything will be fine. Tun claims that the nurse won't be here today, so she has to meet them at the beach. Hearing this, the brunette wonders what to do then. Wai Wei holds out a leg to the other person, asking them to do something for her. At the same time, she makes the most innocent face in the world. Chapter 1-22. The guy still agrees to this. He asks her to hold on, considering it painful. Tun puts his hands together, noting the other's concern. The hero applies ointment to the damaged area, and then declares that it is good now, so he advises the girl to have a good rest before meeting with the others. He keeps a feigned calm as he prepares to leave. Feng Qin resolutely leaves the infirmary, although it can be seen that it is very difficult for him. Tun falls on her side with a heavy exhalation, and when the guy leaves, she asks her friends to come out. Tong Fei Lu starts the conversation. She's amazed that the new guy really didn't do anything to her friend. It can be seen that the girl really wants to catch him and beat him on the spot. Tun also notes that if it was so easy with him, then she would not have to interfere. Tong Fei Lu decides to clarify what her friend thinks about this. Wai also claims that Feng will get suspicious if she just approaches him, so she needs a good reason to do so. Moya Zhao notices that the last time she gave him water for no reason. He was on guard, but today he helped Wai. The girl thinks that the newcomer will not suspect her if she turns to him. Tong Fei Lu also knows that this is a real insidious trap. The fourth witch is very dissatisfied with the behavior of her friends, but she is silent, not expressing her opinion. The brunette returns to the street to the gate, noticing that everyone is finally gathered. He notices a girl in the crowd who likes dueling. He can see that she's upset about something. The class gets on the school bus. The 4 witches are traveling together. Moya Zhao clarifies whether they forged seats on the plane. Tong Fei Lu answers in the affirmative, then asks Moyu to keep an eye on Han Yuding so that Wai can sit down next to Qin in peace. Tun also notes that the friends should prepare a scene during the trip. She asks them to make it so that they can complete them, which this time will be held at the airport. The class arrives at Chun'an Pinggao Airport. In it, all students pass a customs check and then go to the plane. Everything is going according to the plan of the 4 witches. Tun sits down with the hero who immediately asks how her leg is. The representative of the fair sex assures that everything is in order, after which she once again thanks the guy for his help. Wai leans over Feng Qin's ear, beginning to whisper that she was very pleased when he applied the ointment. At the same time, she breathes very seductively in his ear. The brunette blushes red with embarrassment, and his head starts nodding at this. The representative of the fair sex laughs at this. It becomes clear that the main character will be very difficult to survive this trip.